Good morning and welcome, everybody. I should say good afternoon because it is afternoon time now. Hopefully, we're not going to have an issue. My internet was just reconnected again. We had an outage that interrupted our last show, and then I tried to go live a few minutes ago and ended up having them turn it back off again and replace some more cards in the box there. So if we do go down again, don't worry. As soon as I am able, I will fire it right back up again. By the way, CenturyLink is absolutely the worst internet company in the country. Last year, and Auntie Wells can verify this, that in October of last year, we had an outage that lasted until the 5th of June. Okay. That's how long it took me to get internet back working again here. Basically, internet-based business is absolutely no place and no business doing business with CenturyLink. Unfortunately, because of the fact that I am on the west side of Highway 22, I am stuck with yeah, I'm putting it in now. That is the only internet provider for our area. So yeah, it absolutely is worse. It's and this is the thing is that, having a business account instead of a residential account, you would think that it would be more important for them to make sure that the business accounts are actually running, because of the fact that that's how we make our income. But no, that doesn't matter to them. When they have an outage, they just they treat everybody like crap. That's just the way it goes. The other thing is that the call centers and repair centers for CenturyLink are no longer based in the United States. They are based in Guatemala and the Philippines. So anytime you call CenturyLink, that's where you get put. Yes, Awaken Trillium. Yes, we are still planning to move, but it is still in the planning stage. We had a couple of issues with. Well, I'll just tell you, we had looked at a piece of property here in Oregon that would have been perfect for what we want to do, because we're not going to be doing just podcasts and German Shepherds. We're also going to be bringing in veterans. Give me 1 second. Hello.
So what's happening with the internet?
Well, we're live right now. Say hi to everybody.
Hello. Bye.
Oh no, just say hi.
I said hello.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're live right now. Okay. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. So we had looked at a piece of property here in Oregon that would have been perfect for it, because we want to house veterans, homeless vets. We want to bring them out. Not only homeless vets, but also ones that need to reacclimate to go back into the communities and everything, and be of good sound mind, and be able to do so. Basically, when they come out, they would pick out a puppy, and that puppy would stay with them until they leave. And if the training went well and everything, then that dog would go home with the veteran. So it had multiple cabins on the property and everything. But unfortunately, what ended up happening was the owner dug into a certain area of the property, getting ready to put up a pole barn. And when he did, he found bones. Turns out that the property was an old burial ground. So that kind of turned things in. And the really sad thing is that the government actually seized the property from him. Now, his family had it since the 1950s, and they seized the property from him. And it has been relinquished over to both the Grand Round tribe and the Siletz tribe here in Oregon. So that kind of that put a damper on that one. But the good thing is that we didn't make the investment into the property, get there, and then have that happen to us, which is, but Father is showing us the way to go, showing us the right direction. And as soon as we have established where the move is going to go to, everybody will know. Well, we're probably not going to let anybody know until we get there. Because that way then we don't have people thinking bad juju, and in a way I agree with Shelby on this, because of the fact that a lot of times things can be hindered because you tell people what your plans are, and then they put bad thoughts into it, and basically put a damper on it, so so that kind of stinks. Well, Ronnie is welcome on my stream at any time. He knows that. I hope he knows that. As a matter of fact, while I got you guys sitting right here, I'm going to actually send him an invite, because if he wants to come and join us today, he is more than welcome to. And he can let people know what his schedule is going to be, and we'll try to do that with him. Each time he's getting ready to go live, we'll announce it on my channel for him, so that everybody knows to make sure that they get on over and see him. I know he's got the Rumble channel going, and the link for today, and let's drop that in. Bink, and it is sent. And that way there he can give everybody an update as to what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But it's good to see everybody. I hope everybody had an awesome Thanksgiving. I didn't really do the holiday, because of the fact I'm out here by myself. So, well, I mean, the homeless couples up there and everything, but they went to one of the soup kitchens for a the Thanksgiving weekend, and they'll be gone until Monday. Um, but it's for me, it kind of a fuddy duddy, it's kind of yeah, it'll be me and Shelby. Yes. And well, we're going to have other people there as well. We're not looking for a small piece of property. We're looking for something that basically will be able to do multiple cabins and things like that. And be able to, bring in workers, seasonal or non-seasonal. We'll have people who, many, the way it was put to us through Father was many will come, few will stay. Okay. Meaning that many people will come and visit in, short-term stays, but few will stay long-term. And that basically just, meant that the people who are going to stay long-term are going to be people who are workers, who are willing to give 100% of their heart and physical being to the project. So like one of the first things that we're going to end up doing is, of course, building a kennel. That's always going to be, the first function. Get the kennel squared away. And then get a barn built so we can get some horses out there, because equine therapy is very, very productive, both for children and for adults. And then at that point there, build additional cabins to house people, when people want to come out to visit, and things like that. So, but as the project moves forward, we got our mission statement already. We know what we're going to be doing. But we want to make sure that everything is at 100%. So, but I appreciate you asking. Yes. We are planning to move. It's just Father's timing. So, and that's and we have the patience for that. So, although it's not easy to be patient like this. So, but yeah, as soon as we've secured it and are actually at a new location and everything, then we'll go live from there, and everybody will see what we're doing, and that's going to continue. And we're also going to continue doing the podcast. And we'll probably have people that are staying with us getting involved, so it's to me that's going to be a huge bonus. So, all right. So we are not going crazy today. We are. It appears that our internet is stable. So we're going to go ahead and get things started. And I was hoping that the pups would actually wake up from their nap and start coming over here. When they come out, when they get up and start moving around again, we'll make sure we get them on camera for you guys, because we have all 7 of them here in the office, and they're running around and acting foolish. But for the most part, but right now they are taking a good nap. Again, CenturyLink is absolutely the worst internet company in the nation. And I will be doing a podcast specifically about them at one point in the future here, because of the fact that for the amount of money, you pay $127 a month for internet service. Basically when you break that down, it's basically what, $3 or $4 a day. And giving me, seven were dropped. Oh, there goes the dog. So maybe the puppies will start moving around. Half of them are still sound asleep. What's up, guys? What's up? Anybody gonna come over and say hi to me? They've been really standoffish, because I don't think that they had any contact with them. Dory, yes, Oregon does has Xfinity. The problem is I'm not on the other side of the highway. If I was on the east side of the highway, I could get Xfinity, but I'm on the west side of the highway, and they will not run lines across the highway for us. So, hi, Karen, welcome. So I do see you guys on Facebook. Unfortunately, when I type, though, you guys don't get to see that. So, yeah. So CenturyLink is the only company on the west side of the highway from Salem, Oregon, all the way to Lincoln City. But like I said, on the east side, they have Xfinity or Comcast, whatever. Well, I guess they used to be Comcast. Now they're Xfinity. When I was down in the Portland or up in the Portland area, I had phenomenal service with Xfinity. A little expensive still, but for what I do, you would think that, it'd probably be like a $40 or $50 a month. But no, it's $127 a month, for a service that half the time I can't even get on. So, it really stinks. Really, really, really stinks. At first, I thought that maybe somebody zapped me because I went off on Chris Christie, the fat tub of Lord that he is. He is so irritating. The other day in that podcast, I was in rare form that day. I was, because I've been watching all of this and I've been very getting madder and madder and madder than hell at watching what these Republicans that won't bow out of the way for the person that we already know is going to win any primary at all. But I'm hoping that there's not even a primary and that all of them finally bow out. But between Kristi Noem and all of them, they're all wannabes that should have absolutely nothing to do with politics at all. Chris Christie is one of the biggest crooks in the history of New Jersey politics. Especially in regards to his governorship, the fact of shutting down the bridge going into New York, the GW Bridge and a couple other bridges as well, because of some reason, for his own personal gain. It's a real shame that these fools are allowed to continue. But again, they're selected, not elected. And we know the difference. And we especially know that now, the more that we see all these things, the more that we become aware of it. One thing I want to talk about, Black Friday, why Black Friday? You know what I mean? Why would you put an evil entity to the name, of a sale that is supposed to be for Christ's birthday? It just doesn't make sense to me. And at the same time, we actually see the biggest mean streak ever, from people on Black Friday. When people go rushing into the stores and everything else. I'm waiting to see videos start to surface of people being trampled and everything else. It just doesn't seem right. One of the crazy things is it's like going into Home Depot or Lowe's or any place like that. You go in to buy something and now you have to order it and wait 2 or 3 days in order to get that product brought to the store for you. And it's totally ridiculous. And I'm beginning to see that with other things, such as, or other places like Walmart and others. Out here we have a couple of different things. We have the DoorDash that delivers food from restaurants, which actually just started because as far away from town as I am, they didn't have anything. But I will toot my horn and say I do love Instacart, because I can grocery shop I can food shop for the dogs on these, and they will deliver all the way out here to the farm, which is absolutely great. You know, and you know, and they're pretty prompt. I've only had one time that I ordered and I made the mistake of thinking that I was early enough in the afternoon to get it delivered, and it ended up being delivered at midnight, which was crazy. But for the most part, very, very good. You know, and what's great is the things that you order. You know, you're ordering. You're basically your grocery store menu comes up, and it's got all the different labels for particular products. So like when you put in potato chips, you got Lay's, you got Ruffles, you got all these different corporations that make this stuff. Same thing with meats and things like that as well. So and what you select is what you get. And the option that you have there is you can choose a replacement option if your item is not available. And or you can let the person that's doing the shopping select something that's comparable to that for you, trying to use their best judgment, best ability to get as close to what you wanted as you can get. Or you can just say, if that item's not available, then just refund that money back to my card. Up there goes one of them. See, one of them sneaking out here. Which side are you? Oh, you're on the other side.
Hi. Hi. Yes, hello. You want to come up and say hi to everybody? You want to come up and say hi to everybody? Come here. Come here. Oh, come on up here.
Oh, here we go. Yes. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Everybody's up there. You're not going to look at them? Oh, that's not nice. Yeah, that's not nice. Hi. Yeah. You want to sit here and get warm? Yeah. Yeah. And my phone is ding, 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 dinging. Of course I'm a wreck, but you said I'm a rack. That's funny. Yeah, Auntie's messaging. So yeah, okay. Oh, you're snuggling now. Oh, that's so nice of you. Thank you. Okay, you get on down there and play. There you go. Okay. All right. So anything that I raise today is going to go towards the dog blanket fund and dog beds, because I'm going to need to get beds for them. This floor is it's that subflooring that they get in there, and it's not easy to sleep on. Trust me, I was sleeping on the floor with the dogs last summer, and I know how uncomfortable it is. So if I don't like it, I know the dogs ain't gonna like it. Hi, Gabriel. How you doing, buddy? Oh, look at you. Look at you. Look at you. All right, go lay down. Everybody wants attention right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into our first video of the day. I started watching this on my phone last night. Fear, Loathing, and Diminishing Dollars. SGT report. It was pretty good, but I switched over because the space shot with interview with Aaron Stevenson came out, and I definitely wanted to pre-watch that before playing it on, because of the fact that when you're talking about trafficking, it can be some of it can be extremely touchy, and it's that's a good one. And then after that, we've got And We Know, and that's the start of our lineup. I presume the X22 will probably end up coming out, as well as Melissa Redpill putting one out, and a couple of others. So we'll add those to the list as we go along. But welcome everybody that's just coming in. Thank you for joining us. And let's, yes, that is Gabriel TG. Yeah, he's gotten big, hasn't he? He's an easy 130 pounds without a problem. Yeah, he's doing great. He's very seldomly is he really far away from me. When I go outside, he's like right by my side. Scout, on the other hand, he is a bit of a pain in the butt because he gets in front of me and he stops me from being able to walk. So it's it's a pain. So, okay. All right. So let's go ahead, get our video started. Let me get my present screen up here. And I did send Ronnie the link. So if he wants to join me today, he is more than welcome to. I'd love to have him up here on the panel and also be able to find out what kind of scheduling he's going to do for his podcast there on Rumble up until the point that he gets another channel made here on YouTube. Because this is our battlefield. This is where new people come in to join us on a regular basis. It's basically, what I love about my chat is, since starting the Mustard Seeds, going from Hawk Marsden channel to Hawk's Mustard Seeds channel, one of the things that we talked about was the fact that we don't want to be the I told you so people. Okay. What we want to be is the ones to provide a place for people to come in, sit down, have a cup of coffee, and learn as much as they can, ask all the questions that they want, and us be able to give them the answers. Okay. But at the same time, teach them to research. Okay. By teaching them to research again, then basically they'll start digging on their own and they'll start finding things and discovering it. We show them the first few times, and then after that, then it's kind of up to them to kind of keep up with what the real news is. So being the non I told you so's, okay, we're going to be able to open more hearts and minds. And at the same time, we get to share our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ with them, right? And that's to me is pretty cool. So, all right, okay, so let's get our first one up. Here we go. Fear and Loathing. Now, this is on the financial sector, and I know that a lot of people don't want to hear about the financial sector, but the information that comes out, we need to know about. Okay, because we're going to have big changes coming, and if we don't know where we're at today, other than the fact that everything just costs way too much, inflation is sky high, that we're definitely in a recession. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. Okay, we are absolutely in a recession. Okay, the politicians don't want to admit it. The Fed doesn't want to admit it. The U.S. Treasury doesn't want to admit it. Our governors and our locals don't want to admit it. Okay. But we know it because we are living it. Okay. And the only way that we're going to be able to take control of things is to be on top of things. That means that we have to know everything from the past in order to build a bigger, better, brighter future. Okay. And this ain't no build back better, because I don't want to build back anything. I want to build new. Period. And that's it. Okay. So, all right. So here we go. Let's get started with our first one. Fear and Loathing in the Land of the Diminishing Dollar. Here we go.
Hey friends, well, thank you so very, very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report. Before we begin with my buddy Bob Kudla, the founder of Trade Genius, who's busy making people money day in and day out in the stock market, I want to wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving. And we're going to show some Thanksgiving sticker shock in just 1 minute, because as you all know, Bidenomics is working so well. Bob, welcome back. How are you? How's your pocketbook in Bidenomics?
Well, we fade Bidenomics, so we're doing okay. But as fast as I'm making it, it's being shoveled right back out the door.
Yeah, you're making it all day long at Trade Genius. By the way, guys, Bob has a new indicator that's making people a ton of money. We're going to talk about that in a minute. and a special offer, sort of a Black Friday deal if you want to try out Trade Genius. But I want to talk to you today, Bob, about Americans tapping into their retirement accounts, that Thanksgiving sticker shock. Bitcoin, the last time we talked, it was at 30K. Today it's at about 37.5. And then I want to play a clip for you from Robert Breedlove, who puts into focus how much money $6 trillion is, which this stinking government printed in just the year 2020 alone. But before we begin, let me do a screen share. I want your thoughts on this. Early reports on Wednesday in the afternoon were that there was a terrorist attack near the Canadian border in Niagara Falls. Now, I'm hearing from you just prior to hitting record that actually there was no terrorist attack. It was just a vehicle that exploded. We'll scroll down and see some of this footage. The cause, according to the FBI, however, you're hearing that it was just a car that set fire.
Yeah, so we talked about it in our room that, hey, there was a terrorist attack, and they shut down basically all ports of entry. They shut down on this just in case it was going to be a coordinated attack. But then late reports came back, said no explosives were found. So it leads me to believe what you're right is the car was an accident. It could be a ramming attempt, right? But it wasn't an explosion like they had TNT or they had ammonium nitrate or anything like that in there. But yeah, but it brings up a lot of points here. We were talking before the show. Everything's priced for perfection right now in the stock market. Stock market has left the economy behind because Janet Yellen is playing a game here with how she's managing the bond auctions, and so it's creating a false dawn in the stock market that's going to come back to earth. So it's just going to take one thing that they can't control during the day to cause a pretty decent market meltdown. And it could come from a terrorist attack. It could come from an event that's out of the country but affects our business, China and things of that nature, or OPEC. There might be a big run in oil. So but the market is priced for perfection. And you're jotting down the Mag 7, which are the top 7 market cap weighted stocks. They're trading at twice what you'd expect a stock to trade at based off the cash flows it's generating. It has a PE ratio over 30 when the market should be trading at a PE ratio of 15. And what that means, Sean, is when you do a PE ratio, it's the price to the earnings. So it's even worse than the cash flow. But let's just say that's the same. It would take 30 years of them earning the same amount of money each year to pay for the value of the stock today. And, you wouldn't buy a house at 30 PE, right? You wouldn't buy anything with your own private money for 30 PE, but the stock market's a casino and a Ponzi where people can offload their shares to other people until reality and gravity catches up with it. So we're really at a nice edge here. And going into December, we should get a bit of a market pullback, and then there's going to be a blow-off rally probably into the middle of January, and then the party's over for a couple years.
I'm just Googling something here. I wanted to find out what percentage. Here it is. The Mag 7 still accounts for 83% of the market's return year to date. So people are chasing these meme stocks, the Magnificent 7 stocks, NVIDIA, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Google, Microsoft, and Tesla. I think you could throw Netflix in there, maybe a couple of others. You realize I just saw the other day, I almost bought the stock. I almost bought McDonald's back in the day at $12 a share to get the free Chipotle shares. I'm such an idiot. I didn't do it. Chipotle's trading at $2,000 a share. It's complete madness, Bob. There's a minority of the stocks that's doing all the heavy lifting in this Ponzi scheme. And that's the big part of the problem is inflation. You need to buy these meme stocks if you're going to outpace inflation. And that's the point that Michael Saylor at MicroStrategy keeps making.
Yeah, well, look, we've seen this movie before. It was called the Nifty 50 back in the 60s. And it was followed by the inflation ravaged 70s. And I think that's where we're heading again. And the reason why it's being juiced like this is that Janet Yellen is now, the debt is so high that when she's doing these bond auctions, typically these bond auctions would cause the market to sell off, but she's only buying short-term money. She's like a a gambler at the payday lender. Okay, she's in there just taking short-term loans, 90-day, 30-day loans, and just rolling it up. It's beyond ever. The percentage is beyond ever in the history of the country, and it's just piling up. And she only has so much money left. The banks only have so much money left in the reserves before this whole thing blows up on her. And we're saying that blow up happens outside March, inside January, where they run out of the bank reserves to be able to do this, what they call the RRP. That's the slush fund they created a couple of years ago. It gets drained. And then she's hat in hand around the world, with nobody's buying. And so it comes back to the US, and it's going to suck all the oxygen out of the stock market. And people are going to sit there and they're going to be like, what happened? And that's what's happening. They paper over this stuff until nobody's going to lend them the money, and then they got to jack interest rates again, and it's just going to blow the stock market up. That's what we're really worried about, because look, you can't tell us we're going into a new bull market when the stock market is riding on the coattails of just 7 stocks. It's a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. And that's why we continue to look for tangible ways to protect our wealth outside of the stock market. So we can talk real estate, we can talk precious metals, silver and gold and physical, we can talk Bitcoin, and we will in this conversation. But I don't want to bury the lead. New indicator in a deal for Black Friday. Can you briefly tell us about that? Because I know you're not just making money, people, in the stock market with the Magnificent 7 stocks.
Yeah, normally I don't hype anything, but we were able to look back at our indicator and said, how can we make this optimized where it's really a single decision indicator? And we came up with the Trade Force indicator. People already called it the worm because it's the way we color code it. When you see the indicator, it just makes it really easy to see. Boom, that's a buy signal. Boom, that's a sell signal. And it's changing people's trading lives. So allow me to have a humble brag, but it really, really, really works. And what we did was we just incorporated, no matter what level you buy in our service, we're giving it, we're including that in as part of the service, because it's just helping people trade so much more effectively, and it's so easy for people to see. And the biggest thing is helping, Sean, is the biggest problem people have when they trade, they FOMO, which means fear of missing out, and they'll jump on something. Well, this indicator keeps you from FOMOing, but it also tells you when the party's over and you should probably exit the trade. So it's really, really, we really, really, really love it. And we incorporated it. And since we're right at this time of the year, we have our Black Friday specials. We include that in all of the bundles that we do, Sean, and it's our best pricing of the year. So normally we're 65% off. This time of year we do 75% off. If you're already a customer, you get the Black Friday deal. Just call in to Matt. If you're not a Black Friday a customer already, you get the deal too. And just go ahead and hit any of our bundles, tradelikeagenius.com. You have to this weekend to take advantage of it. And it's nothing compared to what I got. I mean, our lowest level thing is going to cost you basically, $20 a month on an annualized basis. It's nothing. You can't even get a coffee anymore. You used to say, instead of a coffee, buy Trade Genius. Now have a cup of coffee.
Well, that's no joke. I want you to plug the service, and I'm going to ask you a question about what package people should get real quickly. But that's no joke. Starbucks now, when my wife and I go through to get a latte, we each get a latte. It's like $15-16 for 2 medium-sized lattes. Unless you're at the airport, then it's closer to 20. Because it's really getting out of control. But can you just explain to folks? A lot of the folks listening, they might want to do Trade Genius, but just stocks only, because a lot of folks aren't into the crypto side of this thing. But I know you offer for stocks only or crypto and stocks. Which package should be? Yeah,
if you want stock only, just do bundle 1. It's a great entry point. You can always upgrade, once you get comfortable with the service. So one of the bundles is stock, one bundle is just crypto, one bundle is both. And then we have one bundle for what we call the VIP room, which you can get in there if you want to trade options or if you want to get more engaged during the day in trading. And then we have a couple bundles just for training as well. So we have depending on what you want, there's a whole range that you can purchase. And like I said, best pricing of the year. This is when most people sign up. This is when most people renew. So take advantage of the pricing.
All right, guys, I will leave the link below. Now we're going to get very serious about the reality of the situation we face. Okay, the plan is to shut down the global economy after an intentionally induced inflation in this inflationary cycle. This comes from Finance a Lot. A massive shortage of dollars forces nations to either default on all of their debt or play nice with the US for access to dollars. Here's the thing. Bidenomics, that BLS report came out recently, Bob, and they tried with a straight face to tell us inflation is way down. And one of the ways they noodled that is by trying to tell people with a straight face that your healthcare costs went down 34% last year. I mean, honestly, I can't think of a more bold-faced lie. Meanwhile, your Thanksgiving turkey up 31%, bread up 26%, potatoes up 14%. How about apple pie? It's up 31%. Bob, it's out of control. Inflation, Bidenomics, it ain't working at all.
No, I went ahead and called my insurance carrier and asking them for a discount. Seriously, they looked at me like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Well, government just said it's 34% off this year." They're like, "Hey, we're raising it double digit next year." So I just got my renewal. It's up 10.8%. So I don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, but next week comes out, the PCE report comes out, which doesn't have all this crazy manipulation. And that's what the Fed looks at. I think people are going to be surprised that inflation is bottoming at a higher level, than where the Fed wants it. So they're going to continue to try to tighten financial conditions. And there's basically a war going on between Yellen and Powell right now. She's trying to do least easiest money possible, and he's trying to raise interest rates to kill speculation. So we're going to get the worst of both worlds. You saw the prices you just put out there. Look, I went to the store. You can't get bread less than $6 a loaf. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, and have you noticed the shrinkflation too? I don't buy boxes of cereal anymore, but I used to love cereal. People still like cereal, I guess, to some degree. It's not very good for you, but the shrinkflation is so now noticeable. Whereas you used to be able to get a 16 or 18 ounce box of cereal, now it's an 11 or 12 ounce box for the same price or more money. So they're trying to bury and hide the inflation through shrinkflation, which is leading Americans to tap into their retirement accounts to make ends meet. I mean, this is very, very sad. In the world's most powerful economy, people are having to tap into their retirement funds to pay their bills, Bob. This comes from Schiff Gold. He's not a fan of Bitcoin, but he's a fan of gold and silver in physical form. Credit card balances alone increased by 4.7% to a record 1.08 trillion in the third quarter of this year. Americans ate away $1.9 trillion in their savings in just the last 2 years, and then they turned to plastic. This is the true story of inflation in this economy. The American people are in a lot of trouble, Bob.
Yeah, look, I mean, Bitcoin and gold are actually holding levels here much better than everybody expected. And you're about the dollar shortage. Look, China came hat in hand, okay, to San Francisco, and he was talking all nice. He has a massive dollar shortage right now. And people don't realize when they think about money, everybody automatically assumes, oh, that we're printing. We're going to flood the world with dollars. But what happens is that there are two kinds of dollars out there. There's a physical dollar in your wallet, and then there's credit dollars. And when you default on debt, you get rid of the credit dollars. So if you notice the money supply, even though Yellen is trying to spend as much as she possibly can, she's creating an environment where at the same time people are defaulting around the world on their debt at historic rates, and the money supply is actually contracting. So we're going to go through an environment of collapse. And ironically, people say, oh my gosh, well, that's not necessarily bad for Bitcoin or bad for gold. Typically in these environments is that, people run to those instruments because they lose faith in the currencies that are being generated around the world. And even though the dollar will not collapse against all the other currencies, its purchasing power is collapsing against things that you need to have. And people are going to move out of the dollar, just like Argentina's election. They want competition for the currency. And you're going to see that. You're going to see a resurgence in gold, silver, and Bitcoin. And I will tell you, it's not coming, it's here, because they couldn't sell gold and silver and Bitcoin off like they've done in the past. The manipulation is getting to be too expensive. You got banks right now. Citicorp has $1.95 billion, no, $195 billion of what's called naked shorts on their book, on their balance sheet, which is scary. And you can just imagine what they're shorting, right? You know, they're suppressing the inflationary items, you know, like gold and silver and of that ilk. And when they have to cover that, it's going to go sky high. And they're not the only ones. All the banks have these, what they call sold securities not yet bought. That's how they call, we have a naked short going. If you and I did this, we'd be in prison.
Yep.
For banks, it's a balance sheet issue. It's just simply amazing, but it's getting too big to ignore. You know, it's going to have to. They're going to have to be a come to Jesus on this, and they're going to have to let these other currencies, these competing currencies, are going to have to be able to float positively against the dollar, and then people's eyes are going to just be wide as saucers.
Yeah, and don't let me forget, I want to ask you about that Argentina election. A man of the people, it appears, was elected, and they weren't able to steal it. And now this man of the people is a big Bitcoin guy. So maybe we'll see in Argentina what we're seeing in El Salvador, which is a resurgence of the economy with honest money. But let me ask you said something about the money supply contracting. I know that's very counterintuitive. Can you explain to the audience what you mean by that? Because we know that by 2026, this nation's going to be $41 trillion in debt. Meanwhile, though, they are pulling back the actual currency in supply that people use day to day to buy goods and services with, which is going to lead us directly into a hyperinflationary Great Depression. Do I have that right?
Yeah, so here's the situation, right? So the federal government's increasing the money supply by 5% a year. That's the deficit, okay, each year. You know, and that compounds on top of each other. But bank lending is contracting, it's going negative. And also defaults are rising. So they're now at a point where the bank lending and defaults are exceeding the ability of the government to deficit spend. And so that creates an environment where the money supply collapses. I always called it, and I think you've probably heard it on me talk about this for months now. I call it an inflationary depression that's coming, where basically economic activity collapses, but the price of things that you need are gonna become increasingly out of reach. And it's different in my mind than stagflation. Stagflation, you had an environment where labor rates were rising and everything was kind of pushing up. This is different, where more and more of our workforce is on fixed income with Social Security. Okay, and so you're not going to get the lift in income you're basically going to have prices becoming out of reach for people. And so that's what I mean by that. And how economies work is that you have money supply coming in, and the only way you beat that is that you have to have productivity increasing and velocity of money, meaning the exchange of economic activity at a higher rate than the money supply is increasing. So we have collapsing velocity and we have collapsing credit. At the same time, we have inflation in what goods and services that you need. And for the United States economy, we're 2/3 services. And out of that, 2/3 of those services are nice to have things. So think about all the things, if you sit down with your family saying, if you didn't have to have it to survive, you're talking about vacations, right? You're talking about maybe even a second car if both people don't work, or a third car. You're talking about going out to eat. You're talking about clubs for your kids. All that stuff. Go back to when I was, young, even 10, 20 years before. Nobody did any of those things. People were just surviving. We're going to go back and we're going to revisit those days. And it's all because the government created an environment where they just outspent for the purposes of buying votes. But the whole thing is going to collapse in on itself, and you may have higher prices. So it's different than a depression where you have deflation. You're going to have an inflationary depression, and that's my view on it. And we can't avoid it at this point. It's simple physics.
Mhm.
There's no way out of this unless productivity goes through the freaking roof, and I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen either. And they might paint the tape with phony BLS reports, but it's only serving to wake up more people. So now we're going to bridge over to an important clip from Robert Breedlove. He's a big Bitcoin guy. He's extremely intelligent. But I want to show you guys this first, because understand that most of our friends, neighbors, and colleagues, most at least the normies in the world, they don't really pay attention to this stuff. They don't even know who the vice president is. If you do Man on the Streeters, if you watch those, a lot of people can't name the vice president. I don't like her. Doesn't really bother me that they can't name her, but they don't know up from down. And they certainly don't understand that we're approaching $34 trillion in debt. But they do know that their paychecks are buying less and the government's taking more out of every single paycheck in the form of taxes. Now, I want to play this clip because I want people to understand, let's quantify these trillions of dollars. It's so intangible unless you hear somebody like this explain it. We printed $6 trillion in 2020.
Central banking is an institutionalized system of time theft, because ultimately the fruits of your labor are a product of your time or energy, right? Time and energy used synonymously here. We printed $6 trillion in 2020, right, in the US. The average annual US salary is $60,000 roughly. That's 100 million years stolen, right? Through the counterfeiting of currency. If each human works from the age of 20 to 70, so that's about 50 productive years per human, the counterfeiting of $6 trillion USD equals the stealing of 2 million human lives worth of productive labor.
Look, these numbers are so big, Bob, they're getting very difficult to quantify, but I think that's helpful, and it should outrage people because this counterfeiting from the central bank, the Federal Reserve, is destroying this country on purpose.
Yeah, and it didn't matter to most people because what they did is they're buying the votes on the low end of the economic spectrum, and then they're buying their cronies so that they would support them for re-election. But the middle class was kind of left alone, and this whole COVID thing kind of blew everything up. There's studies out there now that people aren't satisfied with 2% inflation. People are demanding in poll after poll, prices go back to 2019 levels. I mean, you're talking 35 to 40% rollback in prices. So people are well aware of this. And, I think, we have all this noise around Trump with the all the legal stuff, which he's fighting through it pretty well. That's why they're so scared to death. That's why they have to try to keep him off the ballot. But look at Argentina. This guy has it right, man. You should listen to the way he talks about leftists. He doesn't view them as political opponents. He views them as the Antichrist itself. He said in a way in which they conduct their affairs. They destroy people. They destroy systems. They want to control everything. And he just blew them completely out of the water. And the only way you can do that is enough people that were sucking off the teat of that government are no longer seeing the value of it. And that's what's going to happen here too. You have to have enough people that are no longer gaining value from being a proponent of government largesse to be able to get a change. The pain train is arriving, and it hit Argentina, hit El Salvador in a different way because of the crime. I think Guatemala now. I think he's getting that guy. Them starting to think about doing it the right way as well. So we're going to have these hard lurches to the right, and now with what happened with Israel and Hamas, it basically another window was open in the way people view other people. And a lot of left-wing Jews are sitting up there saying, oh, wait a minute, I've been supporting you and you want to kill me. So, Sam Bankman-Fried, he gets blown up. He's a money launderer for the Democrats. And then all these left-wing Democrats who've been sponsoring this environment for so long, because they're trying to control the right because they remember World War II and they realize that they actually been supporting the right, the evil right all along, and not supporting the good right. I think you're going to see a shift there too. I think this the whole world is going to start rejecting this ideology because we basically ran out of its ability to buy people off. And Margaret Thatcher said it best, right? You work until you run out of other people's money, and we run out of other people's money.
Yeah, that's right. This is waking up the younger generation in droves too. But let me just show you something. We're going to bridge over to Bitcoin now. So Robert Breedlove, a big Bitcoin guy. I got this, and I continue to get this from just a certain few folks who email me that when we discuss Bitcoin, it really turns them off because they think it's a fraud. And so I got this email from, I guess I would say, a friend of the show. He's cordial. And he says, Sean, gold and silver will be the only two monies that will work before it's thrown into the streets. Everything else is a fraud. And I know he's speaking about Bitcoin in particular. What are your thoughts on Bitcoin right now? And are you surprised that the last time we talked, it was at 30,000? You were a bit bearish, and today it's at 37,600.
Yeah, we were looking for it to move back down to the lower mid 20s, and it took off. I mean, you trade what's in front of you, but yeah, it's we're pleasantly wrong. How's that? Because we're Bitcoin advocates here, and it's the ETF. And the problem we have though is that as soon as that ETF comes out, we don't know if this was all front run, by BlackRock, and we'll pull back once those are launched. But here's my view on Bitcoin. And I was that person in 2016, 2017. I thought it was a Ponzi and a fraud. You no longer can say it's a Ponzi or a fraud because it's not like an altcoin where you can just keep creating new altcoins. Bitcoin is locked in. And so people ask me all the time, Bob, you like gold and silver? I like gold and silver miners because they could generate a yield that I can spend. Bitcoin I like over physical gold and silver is because it won't kill me trying to get to the grocery store. If I try to go down to the grocery store and I have a bag of gold in my hands, I may not make it. Okay? With Bitcoin, nobody has a clue when I'm walking from here to there whether I have any Bitcoin or not because it's all digital. And the other argument people use, well, the digital could go down. Well, then Bitcoin's the least of your concerns if we shut the internet down.
Yeah, right.
So I wouldn't worry about that. People, I've been doing this for a long time, and before this, I was with a software company, and we dealt in orders of magnitude of tolerances, and sigmas. And what I found is that people tend to always look at 6 sigma events, 1 in 100,000 events, and they tend to ignore the 2 sigma events that could kill them. And I think that's what people are worried about now. You're so worried about what might happen to Bitcoin at the end of the rope that you may not even make it to the end when Bitcoin is now $300,000 or $400,000 later, and you're sitting there complaining that, well, they may shut Bitcoin down. So I would say to people is that you need to have diversity of hedges, and you need to own some Bitcoin. You need to own some of the Bitcoin miners, okay, because they have leverage to Bitcoin. If you want to own some gold and silver, that's great, but you want to own gold and silver miners because they generate a yield. And if you're really worried about everything, buy a damn farm somewhere, 150 miles away from a major city, so you can actually produce something of tangible value to somebody to exchange with. That's how you hedge. But just come out and say these comments. I'm so excited to hit my own PC. Come out and say comments like, well, it's only this or only that. They suppressed gold for how many years now, right? They suppressed silver how many years now? While Bitcoin went from being 10 cents to $37,000. Okay. So don't get myopic on a view. You want to hedge yourself out. And then you want to have all these plays in you. People say, oh, they're going to go default. Well, you know what? The biggest trade next year is going to be is owning U.S. Treasury bonds as we go into a deep recession. That's counterintuitive too. But people tend to be very, very simple-minded and one-dimensional in the way they view things, when they really don't understand the cross correlations of a lot of things. And that's how you make money. When you can see beyond the one step on the chessboard, is that when you can see where it's going, that's where it's going to be, where it's going to benefit you. I hear it all the time. The dollar's going to collapse. You and I are talking about the dollar's probably going to go up in value against other currencies. Okay, and that's what people they tend to. I think they're hopeful. They want to collapse the system so badly they don't really understand what that means. And I'm not in that business. I'm in the business of making money and helping people make money, and also to be able to protect my family. I want to outrun this problem. Okay, I don't want to sit there and just complain about it. And you absolutely can outrun this problem.
You can outrun this problem if you hold the right assets. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. And you said something interesting. Hard to walk down the street with a bag of gold during a hyperinflationary event to buy what you need from the local grocer or the local farmer. Much easier to do so with Bitcoin, as long as that establishment, I guess, accepts Bitcoin. But the other important thing is, and Max Keiser, Michael Saylor talk about this a lot, and we're very close to getting there ourselves. We're getting to the point where some folks want to leave the country because the tyranny and the treason is so out of hand, and now we're starting to hit really severe inflation. Hard to get across any border with, say, $1 million in gold. How are you going to do that? How are you going to get out of the country with $1 million in gold or silver? But if you got Bitcoin, you could travel wherever you want with $1 billion of Bitcoin, and you can take your wealth with you. So that is one of the utilities of Bitcoin, and it's very tangible. It's very real. It's very quantifiable, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, of all your worry list, take that one off your worry list. In fact, if Argentina gets their act together, Argentina had a higher GDP and income than the United States in 1900. So that country is the counter Southern Hemisphere version of the United States. Good weather, fertile land, good people, and if he could fix that inflation, you know how much money and people will move to Argentina? It'll be mind-boggling. Uruguay is seeing a resurgence in population from people from Europe because it's relatively a stable country. And so people will vote with their feet. Yeah, but you're right. You can't get out of the country, and you declare things, they may decide to take it from you. And then you can spend years trying to get it back. Look at those guys that get pulled over and have cash in their car. They just confiscate it. So, you can't shy away from this digital asset. You have to embrace it, obviously pay attention, and if you notice, look what's happening with Binance, right? The federal government has been very, very, very supportive of Bitcoin and has been very hostile to everything else. And I think there's a reason for that. I think I've maybe told you on this show before, is that I think Bitcoin's a construct of our of our intelligence agencies in the past. And I think this is the follow on when the fiat collapses, that the elites have a off ramp. That's my view on it. People can think what they will, but I think it's a construct of the United States. We don't even know who Satoshi ever was or is, and yet the United States protects this Bitcoin goes after everything else in the crypto space, and it just blew up Binance. So kick that right off our shores. Yeah. So anyway, I just think it's really fascinating to me, and and I'm not ready to leave the country, but you're going to have to be really, really careful where you live in this country, though, going forward, because I wouldn't live anywhere within 20 miles of any downtown U.S. city that's being run by a Democrat. That is for sure.
No, I think that's wise advice. I want to play one last clip, and it's from President Donald J. Trump. But before I do that, the top 10 Bitcoin holders globally are Grayscale, the U.S. government, Mt. Gox, etc. I think Max Keiser is probably really high up on this list if he once offered 10,000 Bitcoin to Alex Jones. And I know that Michael Saylor personally owns somewhere in the neighborhood of 17,000 Bitcoin. But do you have any reaction to this? The U.S. government is the largest holder of Bitcoin behind Satoshi and Grayscale. with 207,000 Bitcoin. Don't you think they should stop selling it? At least hedge the dollar with Bitcoin. What do you think?
Well, if Satoshi is U.S. government, you can add it to that list.
Oh, good point. Yeah, that's right. Who is Satoshi? And how many Bitcoin does Satoshi have? I think it's at least 1 million.
I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Good point. Okay, here is the last clip I want to play, and I want your reaction about what we're seeing here in Argentina, because I think it's something to celebrate that, at least in this case, unlike what happened in Brazil, where they front-loaded it, they stole the election, and they put a criminal in charge. And here's the reaction from Donald J. Trump, who, of course, had the election stolen from him in 2020.
Very special congratulations to Javier Milei on a great race for president of Argentina. The whole world was watching, and I am very proud of you. You will turn your country around and truly make Argentina great again. Congratulations.
Congratulations. I think it's just very interesting because I haven't looked, but I bet if I started to cherry pick the mainstream media right now and their reaction to that win, they're probably calling him a fascist. They're probably attacking him with ad hominem attacks. It's interesting to watch the most maligned politician in U.S. history congratulate that man because he appears not to be bought and paid for. The new president of Argentina. I think it's great news. It's part of the Great Awakening.
Yeah, you got to listen to his interviews. They're hilarious. And look, he's like Trump. You know, you have to go after leftists very directly because they're not your friends. I mean, he was calling them all kinds of profanity, you know, on the news reports, and it was pretty funny. And look, and he explains to people why, you know, the Keynesian model is so corrupt and broken, and he uses examples, and he's very charismatic. So he's able to get people to listen to him. And you're talking about young people. I wouldn't call my daughter a liberal or conservative. She basically, she's not a libertarian either. She's like, get out of my way. You're an encumbrance to my ability to live. So the government is losing the kids because they see no value. In fact, a lot of them see the government as a tool to enforcing higher costs on them. So it's going to be really interesting to watch that play out over the next couple of years because, you know, in the past, the government really relied on, I think that's why they did all this woke crap and all this trans stuff, because they wanted to whip the young people up against the older people. But it's falling on deaf ears because these people have to go out and get a job, and they realize how hard it is, and they don't have any time for this nonsense.
Yep, they're waking up. And these young people, when they get a job and they see that little thing taken out of their check, it's not so little, it's a nice chunk of change, and it says FICA. They're like, FICA, what's FICA? It's paying people who are retired today because the government can't pay them, so they're taking it from you, dear sir. All right, that's what we're doing here is documenting the collapse with gold at $2,000 an ounce today, silver around 24 an ounce, and Bitcoin at 37,600. Our guest has been the one, the only Bob Kudla from Trade Genius. Bob, thanks so much. I'll leave a link below. Happy Thanksgiving, by the way.
You too. Thanks for having me. And hopefully we can talk for Christmas.
Yeah, let's get that scheduled. And friends, check it out. It's a Black Friday special. Trade Genius, link below. Try bundle one if you don't like crypto. Guys, I'll remind you every single day for free. Check us out for free at sgtreport.com. That is the antidote to corporate propaganda and all of those BLS, big government, Mockingbird, mainstream media lies. Bye-bye.
Well, Starsky, I'll put it to you like this. I don't put my faith in Donald J. Trump. I put my faith in God. Everything after that will be what God shows us. And that's why my hope is still in this up and coming election. And that my hope is that long before the election things happen, which I think that they will. That's my personal belief. You know, I wouldn't like take it to the bank or anything like that. I wouldn't take anything to the bank at this point here. Thank you, William Kramer. And I did send Ronnie the link. So Big Chap, if you happen to talk to him this morning or this afternoon, have him pop on for a couple minutes so he can lay out what his plan is for his Rumble shows and things like that. And I'll be more than happy to host him anytime he wants, anytime. You know that, I know that. So, all right, let's go. So there was a lot of really good information in this in that podcast there, and it was like what we were talking about before with the inflation the way that it is, and with this depression setting upon us. And I have a feeling that this could be as bad as the 1920s, 1930s depression. From the way that things are moving along right now. And this is where the point where I would say to people, stock up on canned goods, dry goods, and those of you that know how to can, keep canning, or find people that are willing to sell you canned goods. So that way then you're stocked up and saved up for as it sets farther in, we're all able to eat and provide for our families. You know what I'm saying? So that's not I'm not trying to put that in there as a scare tactic. I'm putting it in there as just as a fact. I'm going to drop the link for this video in the chat for anybody who would like to actually share that with somebody else, and say, hey, you need to watch this, even if it's only this particular video, of the podcast, this way here, then you can send them that right to them and be able to, kind of get their mind wrapped around what is going on, on the financial side. And Blackwatch, I'll tell you what, that is a very well thought out statement right there. He says, in my opinion, Bitcoin is merely a projected and hopefully future lottery win, a gamble in every way. Exactly, because of the fact that there's only so many of them, and it's and you're right, it's tied to a physical device, and if it fails or you lose, it's all gone. That's no different than the electronics that that we use for money transfers, banking, so on and so forth, because now everything is so computerized that if the computers go down, where's the paper backup? Where's the paper backup that says that my money is guaranteed, kind of thing. It's definitely a big thing there. So, all right, let's go ahead and get into our next video. Our next video is with Space Shot, an interview with trafficking whistleblower Aaron Stevenson. Again, I watched this to make sure that there wasn't anything on there that could really toss me into a big fiasco with YouTube or anything. So let's go ahead and give this a listen. Here we go.
Guys, are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect? Right now, with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, and maybe Taiwan soon, you need a new playbook that's safe to avoid the frenzied panic of the unprepared. In crisis after crisis, gold has been there in the background, standing firm. Take control in the chaos. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Get a hold of gold now before it's out of reach. Noble Gold Investments is offering a free solid silver 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investments IRA. Give them a visit over at spaceshot76gold.com. That's spaceshot76gold.com. You can also click the link in the description box below. Noble Gold Investments, the only company that I trust.
There's nowhere I'd rather celebrate this Thanksgiving than right here with the toughest, strongest, best, and bravest warriors on the face of the earth. This evening, as millions of families sit down at their dinner tables back home, they'll be saying a prayer for the men and women serving our nation. Each of you came to do your duty. You came to defend American liberty. You came because our nation needed you, and they needed you right here. The men and women of our military are totally loyal to our country, and every day I am president, America will always be totally loyal to you. Our citizens know that you're standing guard, killing terrorists, crushing our enemies, and keeping America safe. And I'm here today to just really say happy Thanksgiving, but also thank you very much. Great job. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. There's nowhere I'd rather celebrate this.
Whoop, don't want to do that one again. But in any event, happy Thanksgiving out there, my fellow world patriots. It is indeed Thanksgiving, Thursday, November 23rd of the year of our Lord, 2023. And we have, as you guys may have noticed, we have Aaron Stevenson joining us today, and he was going to join us a little bit later on in the show, starting at 9. But I'm quoting, hauled butt to get here on time, or early. So I appreciate that. And of course, we have my buddy Jimmy One Leg Patriot, who connected us together, co-hosting this show with us. So let's see who's on the mic first. Looks like Aaron's over there, but I guess because I see you over there first, and Jimmy's both down there. But let's say hello to Jimmy first, and thank you for connecting us and the crowd with Aaron, as we know what he's going to discuss with us is very important. And I wanted to keep this time slot open, as I know a lot of people are used to the 9:30 slot on Thursday, and I thought it would get the most views because this is pretty much why a lot of us are here. So appreciate that, Jimmy. And if you want to say your hellos and bring Aaron on in, and we'll say what's up.
Yeah, I just happy Thanksgiving, everybody, and hope you guys had a good day with your family, and we're gonna have a good show and talk about some child trafficking and the way we can get rid of it. Well, help get rid of it anyway. But without further ado, Mr. Aaron Stevenson.
All right, Aaron. So thank you for joining us. And I don't know if you want to give the folks a quick, bio on yourself. I know you work for the Homeland Security. I don't know if that's current or not, but I know you're a whistleblower on there. And if you want to just give the folks a little bit of a background quick, and then we'll go into, what's been going on and what we can do and, what they're trying to do to basically make what they're doing easier, which is pretty disgusting. So I appreciate you coming on, brother. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. So yeah, my name is Aaron. I'm going to be having some wine tonight in a mason jar because I cooked all day today and it was Thanksgiving. So it was just, it's one of those days.
Hell yeah.
So who I am, I'm hitting the wave top. So I'm going to skip obviously some years at a time here. I joined the Marine Corps out of high school in 2001. I went to boot camp in July. Great timing. I went to Iraq 3 times over the course of 2 enlistments. I got out as a sergeant. I contracted for DOD for 2.5 years. I went to Afghanistan 3 times from 2010 to 2012. And that was under the command of National Ground Intelligence Center and Defense Intelligence Agency. And in 2012, I became a Fed at a small little office as part of DHS. Maybe 5 months later, we got rolled into CBP. So I was then a CBP intel guy still for, about 14 more months, give or take. And then in April 2014, I went to USCIS, still as a Fed. And while there, I came across a ton of horrible things. And I became a whistleblower in 2021. Blew the whistle on child sex trafficking. And then that was in August 2021. In October 2021, there was a ton of asylum corruption. So I, called that out as well. And then while under investigation, I found out how many terrorists we were bringing in from Afghanistan during the fall of Kabul. So I called that out. That was in May 2022. They had enough of me and they fired me officially February 2023. So I'm 41. I got 2 kids. Excuse me. I got a tingle in my throat right now, so I'll be coughing a little bit tonight. I'll do my best to mute every time like I just did. I'll also be killing the screen off whenever I have to blow my nose, but it's autumn. We all have it.
I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, that's who I am. The other thing about me is I'm sure you see my stuff on the wall. I was an atheist for a long time. In 2020, that was like my little gear change when I realized, I was living a lie and a lot of things around me were lies. And that's what started my turnaround basically. And now obviously I'm, Eastern Orthodox Christian. And that's what we kind of basically keep our lens as. And that's what we're going to talk about when it comes to the whole thing. So, hello.
Awesome, brother. I appreciate your service to our country. And, I see so often when whistleblowers with, good intentions like yourself basically get your career destroyed for going out and doing the right thing. And I know you're part of a group of what are you guys up to, 5 or 6 whistleblowers now? And, maybe we'll get the rest of the folks on at another time. But I appreciate you coming on, even on Thanksgiving and fairly last minute for this. So, it's a very important situation. And guys, I'll drop all the links in there. You guys should all be following him and, check out the people that he's following with as well, putting out a lot of good information. So didn't know we really wanted to start on this. We hear all sorts of things that are going on down the border. We hear that there's a bunch of trafficking and, we hear that it's basically a non-existent vetting process too for the people that are watching the kids or the people that are going to be becoming sponsors for these kids. I mean, is it really as bad as we've been hearing out there, Aaron?
Yeah. Okay. So, and because so there's other whistleblowers obviously as well, right? And I was not the first one back in 2021. So a quick recap, by the way, of just what this whole thing is. So you have this program called the Unaccompanied Child Program. Also, the Unaccompanied Alien Child Program. Biden dropped the alien part, but that's what it is. And what this is, to be an unaccompanied alien child, you have to be alone, obviously, at the border, like trying to come in the country, or already present in the country, but you have like no status to do so. So you're not obviously a citizen, you're not a green card holder, you have no visa, you have no whatever, you have no ability to enter the country. And that's basically about it. You're under the age of 18. So those are the 3 conditions to meet as an unaccompanied alien child. Well, this program is operated by HHS, Health and Human Services. And the ladder going down that is pretty quickly. It goes HHS, and then the Administration for Children and Families, or the ACF, and then the Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR. Well, so the first whistleblower that I know of, at least, that came out about specifically child trafficking in this program was someone went to Congress in like 2013, and this was the Marion, Ohio egg farm case. 2014, Congress writes like a letter about it. They do a little report, big whoop. 2015, Jason Piccolo, he was former DHS. He was a whistleblower about the same exact program. In 2016, there was a bipartisan Senate hearing, like literally about child trafficking in this unaccompanied child program by ORR. 2017 to 2020, I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea. I really have no idea, to be honest. In 2021, I come forward. 2022, Tara's on camera. 2023, Tara's, literally at Congress testifying, along with like Sheena Rodriguez. And then there's been also other whistleblowers along the way. Carlos Arellano, he was like a logistics guy that did the actual delivery of kids. There's Myra Moreno and Debbie White. And I know all these people, by the way, they're really good. They were both also case managers at the Pomona, California site. So it's like, this is nothing new. Like everyone knows about this. Recently, the most recent thing, my understanding was before they did their little fake yelling at director Dunn Marcos, whatever her name is. Before that, I think Josh Hawley was talking to her as well on Congress, and did the whole like, where are these kids? It's like, guys, we're beyond that. It's like we know they're lost, we know they're trafficked. Let's get serious. And that's kind of the whole point, is that like Congress has no authority in this entire thing. They have no oversight. They had the chance actually to defund the program, and Representative Luna of Texas, I believe, she and Mr. Andy Biggs, representative of Arizona, recently, they basically said like, okay, fine, guys, we'll sign on to the continuing resolution, the CR, if you guys like defund this program. GOP said no. That's where we're at. So when we get into the rule change, which is kind of the big deal, what we're talking about really, we can go further into it. But specifically about, you said vetting. Do you want to get into that? Because it's, I won't. Okay, I'll try not to be so like long-winded.
Sure, no, I'm take your time, Aaron. Seriously, I mean, and as time will allow you to be here, we're here for you and get the story out. So don't feel rushed at all, please.
Okay, Jimmy, if you can quit yelling at me, it'd be nice. That's a joke. That's a joke we always do.
Yeah. Always yelling there.
Try to keep it light because otherwise this is just a heavy topic. All right, so vetting. Let's talk vetting. So I used to do vetting at CBP back in 2012, and I also did it at USCIS. But we were only looking at like basically Al Qaeda, Taliban, Haqqani network, basically known or suspected terrorists that came from pretty much Iraq and Afghanistan. That was like our wheelhouse, right? Well, we collected a lot of information on them for a long time. Like we went to war in those countries, so like we had the intelligence apparatuses, like just soaking up all kinds of information, human, SIGINT, everything, right? So we had a really good understanding of what the population was. We can't vet those people. We still let in those bad guys because we just can't do it good enough. So now we're talking about a population that we don't collect on via intelligence matters, that we will get some things from host nation countries that our own government says, well, you shouldn't trust that because they're corrupt over there, as if that's a reason. And then lastly is the thing about, it's more like technical knowledge, right? So I'm sure we all know, not every name sounds like Aaron Stevenson. You don't always have that first name, your surname involved. Things kind of change. You have different naming conventions, right? Well, that's part of the problem with vetting is you have to go through like understanding how a name is structured and how it works. Then you can have to get in through like, okay, check their cell phones and email addresses. Well, what if they don't fucking give you one, right? If I have 2 cell phones and I use this one for all my drug deals, would I give it to the cops? No, this is my only cell phone. Here you go, sir. They don't check social media. We can get really into this. But HHS, by rule change, which we'll get into later, part of their process actually was how do I put this? They allowed for waivers of background checks only for specific cases, though, of course, only for parents and for someone that raised a child. But there's no ability to identify if that's the actual person. So how do you know your mom is your mom, right? For us, we'd have to do, probably DNA tests. We'd have to do like birth records, birth certificates. Well, those things were all like official programs. Those things all have a lot of continuity, and they've got really great things called like control measures. So you can tell a fake birth certificate, right? Part of the process for that is going to be like the way it touches, the way it feels, the paper it's used. You can look for watermarks, but all this information is always transpired over WhatsApp. And there's just literally zero ability to identify who the people are, then let alone corroborate the relationship. So like we can spend like an hour or so just talking on vetting. In brevity though, in short, we don't have the ability to do it. And as we say in the rule change in the comments, HHS has shown an inability to identify any type of pattern for any type of process to identify who people are. So
that is crazy. And so basically it's zero vetting in some cases, but that's really kind of the more common thing that's happening. More than not, they're not really vetting most of the people's backgrounds because I'm hearing from people like you could be a murderer, you could be whatever, but hey, as long as you got a WhatsApp phone, you can become a sponsor, and they're going to pay you to watch these kids and then traffic them essentially.
Yeah, and you can up to 5 different like actual devices can be on one WhatsApp account. So if I'm the sponsor and I'm in New Jersey and I'm on my phone, right? I could have my trafficking partners anywhere else in the world on the same exact account. And when they're asking for information from me, because they don't do it via like face phone call, and they never actually do this with the child and sponsor together. Because that might help establish identity and like relationship. Now, they won't even do it because for a short while, the case managers, they were trying to do that. They were like, oh, okay, well, we're with the kid right now. Like, let's just call the sponsor and hey, let's do this really quick. HHS shut that practice down. They said, no, you were to stop doing that for no reason at all. They just said, stop doing it. And yes, I did get that from the whistleblowers as well as other insiders. So it's like, it's firsthand information, it's credible. And it's the way the system works. This is not an accident, the way we think of most things of government. Like what's a good example of just how government sucks? I mean, I always go to the DMV, it's like, why am I doing this dumbass form? It's the same information as this form. That's just government sucking, right? This system has been built on purpose by government officials and NGOs and contractors. So this is not an accident. It's designed this way on purpose. They do rule changes to modify it, make it even easier to get these kids out the door. and it's just the nature of what they do and how they do it. So
Yeah,
Can I hop in real quick? I was
absolutely,
going to
brother.
drop a link for the copy paste campaign on truthchange.org. One of the mods zipped it out real quick when I dropped it into Rumble. Just trying to get it so people could possibly go look at it right now while we're still talking about stuff and maybe get a little familiar with it before we start talking about it.
and I did load up the Rumble page.
Yeah.
So
Easy
I'm a big
removed.
fan of answering questions as well from people, only because that's awesome, right? So Tara Lee wrote us in the house. Hi.
Hey,
That's
Tara.
one of my so that's one of the awesome people there. Again, like these are the people that you got to appreciate with all your heart. So
My goodness, the spot they never see that, they never even go and check out the house that the kids are going to be staying in. So once they hand these kids off, essentially, there's no rechecking on them. There's no follow up. What they say, they don't have enough people.
So the delivery mechanism that they utilize is there are contracts which have these people. So Carlos Ariano, he's one of the whistleblowers that did that job. The official name is like logistical, whatever, escort, something like that. But their job is to literally take a kid from the site, and then they fly that child to the airport, the closest airport where the sponsor lives at, and then they drop them off in the baggage claim. Like they just okay, cool, get the bags, we wait there, sponsor walks up. Is this your ID? Cool. Here you go. Got it. Done. That's the exchange mechanism. It's not done through law enforcement. It's not done through anything with federal, obviously. It's literally done at the airport with someone who doesn't know how to do ID checks or identify document fraud or identity fraud, and they just hand them off that way. And it's not to say that all the people there are bad people or insidious, whatever else, but it just shows you it's like that's not how you would ever structure this program. Why would you do it so willy-nilly? They chose to. So that's just it's part of it.
No, believe me, I hear, and you're seeing it, or you saw it more like up close too. So I can imagine the frustration. And Jimmy, if you want to drop that one more time, Mod, sorry, forgot to tell you, One Leg Patriot, that's Jimmy here. Please don't remove his link. We had a lot of
they blocked me off the channel.
No way. I got you. I think you're just muted. You'll be all right. You want to drop
strikes?
You want to drop it in the Rumble chat. They're strict over here, but they follow the rules. That's good. We had some some chills as we get from time to time, dropping some stuff. So we it's safer for that, safer for the crowd that way.
For sure.
But yeah, so this is just a horror situation at our border, and besides the people that are flooding in, and we hear horror stories of what happens to the kids on the way over. And then the whole other thing about the identification of bracelets to, so they know how much they owe to these other people. I mean, the whole thing, it doesn't sit right with anybody. And it's like, what can be done about it? Because they don't seem like they want to, address it at all. And as you guys are saying, this new rule that's coming up, it's seeming like it's going to make it even easier for them to do what they're already seeming to do quite easily, which is, take these kids and then have no repercussions on anything. And then by the way, they're getting paid. So they're almost making money hand over foot. And I'm sure we can't say, with a certainty, all the sponsors that are out there are bad. I'm sure there are some good people doing some legitimate things, but I mean, geez, at what percent do we even have a clue at 1% are the bad people here? I mean, it would be so tough to even gauge, right? It'd be a really tough situation to gauge. So, so what is this new rule, Aaron, that's coming in going to allow them to do, which would make it easier? Because I know we want to get a campaign out there to kind of go against this, right?
Yeah. So the rule change is, and the number for it, if you want to just Google it, it's 2023-21168. If you go to truthtrench.org/fundedchildren, it's in there numerous times. And every single time you go to a comment, which we'll get to in a second, it opens up to that rule change. So it's easier just to go to the truthtrench.org site. And the rule change, so first off, what is a rule change? A rule change is a mechanism for the administrative state. This is where the executive branch has legislative authority to create law. So by doing a rule change, they circumvent Congress, they circumvent representation. They don't go through committees or floor discussions or debates or whatever. This is, there's no voting on the procedures at all. And that's basically what they're doing right now. So the rule change itself is they are going to codify into law their current like policies and procedures. So policies, procedures, those are things that federal, this is non-political appointees, like your normal Fed, the way I was just, no one, Trump didn't hire me, Obama didn't hire me. I was hired by the federal government, and that's it. No one knows who I am. No one knows what, I don't have to sign my name on anything that I do. And you can create policy by saying like, oh yeah, we want to actually change the way we do vetting. Start including, Gmails, right? Or whatever. And that becomes a policy or procedure. So this entire program has so far been constructed that way. They always frame themselves as being like, oh, well, there's court cases like the Florida Settlement Agreement that we have to now make sure these kids leave here in so many days. It's like, yeah, but in the whole process of them leaving, you guys decide how they leave. And this is where you get into the ideas of, for example, waivers on background checks. That became because of government saying so. When it was, oh, we're going to prioritize the movement of all pregnant females into states that have no abortion bans, that's because they wrote that policy. And they have done so many horrific things. Jimmy, yes or no, dude? Remember I did that Zoom call? And it was like, that was the 45 minutes, it was a PowerPoint. But it was I go through rule changes that they've done and the whole thing. How many like horrific things did you see in that PowerPoint that I gave out?
I can't even think. It's all bad. This whole entire situation right now is just disgusting.
Yeah, but it was like a ton, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's why I don't even remember. It was a lot.
Yeah, every single one of those is because government officials, government employees, non-political appointees decided so. So now government's just going to go, okay, yeah, all those things that really suck that no one knows about, we're just going to make that law. Rule change done. And the mechanism that they do this is they publish a notice of proposal for rulemaking in the Federal Register. This is that one. So in complete length, it's 296 pages when you download a PDF. And what we did is we went through it, we read through it, and we just came through every single part that we thought sucked, was corrupted, or was like inefficient, or was like, yeah, you guys can't do this because you guys suck. And we copied that into a Word document. We put the page number on there, and then we put the actual response as a comment. So we quoted the policy in question, we gave the location for it in the document, and then we say, for example, comment number 1 is HHS has done no corroboration or any type of like talking with DHS or DOJ to identify people on the transnational organized crime watch list who may become sponsors. That's what I blew the whistle on. And by doing that, like you're talking specifically to policy, saying like, you guys can't do this because you have no idea how to identify trafficking patterns or trafficking cases writ large. And there's your comment. So you copy that, you paste it inside the Federal Register, right? And there's 93 more comments of similar sentiment or similar, like basically problems. And the reason why we're doing this thing. So again, Congress won't touch it. They have no problem funding this entire program. But by doing this procedure of the rule change, it does give the public time to comment, which is what we're in right now. There's 11 days left and 4 hours. And what it does, what does it do? It's like, if we get enough, we have the chance to shut it down. Like there have been rule changes that have been proposed, which have been shut down after 50,000 comments. That's happened before. It is possible. Also, what could happen, let's say they're just going to ram right straight through us. We could slow it down enough, because if we flood the thing with comments, they have to respond to those comments. Therefore, we are kind of just shoveling sugar in a gas tank, trying to seize the beast. So that way we can ride that clock out to 2025. And then a new president comes in and just complete hatches the thing off. If we don't do that, he's going to have to deal with courts. He's going to have to deal with all types of liberal judges in Hawaii and, oh, you can't do blah, blah, blah. And we're back to square one again. So can the viewers see right now what we're looking at?
They can see this, what you're looking at as well. So everything you're seeing, they'll be seeing. If you want to share the screen too, if you want to go anywhere, we could do that. If you want to drop any links.
No, you can drive. Yeah, I can talk while you drive. So this is the main page of, you see the URL, truthwrench.org/defend the children. Cool. It's 11 days and 1 hour left, 2 hours left, sorry. And if you want to read this part, you can skip down. there's a little video which shows you how to do these things. If you want to skip that, go for it. And then this one, pay attention to. So that little error message, the screenshot, just above the table of contents, right there. So government sucks, and so do their programs, websites. So after about 6 comments, give or take, if you do like, right in a row, you're going to see this right here. If you see this message and you have a VPN, just change your location. And then you have to go through the process again, and you'll be fine, submitting them. If you don't have a VPN, this is part of the process. It's got a low grade detector to say like you're spam. So you can either go slower in the comment making itself, or you can, close that tab out, open a new window, go to truth.org, start it all over again. A VPN can like really hasten the process. It can really make it go fast. If you don't have a VPN, don't worry. Just leave 5 comments at a time. And when you hit this thing, come back in 20 minutes and start again. All right, so table of contents. I'm gonna scroll really quick. So there's your comment section. So they did this way, so that way, in case you can only do like 5 or 10 a day, you can just jump to wherever you're at to, right? And every single comment on the back end of it has a back to top button. So that way you can go back to the top of where you have to go to. So when you're making the actual comments themselves, if you would like to click on comment number 1 right there. So that takes you to comment number 1. So first things first, off to the right, that little gray box, click the copy button. And then you see that red hyperlink, https://www, yep. Open that into a new tab. And then welcome to the Fed. So it's simple, paste it where it says comment, scroll down. Don't worry about that part. No need, because you can do this anonymously. You don't have to touch anything.
Okay.
Don't worry about your email address. They can figure that part out later. That anonymous box is your friend. That's your best friend in the world. The anonymous on the very right. Yeah, that's your buddy. You always use that one, okay? You're not a robot. It might make you do the, how many fire trucks? Yeah. And then scroll to the bottom, submit it. You just submitted 1 comment. Now scroll down 1 more time. And what I've done is every comment you make, you get a unique number. I copy and pasted mine into a Word document. So that way, if we ever have to go back and like FOIA it, because they were like, no, oh, we only got 130 comments. It's like, whoa. No, you didn't. So you can always say this thing if you'd like to. If you don't want to, you can just skip it, I guess, if you want to. And if you do that process, which took about 45 seconds, your first time while talking to me on the internet, if you do that 94 more times, it takes about 2 or 3 hours. And how many people are in the chat right now? Because I love doing this part.
Right now, just on the Rumble side, about 1,000. So probably about 1,600 right now. And I see somebody said, Turber12 says, I did the 94 comments, not that hard. I use stick marks to keep track where I was. It works better if you click out and go back into it.
If everyone in the chat right now, and I'm not saying everyone has to, we would appreciate it. If everyone did, that's 94,000 comments. This point in time, this would probably shut down the thing. So like your audience alone can do this. And this is like our goal, obviously, is to make sure this rule change doesn't become law. If it becomes law, we've lost again. Okay. But now you're adding years onto the fight to ever solving this thing. The reform is not possible. I've talked to way too many whistleblowers. I've talked to way too many, just people in the know, and there's no ability to reform this program. So you got to cut it off. Like we see it as the Gordian knot. We see it as however you want to call it. But our take on it, if I can appeal to the Christians in the crowd, our take on it is, because this has been our thing. We talk about this all the time. When Jesus Christ told us to run into Caesar what is Caesar's, but give back to God what is God, that was not a parable. That wasn't like, this is over your head, guys. Let me break it down for you. That was a command. That was very direct to us. We understand what that means. If it belongs to Caesar, Caesar can take it. So the money that the U.S. government created, or the Federal Reserve, they can tax it all they want. They can spend it however they want to. Understandable. It's their right to. Got it. But children don't belong to the government. Government didn't create kids. Government cannot own kids. Government cannot be the father or mother for a child. God gave a child to a mom and a dad. And that's just our take wholeheartedly, is this thing cannot exist because the trafficking on this thing is a nightmare. And by trafficking, by the way, because that's a fancy word that has a federal meaning. So I hate saying child rape, but let's let's call it what it is. Trafficking takes a few elements. The first element is to actually get like hold of the kid, right? To get like jurisdiction over the child. It's done by fraud, force, coercion. So lying and deception is how you get this child in the first place. Then you move the kid for one of two reasons. The kid's going to either become a sex slave or a labor slave, like working a sweatshop, whatever else. That's it. There's no trafficking option where the child goes to a loving home. That's not trafficking. That's kidnapping. It's a whole different thing, but it's a very, very big problem. Obviously, we're not just trying to get kids in this program. We're trying to find out, patterns and how to take down like CPS trafficking and foster home trafficking, the whole thing. But this is time sensitive. And we have, what was it? He said it was 11 hours or 11 days and 2 hours left, right? So we have the ability right now to actually fight back on this thing. That's the great part about this rule change that they decided to do. It's like fighting a dragon that's got the impenetrable armor, but it's like it showed you its neck, right? So now you have the chance to actually go for something that can cut this thing off. And that's what we're doing.
That's awesome, Aaron. And I did put in the chat for questions too, but Jimmy, if you got something.
Oh, no, I just good. I love it. Your mods are good. I'll tell you that much. They are quick.
Oh, they won't let you. Yeah, they'll pick up on them. They'll drop them too. Yeah, if you guys have any links that you want to send to me, don't drop in there. Just put a SpaceShot76 at Proton Mail. So let's see. I told and if there's any questions, guys, in any of the chats, just put like a few, like 2 or 3 asterisks, and then basically I'll be able to pick up the questions faster. So this is trafficking, force, fraud, coercion for the purpose of labor or sex. Yeah, and that's something you mentioned earlier too. Wasn't there something about, I think you mentioned a different kind of farm under Obama? Wasn't there like potato farms too that they were doing under him, that they were sending these kids everywhere, right?
It's everywhere. So now let's talk about some of the details, right? So now that we have we'll come back to this, and we'll keep doing the plug. But now that we know about what and how to do it, let's talk about how bad this thing is. So Tara in the comments right there just wrote a great one, which is about the number of kids that go missing. So the popular one that we hear about, that Congress still says is the number, is 85,000 missing children. Okay, that's true. There are 85,000 missing children from fiscal years 2021 through 2022. So the reporting period of 85,000 missing kids ended on September 30th of 2022, which is over a year ago. The numbers have not come out yet as far as how many kids came through the program for FY 2023, which was from October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023 of this year. But we know on average, the number that they're admitting to is about 33 to 35% of kids get trafficked. Okay, so the number of 85,000 missing kids is erroneous and wrong. It is old news. And the number, if you just were to continue it with some basic math, we're looking at probably around like 120-ish thousand kids of the number they will admit to. So how do they arrive at that number? So what they do is follow up phone calls. So the kid goes to the sponsor, and then, all right, well, let's follow where this kid went to. So they give the case information to a call center. The call center never actually worked with the child, never worked with the sponsor. So they're basically given like an Excel sheet and say, make a phone call. Okay. If someone answers the phone, sweet, the kid must be there. Done. That's it. They have found the child because somebody answered the phone. Okay.
Not even the kid.
If no one answers the phone, and they call 3 times, of course, if no one answers the phone, then the kid's considered missing. So a couple holes in the program there. What if they answer the phone and just lie and say, yeah, the kid's here is taking a dump? Okay, do they check that one off? What if they just get one kid to say yes for a bunch of kids? Are those all yeses then? Like, the amount of inability of control that they have over this program is insane. It's like you actually sit there and think like, wow, how can they be so dumb? They're not dumb. Like, people, and they will say this erroneously, like, wow, how are they so inept at doing this? They're not inept. They're actually very efficient. They're efficient at trafficking children. And that's what this program does. So that's why it's like really kind of imperative that people do this thing, because I honestly can't think of any other measure right now without having executive power. Again, the courts can do nothing at all, obviously. Congress, they might have some ideas up their sleeve, but the one that they could use is stop funding it. They haven't never pulled that trigger. And we're talking back 10 years now. FY 2013 is when things kind of started happening as far as information coming out. So it really is imperative for people to do this, because it's one of the only chances right now that we have to stop a child from being stolen from his parents to be enslaved, to be raped, or to be overworked. And by the way, so now we get into the other thing too, because New York Times, they did an article back in, I think it was January, February this year, and it wasn't a badly written article. It was factual, had some good information, was even a little critical of the administration, but it misses everything about the actual problem with the program. So it highlighted specifically some kids in a warehouse, right? And these kids were getting like, chemical burns or missing limbs from like farm equipment or something like that, just bad stuff. Okay. So it's like, oh my gosh, so it was, the message was like, oh, awesome. These kids that got rescued, these kids have been saved from this horrible endeavor they've been on. My gosh, that's amazing. Right. So now what happens to them? These kids go back to the program again. They go back to ORR. They find a new sponsor and they're back in that same program again. So the number of kids getting trapped is higher than 35%. It's probably closer to 45 to maybe low 50 percentile. So you're basically flipping a coin every time you're in this program of, oh, will I be harmed in a horrible, horrible way or not? And if you are and they find you, no worries, 50-50 again, that happens again. So again, this is what I'm saying.
So what you're saying, Aaron, is like they'll get put back in the same situation they're already in.
More than likely.
Like a shoot of the dice at that point, right? Am I going to get a person that wants to really take care of me and has a good motive versus somebody that wants to put me to labor, whether that be sexual or just physical labor? That's horrendous. And I just think a lot of people and a lot of people just don't know about this stuff, right? So when we talk about it stuff, I try to talk outside of our echo chamber here, like when I'm with people at work and whatnot. And when I start to talk about them, their response is this, Aaron. I know it's gonna piss you off too. It's said, dude, do you see how many people that are coming through the border down there? A lot of them military age men, like with children. And he's like, no, it's mostly families. Like 2 or 3 guys at my work. Yeah, it's mostly families from what I see. I'm like, you really need to start looking up your own research. And a lot of these people, they just look for the headlines and they click onto it and say, oh yeah, well, they're all lying. All those Republicans are lying. The border isn't really that bad. So of course I'll send them over their videos to kind of wake them up. It's just, I think our problem is, and our uphill battle is on everything, I think in the last few years, is the messaging and the fact that these guys, or the bad guys in general, control most of the media, or I would say 99% of the media. And 90%, 75%, 80% of social media. So the messaging is what it's going to take to get out and to make some big time change. And, it's like, what do we do short of, getting together, because we don't want to have that whole, January 6th situation happen again, where if we did try to, rise up to show them our displeasure with this stuff, then all of a sudden we're immediately terrorists. So, it's like, where can we go from here? Other than do what we're gonna be doing, which is flood these lines. Now, is there a phone number too that you think we could reach on this, or you think this is probably just the best way to go?
Personally, I have no problem people doing phone calls, writing letters. I just say, please do it after 11 to 9 p.m. on December 4th, because this is the chance right now we have to make real, and by the way, you're not limited to making 1 or 94 comments. You can leave as many as you want. I know some of Jimmy's friends, they're like on round number 4 or 5. So it's like, you don't have to stop at whatever. And if you do as many as you can, like, you have no idea how much I appreciate you, obviously. 1 second, please.
I might just do a live stream tomorrow or something and just like, hey, let's do it along with me. Hey, we're going to click along. We'll all do this at the same time. You do it at your house. I'll do the rest of them here, and we'll get these suckers going. Because I know, whenever we ask for, for help, we don't ask for donations around here unless it's for organizations like that have good things and stuff. But what I do ask for from time to time is prayers and for people to call and do things like this. And I'll tell you, our community is really top notch on that, as far as responding to things like this and to prayer. So I can't say enough really good things about our community, and I know they will take action on this. It's just, we just need more and more. And so I would implore everybody that's listening, share this video or this link to everybody that's even outside this, and implore them to do that as well. Because while we're all here at home and enjoying Thanksgiving with our family, we got to realize that these people are welcoming all these people from other countries to come on through to our border, and hey, we're gonna have a nice place for you. And then most of these kids, like you said, could be up to 50% of these kids are possibly living in a terrifying situation as we're speaking right now. So it's just a real horrible thing.
and the rule changes they put forward, they're taking. So, for example, they're taking away questions like a case manager would no longer be able to ask a sponsor, "How many kids have you sponsored before?" That's one of the major. Sorry, 1 second, please.
That's
one of the
one.
Yeah, that's one of the major indicators of trafficking, because they do this program on purpose so that way they can traffic kids. Again, like, I'm sorry, this is not just them sucking. This isn't Mr. Magoo trying to, run a government program. These are people that have the information. Yeah, they got a bias. I get that. They want to be open borders, I understand. But you can be open borders and not traffic children. Call me fucking crazy there, right? You can be a pure leftist and not send kids to get, completely overworked or raped. Like, you can do those things, but why is this happening then? I'm at the point where it's like, I don't care anymore. I don't need to know why they're doing the horrible things. You're doing the horrible things. I don't need the red pill to understand, what's your worldview? Why is that? This is the part where we just have to stop them. And the only way to stop them that I can see so far, and I might be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'm happy to learn, obviously, is to prevent the administrative state from doing that. Because that's where the power structures of government really exist. It's not inside of, the legislature. It's not inside of bills. When's the last time a congressman wrote a bill because of us, right? It exists because the administrative state does what it wants to do. That's how the real mechanism and movers of government operates. And it's been doing so for a very long time. So let's fight their game. And if we believe in ourselves, if we truly feel guided by Christ, if we truly believe in him, and that we do believe, these kids belong to God, not Caesar, then we should do our best to ensure that we obey him. When I was chrismated and baptized and received my first communion, that's part of the oath you take, is to be a soldier and servant for Christ. I take it seriously. We're all going to die one day. Life's a vessel. Judgment awaits us. I'd rather be told I suck and I failed Jesus, as opposed to I disobeyed him. So that's where we're at right now. And there's how many in the comments? Is 1,000 or so?
Right now, we're up to about 1,100. That's just on Rumble though. So we're on like 5 different platforms right now.
Oh, seriously?
Kick, everyone I didn't get kicked off, which would be YouTube and Twitch, basically. All the other ones we're on right now.
Yeah, and this is the thing too, by the way, because I've talked to the Truth Trench guys. I call them nerds. They're good people, but they're nerds. They're smart. They're computer guys. The majority of traffic comes from, I shouldn't say that word, sorry. The majority of people entering the site to do this thing comes from these communities. It does not come from, because you may have noticed, no one from like a larger, network has ever reached out to us. They will not host us. But the real movers of this thing comes from people like this. Like this is where people truly care. We're anti-establishment. We don't believe in, the propaganda networks. This is your chance to do the thing that needs to be done, right? And every time we do these things, and basically Twitter Spaces, we get a lot of movement. I still think Facebook's the biggest mover. So if anybody's got a big Facebook following, please blast out truthtrench.org/defend-the-children. It might be an age demographic thing, older community. They just have a different way of life, I guess. But this is what creates big movements. So right now in the comments, how many are there? There's like 14,172, right? That was as of that reporting period. Basically, it's updated every day in the morning. Today being a holiday, I don't think it updated. So I'm pretty sure by tomorrow morning, it should be over 15,000. But if everyone here, and just looking at Rumble, if everyone here did like up to 5 comments before the thing crashed on them, that's going to be like damn near doubling the size of it almost, right? We can do a lot of, not doubling, sorry, but we can do a lot of damage, a lot of denting every single day. Like 50,000 comments should be our basement that we're going for. But if we can't hit 6 digits, I don't think we tried hard enough. And I'm not saying people are not trying. I'm just saying we didn't try hard enough if we didn't get that high, because there's got to be so far by now over 1 million views in total, but we're still pretty low comments. So if you're hearing this right now, no one else is going to do it besides you. I hate to pressure people into saying that, but it's true. No one else is going to do it besides you. So please do it.
This is your one opportunity to actually make a change. Obviously, a lot of people talk about, getting out and doing things. This is getting out and doing things. It's kind of crappy to sit there and copy and paste, but I've done it 4 times.
Yeah. Well,
That makes it a lot easier. Makes it a lot easier with a VPN.
Yeah, well, and think of it like this too, like, I'll play on people's heartstrings, but it's a legitimate situation. Like, am I gonna cry about, a half hour of having to cut and paste when that there are kids that are be suffering right now? And we see the stories of some of these people that are trafficked where they say they got, I've seen Laura Logan reporting on some of the stuff where girls stuck at this place or whatever, and they have guys coming in and out all day, basically, essentially, using their bodies for their sick pleasures. And so, if it takes us a half hour, a couple hours to do this, then, just think about that as your motivation, because I think that would perk people up to want to act on that.
2 years ago, there was an 8-year-old boy who came through the border, and I think he went to this program. I believe he did, because he was unaccompanied. He was raped so many times, and probably so violently. He was raped so much that this 8-year-old boy has to wear diapers because his ability to hold in his own fecal matter, how you want to call this, bowel movements, wouldn't work anymore because he was so damaged. He was so abused. His body isn't working anymore. Oh, also, this part's huge too. Average lifespan of a traffic victim is about 7 to 10 years. That's really kind of key because, again, this program is over 10 years old. Just the known bits about trafficking is going back to 2012 or 2013, give or take. But in 2016, there was that Senate hearing, which, they yelled at ORR, and that was over 7 years ago. So that day, there was kids getting trafficked via this program who, good chance, are dead by now. So again, no one likes talking about the horrible stories, but it's like, if that's what you need to do to leave one comment, you need to hear that one. And there's a ton more. And I really do, by the way, I'll talk to the group. Myra, Tara, and Debbie, because they were there with the kids. I was an intel guy. I was looking at this thing from afar through reporting, and I just connected the dots. They can really get into what the hell was going on there at the site itself. It's insane. The corruption is horrible. Wow, $700 million no bid contract. That's insane, right? The actual things that the kids were going through, though, it's it's nuck and futz, and you question there's no way. There's just no way. And you'll know it from the tears in their eyes, the pain in their own voice. I promise you, it's a very, very real thing. And we are paying for it. This is why Tara always says it's, Tara, if I butcher this, I'm sorry. It's taxpayer funded, government sponsored child trafficking, because that's literally what it is. And again, it's against our will. We don't want to give the government money to do this, but we are. But now that we know that we are and what it is, it's on us to stop it then. And again, we can fail. I'm okay failing, but I'm 41. I'm not going to live forever. I mean, I will, but only cross this life.
Not in this meat suit, right? Quick question. So you said the average child span is, and this probably isn't a question you get asked often, but you know what the average age of an unaccompanied minor coming over is?
It's writ large, no, because it does vary by sex, by gender. Whatever, there's only two, I know. And you will see patterns there. So most boys that are getting trafficked, that's going to be because again, that's mostly your labor trafficking crowd. So do you want an 8-year-old moving lumber or a 14-year-old with muscle mass with puberty? The older kid, right? So age 14 to 17 or 15 to 17 males, that's your average age for trafficked kids for boys in the program. Because again, they're at that point in time, I had a job at that age, you can work. Girls is younger. The most trafficking victims from the girl side, because that's mostly sex trafficking, is age 12 to 13. And that's the part of the problem. We have the biggest demand of pedophilia in this country and of child rape and child torture and everything else. It's you have to accept that. We have the biggest demand, therefore they're trying to meet that supply, and they're using things like this to do so. There are
what's that, Jimmy?
There was we were talking a week or so ago about they were dropping these young girls off at a gentleman's club at a verified sponsor.
Yeah, bring on Carlos. He'll tell you the story. Again, Debbie, Myra, Tara, same thing. They will show you because again, government systems suck. Okay. And they were still able to find wait a minute, if you query the system and wow, we can find out this one dude got 4 of the kids before. And then the government came in and said, how did you find that? Show us what you did there. And they showed them. The next day, their access was removed from the site. Why is that? Because they were able to find these things. Right. Well, so things like that, Jimmy just said there were kids getting delivered not just to like, off at the baggage claim at the airport, but literally to a gentleman's club. They found that because one of the case managers went to Google Maps, went to the street view, panned around. Oh, there's the address right there, gentleman's club. The bus stopped, was going there, or the van, whatever the hell they were driving in. That's where the location was dropped the person off at. It's like, how much more obvious can you be? Right.
And then that's the other thing too. It's like, if you only have an address of that with a strip club, I mean, it's like who has oversight on this stuff, right? Because apparently whoever has the oversight on this is not doing their job like at all. Oh, well, we don't have enough people. I'm sure at some point we could ask for, citizen volunteers to do this, where they could follow up on something. Maybe we can put, forth an amendment if we had a congressman or senator's ear, that we could somehow make this not right, but better, right? Like some way that there's a check and balance on this, where you don't just be able to grab a kid and take them. And, not only are you saying, here, you can go take these kids and do whatever the hell you want with them, essentially, you're going to get paid to do so as well. What they say? It was like $2,200 a month or something like that per child, or something crazy.
Yeah, there's a ton of money involved in this thing, which is, again, you're seeing why it happens this way. And because most sponsors, which is somewhere to the tune of, I think 90-95%, are illegal aliens themselves, you can see where it's coming from. But yeah, but I still take on it is there's no change in this program. There's no reform to it. If we truly want to take care of children and help them find their family and parents, I'm sure we could craft something to do so, but it's not going to be by going like, okay, here's this beast of machine, let's fix it. It's like, nope, burn it, blow it up. And if we're going to try to do this, you got to start from scratch, because otherwise you're taking something on and you're just stapling things onto it, and you're going to have the same corruption at the end anyways. So you have a million problems with it. The jurisdiction of information, it's entirely controlled by ORR. The contractors alone, they have some, like state law enforcement, which is part of this rule change, and any law enforcement, this bars case managers from calling the local cops. Like if there's a problem, or if they suspect something, they're no longer, if this rule change goes through, to be able to call the cops.
They're barred from alerting somebody?
Yeah, why the fuck would they do that? Like, hold on. I get you guys, you want to be embarrassed. Why would you do things like that? But this has happened before though. 2021, they did a few different rule changes. One of them, by the way, was on Inauguration Day. Some of the rule changes that went through in these previous ones, it was insane. I know they removed 16 fields from the human trafficking section, like 16 fields of data they were collecting. They just removed it. But some of the ones that stuck out to me that were pretty bad were, oh yeah, it was the one where they're actually talking to the child, because there are parts in this process where the case manager talks with the child. And sorry, I was late in that one. And if you've ever worked with kids, and I've used to coach soccer, kids will tell you the truth, right? Even in Iraq, like when I was there, it's like kids will tell you the truth. You know what I mean? Give them some. Hey, you want some chocolate? Here you go. You want some candy? Here you go. We're the bad guys. There, cool. Hey, is that guy really your uncle? No, I didn't think so. Like kids will tell you the truth if they trust you. If they, if they're not like victims, they'll be. Yeah, you look fat. Why do you ask? But that's who a kid is. Now, when a kid gets hurt, damaged, and if they're scared, they're looking for authority. They're looking for someone to protect them, right? Problem is though, when you go through this entire like logistical map of getting from whatever country up to the border, and the trauma you go through, the attacks you go through, let alone the physical excursion you have to go through, like these kids are beaten down pretty bad by the time they get here. So now they're talking to a person that doesn't look like them, speaks a weird language, and it's a very like almost kind of formal setting. Everyone's like crying and screaming. It's loud. It's chaotic. Again, talk to Tara, Debbie, and Myra. They can explain it to you. But ORR made a rule change, which before, when the case manager would talk to kids, they would ask questions like, hey, like, you scared? Like, you know who the sponsor is? Do you have any worries? Have you ever thought about how they might discipline you? Do you have any worries about that? Like, they would ask these questions in like different ways, and like, like try to talk to a kid. That's how you talk to kids. You get down on their level, you reassure them, you ask questions a few different ways, just that way they understand things. ORR's rule change back in 2021, one of these things was to boil all those questions down to, do you have any concerns about what's going on? Done. You ask a kid that question, they're going to go, nope, no, not at all, not at all. And especially when they're told, like, you better get to where you're going, which is, again, Tara, Debbie, Myra, they can explain to you these cases. They're insane. I just want to say that too, because this rule change right now is 296 pages. We found 94 comments going pretty fast. There's a lot more in there as well. It's just that we were like, we got this thing with, I think it was day 3 in the comment period, and we went fast as we could. So we got it published with, I think there was 39 days left, because our intent was like, get it out there as fast as we can. So this whole rule change by itself, it is littered with problems, and they have no intent to fix it ever. So.
I do have a question from the chat, and I'm not sure if it's related to this, but I just want to ask really quick before I go on with this. So essentially what this is doing is this is basically breaking down, this quote right here is breaking down the part of the regulation essentially. And then this is your retort to it, right? It's like, hey, you have extensive history of trafficking children and they have no enforcement mechanism. Furthermore, ORR and HHS have proven the inability to protect children from traffickers. So you're basically laying out the issue and the response and basically the solve to it or the response.
Yeah, and the issue isn't boiled down. That's a copy paste, which is why we put it in the quotes. That's copy paste the whole way through. The page number, and someone has said, by the way, the page numbers don't exactly link up. I downloaded the PDF from, I'm pretty sure it was from regulations.gov. But I went page number off of the PDF that I downloaded, right? So that was the page number I found. If that doesn't match up, if you're like, it's actually on page 16, whatever, I got that part wrong. But the copy and paste of the rule itself and the response to it, that's the part which we obviously, care about. So.
Yeah, this part's nailed. Like you got the, whatever pages might not match up, but it looks like in each response, hey, you have the page of what it is here and you have, what the concern is and then what your response is there. So I think that should be, definitely good enough.
Yeah.
Utah Money Mover was asking, and I'm not sure because I don't really know any of this. It says Schedule F and HR 6227. Those anything to do with? Because I looked up one.
Sorry, say that again. Schedule what?
He's asking it is Schedule F and HR 6227. So, and I looked up HR 227 and it said Quantum Initiative. So I don't even know. National Quantum Initiative Act. So
is that where they want to fire a bunch of feds?
California.
I don't know.
Coordinated federal program to accelerate quantum research and development for the economic and national security. I don't think that's border related money mover. Unless it is, I don't know. If you want to clarify your question down below, let's see if there's any other questions in there. But yeah, I mean, this is something that needs to definitely take care of. Yeah. Yeah, I did ask him. So let me know about that money mover down the bottom if it's something that I'm missing there, because I don't think it's related to the border, trafficking, homeland security. Would be the dude. OH58 Captain, thank you for the rumble. It says, where we go one, we go all. Falcon-based Vipers, and a quote, "De oppresso liber." That's Latin, but it's my helicopter captain. Appreciate that, sir. Let's see if there's any.
Yeah, so there's a comment there right now that says, Tara Rodas, is it you or it is you? Yeah, so Tara's in the chat right now. Tara Lee Rodas, that is her. Again, this is Thanksgiving night. Yeah, this is how awesome she is. And this is all of us too. This is Debbie Meyer. This is Carlos. Carlos has been doing some shit, by the way, but behind the scenes. So there's more coming out on stuff he's doing. These people care, and it's not just us. It's like I got in touch with Jimmy. Jimmy, how did I get in touch with you?
Jimmy's a hookup.
Was through
man.
Tony?
He's got so many
Miss Tony.
Yeah, so Tony linked us up, and I forgot how I got through with other guys too. But it's like it grew very organically.
From me, the Truth Trench.
Yep.
Yeah, because I'm the CPO of Truth Trench.
Ooh, what does CPO stand for?
Chief People Officer.
Chief People.
You're speaking my lingo, man. Thank you.
You get to do what you want when it's your website.
Hey,
okay, I got a little clarification, I think, on that question. Thank you, Utah Money Mover. Says that's the law for tracking money, and Schedule F is to fire government personnel. So
yeah, I know about the Schedule F thing. I mean, I still think it's misrepresented. People say you should Schedule F 50,000 employees. You fucking Schedule F 2/3 of the government.
90%. Go ahead.
Yeah, as far as the tracker money, and there's more to that as well. This will also kind of help solidify moving kids into the foster program. Sorry, I shouldn't say foster program like it's a single thing. CPS in America, Child Protective Services, and it's got different names in different states. There are 50 different, CPSs, right? and they all have their own sort of like way of doing things. Sometimes they're very reciprocated, sometimes they're not, but they're their own thing. So that's 50 different elements alone, right? They're often operated at the county level as well. So now you're completely increasing the complexity at a very, very high rate. The foster program in America and the CPS thing, that traffics more kids than HHS, bar none. Like that is the biggest mover illegally of kids. And that's a problem too. That's obviously a thing that we're working on. It's just that it's also very decentralized, which means you can't just go after like in one big swoop. HHS, you can. It's a federal agency. It's a federal entity. Therefore, it's a single point, which means it's a single point of failure. DCFS is, and CPS, that's, it's interconnected. It's harder, right? So there is a fight for that. People have always asked me like, why don't you do something about that? We are. It's just that you got to fight with what you can fight at. They didn't show us our neck. HHS did. So we're going after them right now.
Yeah, and it is. We need so much of the government to be changed. And the funny thing is, like I mentioned earlier, is if we even start talking about, what should be done with our country and the implications for the people that are treasonous against our country, it's like, oh no, you guys are a bunch of terrorists. It's like, no, this is how our country was formed. And if we got back to, how things were a couple hundred years ago, people wouldn't be even daring to do what they're doing nowadays in many of this different stuff. So Tanette Booth over on the Foxhole said, how much of this is gangs versus maybe CIA or, so maybe organized crime, CIA, gangs and stuff like that? I mean, I don't know. I know the CIA probably would be doing stuff like that, but we know, especially after, we've heard of like the Epstein Island debacle, all of that being basically exposed. And then they had tunnels. I guess they spent $20 million or something pushing in, but that was supposed to be a hotbed in that area. And there was other talks about, from the team, we'll just say for now, that different lanes of trafficking throughout the world have been shut down or tried to be shut down, a bunch of them. So this could be that they're ploy to, like you said, kind of, replenish the stock, so to speak. So, back to the question is like, how much of it, do we have any idea how much of it would be gangs versus, maybe even our own government, CIA, black hats doing bad things?
I'll just say, as far as gangs, substantial amount that was proven. That was the disclosures I did with all the watch listed people that we know about, which was a very small watch list, which people would follow up all the time. So yeah, we know that MS-13, 18th Street Gang, Balkan organized crime groups, I'm pretty sure South American groups at this point by now too. And they come from different countries as well. And this all started in Biden's first full month of his presidency back in February 2021. This was a brand new thing that was happening at the border. So we know that there is something which organized it to happen. Now, could it be word of mouth? Maybe, I doubt it, because you wouldn't see Romanians doing the same thing. If this was all like, so again, if this was just all one click of MS-13 from El Salvador, right? And they start doing this, okay, you got a problem. If it's all of MS-13, ooh, that's a network, okay? But when it's all of a sudden MS-13, 18th Street Gang, and other groups, now you've got an economy. So when it comes to the CIA part, this is just Aaron. I have no evidence of saying this except for history. So, Mr. Space Shot, has the CIA trafficked in guns before?
I would say yes.
Has the CIA trafficked in drugs before?
Oh yeah.
Yes. So would it be logical to deduce from that, maybe they would traffic in people as well? I think it's possible. It's like, well, if they've done those two, why would they stop with people, right? So when you also look at the rate of trafficking and how much it costs, you have to pay the cartels, that number really kind of moves up in 2021. Like, there's a lot of good journalists that have done this before. I don't know them all. Oh, geez. There's got to be a bunch. I'm sure Muckraker knows by now too, but like older ones too. I think something Hernandez. There's a bunch. People can start Googling them and put them in the chat. But they've done stories though from like 2021 where it's like they showed you like the bracelets of like who paid, what lanes to go through, and everything else. It's very organized. Again, this is an economy, right? And when it comes to the rates, it went higher than inflation would have matched. So they weren't like just meeting, market demand. And also typically when supply goes up, things tend to get cheap, right? But for whatever reason, it didn't happen. So yeah, I believe that there is a different element taking a cut out of this. Is it the Mexican government? I don't think so. because I don't think they're that organized. And I think the cartels would fight back a little bit harder against the Mexican government. So would it be possibly the American government who's issued no intelligence analysis over the possibility of things that are wrong with an open border? Makes sense to me. And when you see how, dark operations happen, you understand why they do it. This is how they get their funding usually. What was the program? Was Iran-Contra? How'd they get the money to do that? That wasn't taxpayer funded. That was them like doing shady stuff. This is how. Budget. Yeah, exactly. This is how special operations works. I'm not saying JSOC, but this is how like things like this work. It's a dark world out there. So again, I have no evidence of saying that, and I can point to money and I can point to history. And usually, economics and history, those are the two indicators of the future. It's like, okay, well, this makes sense if you guys look at the known information, if you will.
Oh yeah, and I could imagine how big their black budget is, right? If you think like, and I'm just gonna start at like Vietnam or whatever, pushing drugs in and out of that place, and then just all the way forward. I mean, I'm sure it's a ridiculous. I wouldn't even say accounts or black budgets. I would say different. I wouldn't even say black budget. I bet you they have budgets that are, because that they have quote black budgets that are budgeted but off the paperwork. But I bet you these guys have made so much money trafficking people and drugs over the years that they have their own side accounts that they work off of to make this stuff real. And it's just crazy at this point. And thank you, Trump Chump, for the Rumble where it says we're all here for a reason to change the world. # save the children worldwide and # Godspeed. And that's and like Aaron and Jimmy were saying earlier, and Tara down in the comments, that's all it could be a major help if all of us could take just a little bit of time. And to answer Hal Kempster's question, yes, tomorrow I will find some time, probably earlier in the day. We're going to do the Christmas tree tomorrow night, but I will go through this with you guys, and we will get these suckers done. If I haven't put in number 7, basically you're just going to go to these websites, and I'll go through them all with you guys. So if there's any questions down below as well, pop anything down and leave a couple of asterisks so I can see. Oh, he says how many? Let me see. I saw a question right here. Ask him. Yep, they want, yeah, and that's it. And Tony, thanks for sharing that earlier. Tony Triano says they want less oversight and more money for the kids. Please do the copy paste. Stop them from making the rule change law. Yeah, I agree. Spread it far and wide, guys. And I try to let people know too, Aaron, that we need to get out of the echo chamber, right? Because we can share this stuff amongst ourselves, and if we share it out on Twitter, then most of the rest of us are just seeing it, right? But nobody at your work really is seeing it, and they really don't have the slightest clue on this stuff. Like a lot of this stuff, so many people are just really, really misinformed, and so that's going to take the word of mouth push on our side to help get that pushed across.
And to be fair, just because again we're time sensitive, again 11 days and like this thing's over. And maybe I'm wrong here, so if you want to, we can talk about this if you want to, I guess. But I don't believe in red pilling the left on this one, especially in a very, very short time frame. Talk to your the guerrilla Americans. You're like, I show up to vote for the red, but I have no idea what the hell's going on. Those are the people you need right now, because you don't have to fight them while talking about this. They may blindly accept what's going on and to get involved, but the left never will. If you spend the time right now talking with Antifa about this, you will never move them 1 inch. So I'm not saying conversation's not important. I don't do it, but I just think it'd be smart to use the time wisely. And if you think they're not going to help, make a gut call if you should invest that time or not. If it's your uncle who rants on Facebook, hey, while you rant, why don't you copy and paste for just like 10 minutes? You know what I mean? Like there's things that we can do for these things. I'm going to spend another probably 20 minutes tonight just copy and pasting. Tomorrow during work, I'll be doing the same thing while working. And obviously we've been doing shows now like every single day for like about 2 weeks now, give or take. Like just trying to get people. And again, I promise you guys, like if you're hearing this, a lot of people hearing this are going to agree with you and go like, wow, this is horrible. We should stop this. And they're not going to copy and paste. Be the person that does so, because don't rely on the other people hearing this to do so. Because if you just look at the views alone from Defender of the Republic, her tweet, the video, that's got like 150,000 views, if not more by now. Comments are nowhere near that. People will see it and probably just go past it, but they'll see it and go like, oh, it's fucked up, man, that's crazy. And that's it. Please go to this site, truethetrench.org/defend the children. do the thing, copy paste. We try to make it as simple as possible. Some people have said like it's not aesthetic enough. Sorry, but just please help out. We need you, and the kids need you.
I mean, I think people feel that they need some sort of a snazzy website to go to and feel comfortable there. That's not what this was designed for. This was straight up designed to get some action done. But,
True.
you know,
And that's it. Don't, don't wait for the next person. Don't say, hey, the next person do it. Be like a Navy SEAL where everybody's carrying the log, because if 4 out of 5 of us are carrying the log, it's a lot harder than everybody. So we need to get that out. And just real quick, Aaron, are you on True Social as well under the same name?
Yeah, I just had the question. No,
Okay, so
I'm not sure. Actually, I think it might be, but it doesn't work for my whatever. I'm on Gab though. Aaron M. Stevenson. I'm on Gab more as a consumer. I love the community there. I love a lot of Christian channels that I'm in. So I don't post a whole lot. Twitter is more my the engagement thing. But right before you go to my Gab, make sure you go to truthstretch.org/defend the children. Hit me just a copy and paste for just me, please. And then do one for a kid, and then do 93 more just because you can. Because people like you that, they're hearing this, you are the important person. And if you've done all 94, by the way, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And I do truly mean that.
Well, yeah, there are kids out there that don't really even know that they're probably thinking nobody's ever going to come to help me. Nobody's going to come to save me. And hopefully we can get some of this stuff done and stop this, at least at this step, stop this. And then maybe we can keep it going. And like you said, we need to revamp this whole system. I think, it really needs to be redone. All this is too big of a government, right? And on one hand, it's too big of a government, but you see on the other hand, we have all these kids coming across, but they don't have enough people to look into this stuff. They don't have enough assets to do this, but hey, they'll hire 87,000, IRS agents to go harass people. But what they should be doing is hiring, 200,000 border patrol agents to basically block that whole border up. So, but yeah, so I don't see any more questions as of right now, Aaron, but, and I don't want to keep you too long. So, you've been on here with us for an hour and 15 minutes, but you're, obviously free to stay as long as you like. But, and I don't know if there's anything else that we've missed that you feel like we should get out, or if anybody in the chat has anything, I
want to jump off in about 15.
Okay.
I love questions. I'm a sucker.
No problem.
So if you have any, I'll answer them, obviously.
One thing I'd like to say is I would definitely like to get Tara on here, and Aaron, and Carlos, Deb, and Myra. Hey, guess what? I didn't forget her name. But
Aaron's
it was
again.
Man, it's every one of these whistleblowers has a different story, and I'm telling you, when we had all 5 of them on Brainstorm, that was a very emotional show, and you can just see in these people's eyes that it's seriously painful for them to go through this.
I couldn't imagine too. And the worst part about it is it's of our own doing. And I wouldn't even say it's not our doing, it's the administration that's currently in there. Like Aaron said, this stuff happened right after Biden got in there, just like a lot of other horrible things have continued to happen in our country right after this guy, took the helm. So like Aaron said as well, this is not by accident. And I firmly believe they're trying to, keep their stock going, or keep their golden goose going, which we know has been trafficking for quite some time. And, you take some of these big movers out of the way. And if you look back over the last few years, we do have a lot of these people getting busted. Jeffrey Epstein, whether he's alive or dead, killed himself or not, who knows? Ghislaine Maxwell, Lex Westner got in trouble. Who's the guy, Nygaard up in Canada. So a lot of these people are seeing justice, I guess, in some form or fashion. And those who are not arrested, like say Prince Andrew, messing with younger kids, are at least publicly, berated and publicly known that they're scumbags at this point. So there is some sort of progress, but at the same time, we have this, which looks like negative progress at the border. So we definitely need you guys to get this information out, and I will make sure we keep dumping those links, guys. Truth Trench. I think I don't know if that link's working so great. I know one of the mods had dropped it earlier.
But it was, if you even just go to Truth Trench, guys, you don't even have to click on the link. So if you, let me see, if you just go to Truth, and I'm the worst, the worst keyboardist ever, truthtrench.org. If you just even go just to the link right there, you don't have to bother with the, /. It's right in the middle, Defend the Children right there. So if you click on that sucker, it'll bring you right to where we need to go and get those things copied. And like I said, I'll do a little bit of a live tomorrow to get this information and do it along with some of the folks, because what's the analytics on my channel, before I got kicked off of YouTube a couple of years ago, Aaron, a majority of my viewers they break it down into like 3 different categories: 45 to 55, 55 to 65, and 65 plus. Well, a majority of the viewers back in the YouTube days anyways, and I'm sure it's pretty similar right now, is 55 and older. So we do have a lot of keyboard grandpas and grandmas out there that, if you can utilize those Facebook accounts, would be really good if they allow you to, because we know how they like to block those as well,
And again, True Trench, they've said Facebook has been the number one like previous site, from Truth Trench. So like that's the biggest like mover into Truth Trench for the site is coming from Facebook. So whatever that means, I have no idea. Maybe it just means that, I don't know, but that demographic, it is the older age group. So I know people always trash on boomers. Boomers are doing this. Thank you all so much, and this is also anybody else. So full representation. Doing this is a huge thing because you're actually doing some of the very few things you can do right now to stop this. I promise you, it's not a phone call to Congress. Do it after December 5th. That date on, you can do whatever the hell you want to do. Until then, please do the comments and tell people about it and grab them by the ear, guilt them into it, whatever the hell you have to do. It's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely push, and it's not like we're even, being deceiving here or anything, but I would push the kids are suffering angle. If you have kids or, know people that have kids, obviously you wouldn't want to see something horrible happen to them. And so, use that, guys. And you don't even have to, clearly we're not making stuff up here. It's the truth that we're pushing out, and it needs to get out to more and more people. Captain Bello, sorry, I think the mods are. I don't know if you're dropping a link, brother. If you want to send me the link to my Space Yacht 76 at Proton Mail, the people that are dropping the links are mods in here. Just so you know, we're not attacking you specifically, brother. It's just we got to do what's good for the goose, and if we allow one, we're kind of not letting anybody else. You did okay. I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, let's see, Jimmy. Any other questions you think we need to follow up on?
I was gonna say, what are the implications of it if this rule change gets put in? I mean, I know it, but I just want you to kind of explain it to people.
So if it goes through, becomes law, let's say we get the win, and pick your president. Who do you want to be president, Jimmy?
Oh,
I hope he says Trump.
There we go. Trump comes back in January, whatever, 2025, does inauguration, goes to dinner, has prime rib. Next day, he goes in office and he's like, hey, this is a major problem at the border and the child trafficking program. I'm going to go ahead and make some changes to this thing right now, right? He does that. What do you think the federal judges are going to do that they didn't already do from 2016 to 2020? I'm sorry, 2017 to 2020. They're going to block him every step of the way. They're going to say, that's outside the Constitution. There's a Florida settlement agreement. There's a fucking court case from 1994 which says you can't do it. They're going to start doing every trick that they have. And to be fair, like, they're good at this. The state knows how to use the state very, very well. So if we can keep it policy and procedure, which is all we're trying to do right now, we have the ability to chop it off day one. If we don't, if we allow it to become law, maybe 2 years in, you might get some type of movement. And if we're looking at numbers of how many kids get trapped in the program, it's more than one. So I'm not okay with that. And I think we all kind of have that same, sorry, it's more than zero. I think we all have the same sentiment. This is not about I think Jesus Christ would want us to lower that trafficking rate down to 10%. He'd be okay with that. This is one of those things where it's like, no, this is not okay. We know this is wrong. We have to do the thing that defeats the wrong, right? So if this becomes law, you're going to be stuck with this for a couple more years, which means kids will be getting trafficked for a couple more years. So all we're doing is allowing it to continue.
Yeah, that needs to stop for sure. So yes, guys, we can't implore you enough to please do get onto those sites there, truthtrench.org. And as you see, as soon as you greet the site, if you use / defend the children, it will bring you to this one as we saw right here. So I'm just going to go down with it really quick, and then so here's regular truthtrench.org, guys. If you go there, there's the link right there, defend the children. And if you're using the link, you'll be brought to this page right here where it's going to give you the timer. You're going to go down to where you see the table of contents here, comments 1 through 10 here. I think I'm at 7 I got to do. So 7 right here. All you're going to do is go over to the copy button here, which is on the right side of the screen. Copy that. And I found it's easier to right click and open in a new tab, so you don't have to open this one back up again. Go into there, regulations. You've already copied it. Your comments right here. You're pasting it. Boom. You're going down to anonymous, not putting any email address or anything like that in there. You're not a robot. Unless you are a robot, don't click it. And then submit comment. Boom. Bleep blop. And that's it right there, guys. All you got to do is 93 more times. And what did that take me? 20 seconds? You know what I mean? So once you're cooking, I think you're muted, Aaron. But yeah, all it takes is a few seconds to kind of pop that sucker and do that. So very easy to do, guys, right? I mean, look at boom. Number 8, boom, copy. New tab. And I'm the worst with computers too, dude. So if you get somebody that's halfway decent with computers, they'll be able to do it a lot faster than I can. Bada bing, and then there's another one. So what was that? 15 seconds. So that's it, guys.
And then bada boom.
Yeah, bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. And you can do your best to actually do, because I know a lot of people, myself included, putting out a message and putting information out is helpful in a way, but it's not as much help as I'd like to be able to do. And I know a lot of people want to do something to help out the movement, but they really can't. I mean, you really can't tell me if you're here watching and listening to this, that means you have an internet connection, and therefore you have the ability to be able to do this and actually get involved and say that you did something to help out the kids. So please take the initiative and go do that, guys. So many kids coming through. Aaron, do you have any idea too? We know that the totals of the board, like how many kids are coming over roughly, like every month or yearly or whatever stat you might have.
So going back to FY 2021, we'll just start with the Biden administration. It's been 400,000 kids since basically January of 2021. Given the rate that they give, which is about 33% trafficking victims, do the math, it's a shitload. But that's the number that they give us. The number is actually much higher. Going back as far as kids that are not in this program, I'm not quite sure. Total border crossings, from apprehensions to whatever else is, to gotaways, to seen on camera, but didn't get recorded as a gotaway, and other models that they can use to calculate. I think it's still give or take around 200,000 to 250,000 people a month. But as far as total kids in the program, as of right now, 400,000. So
that's crazy, because you figure it's 2 years and whatever. So I just did 27 months basically. And if you did 27 months, which is probably a couple more months than that, but that's like 14,000 kids a month coming over the border. That is just disgusting. And like, where are they all going? Right.
If we take the 35% marker that the federal government gives us, which is, not the true one, it's 140,000 kids in the program. And if we do anything higher than that, just the number goes higher, obviously. So it's more than zero. So your help's needed. Because again, like, this is the point again too. It's like, did you ever? I was in Afghanistan and Iraq. We didn't see a lot. I mean, we saw kids, but it was in the street and stuff. Afghanistan was a different environment, and the shit there I thought was way more insidious. But like child rape there is actually a pretty big thing, because it's like the Chai Boys and stuff, and it just the pain these kids go through is like, it's insane. You obviously lose words for it, as I'm right now. It's something that is so damaging. It's like, I don't know how you can recover from it without just being poured grace on by Christ. It's something that we don't have the ability to convey, because we've never experienced it ourselves, unless you have, in which case I'm sorry if you have. But I promise you, if you guys are doing this, you are helping. It's not just like you're just copying and pasting. Yeah, we're just fucking copying and pasting. It's like actually quite a bit though. Please do it, because if you don't, other people are not going to, in the same exact way that you are not. So please be the person that does something. Be in their way. Please.
Yeah, and OH58 captain in the chat. I know he's actually sent me some wonderful pictures of him. I won't drop any names, but some carrying around some high value government targets, or let's just say government players, people in our government. But he said he went with the flow, taking these POSs out in Central America for years. So yeah, and this is a problem that's not just here in the United States. Clearly, this is something that we can, help fix here in our country. But it is a worldwide thing that, trafficking clearly goes on all over the world. And yet, great point too. Tony Triano says this should be a nonpartisan issue. So get your friends to do this also, please. Children do not care who you vote for. They all need our help, like yesterday. Yeah, can't really say it much better than that, right? They need our help, and whether you're on the left or right, there's really no defending, messing with children, trafficking children, abusing children. I don't think anybody can really defend that unless you're, even these scumbags, like that will be doing this. Clearly, publicly, they're not going to be coming out being like, yeah, we do this, whatever. They're going to say, oh no, this is bad, and da 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 da. So it's definitely a very important deal. Jimmy,
It's not a left or right, red or blue. It's good versus evil. Period. That's all it is. I mean, I've been saying this, on all the time. I mean, it's good versus evil. That's all it is. And if you're on the good side, then fight. So, just
please do. Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree. By the way, it is good versus evil. So, hey, Space Shot, Mr. Space Shot, ballpark. How many of your audience are Christians? You think, give or take?
Oh, I would say 99% probably.
Okay, cool. So we all know about the New Testament, right? It's pretty awesome. Revelation 3:16. So because you are lukewarm, neither hot nor cold, I will spit you out of my mouth. This is the thing, again, we always keep hitting on is, hey, no one's making money off this, obviously. I don't go out. It's Thanksgiving night, besides a glass of wine, here I'm with you guys, right? Trying to do this thing. Promise you guys, this is a thing that we have to do. I really do believe that deep in my heart. Now that we know what's going on, like, we have to be involved in doing whatever we can to stop it. I just don't see us dying and, this not coming up. You know what I mean? Please be hot or cold, but do something that you think can help. We think this is a great vehicle to do so. And if there's a better way to do it, please join us and tell me what to do. I will happily follow anybody that's doing these things.
So, I mean, if, like you said, if anybody has any, other ideas, even not even saying like better ideas, but even ideas in attachment to this, in addition to this, please let us know what you guys think. Send me an email, spaceshot76@protonmail. And I did not get that email, just so you know, Captain. I'll be checking on it. And I did send you one back. But yeah, I did have some other stories I was going to cover. And we're at about an hour and a half now. And I figure I don't want to really cheapen the importance of this topic.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, now that we've talked about it for an hour and a half. So I don't really want to go into other topics tonight, is what I'm basically saying.
Okay, there's one question here from Spit, Choke, and Puke.
Jamie, yep.
What kind of name is that, dude?
We got some good ones. Sorry, we got Slick Willie's Willie. That's like one of my favorites.
I'm sorry, man. There's no way that's how Spit, Choke, and Puke. What is the target number that he wants to shoot for daily? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that number that you think, whatever it is, yes. Again, this is on you. Whatever you can. And I do accept that we all have busy lives, and I know we do. I was late today, right? So I'm not saying we don't. It's also not an excuse, I think. Like, yeah, we're all busy, but we also find time too. Just share one less meme. Unless I'm the only person in America that uses my phone on the toilet, right? We have time. You just got to find it. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie about that. And I hope Spit, Choke, and Puke has my back on that one. Dude, I mean, honestly, it's as many as you can. As far as the minimum number, I don't know. As far as maximum number, I don't know. I'm appreciative for every one you do. And the best comment you can ever make is the next one you do. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Do whatever you guys can for sure. And
definitely get those cut and pasted. And like I said, I'll do a short live tomorrow, probably earlier in the day, maybe around noon or 2 o'clock, but and go through some of that stuff with you and cover the stories I was going to cover. But Jimmy, anything else you wanted to say on the way out? I was figuring going to wrap it in a minute or two and make sure we give Aaron time to say his goodbyes and any other message he wants to put out, and of course you as well, before we wrap. And like I said, I'll hold those stories for tomorrow. We got some stabbings in Ireland, and we got anti-immigration mobs going forward. We got some new Q-Star thing found out by artificial intelligence. A lot of crazy stuff going on in the world. So I figure we just keep this this stream to this topic for now, because like I said, I don't want to cheapen the importance of this by adding anything else. But anything from you, Mr. Jimmy, on the way out?
Yeah, I just thank you everybody that's doing this, and obviously go to truetrench.org, and there's that's our main goal, is to get this rule change shut down. And even if it doesn't happen, at least we have we can say that we did what we can. And I really wish your audience would go and watch. I'm not trying to shove them over to our podcast, but the where we had all 5 of the whistleblowers on and did a timeline of how these kids are trafficked and what's going on with it. Maybe we can get all of them with you, so your whole audience can see the timeline that takes place on how they're trafficking these kids. And
What channel was that on? It was on Rumble too?
No, yeah, Brainstorm 17 on Rumble.
Brainstorm 17. I'll put that link in the chat, and then people can follow up with that for that video. And then like I said, if we can get them on too here, great, to put the information out. But I'll put the link for that in. So sorry to interrupt.
I think Aaron can probably help get that to happen, possibly. Don't know what their schedule's like right now, but
yeah, we got a group, a group chat, obviously. And it's daily. We're always like, hey, this is coming up. Hey, this is coming up. Hey, reminder, this is coming up. So we can, just whatever there is to do, we will do. All 5 of us. If it's only one of us, if costs on a flight, hey, it is what it is. But all of us, I promise you, are very much in it.
Absolutely. And thank you for coming on so much. And just really quick, Jimmy, how long ago was this? Because I see Brainstorm 17 channel. I don't see anything with anybody.
Oh, it was a while back. It was a while back.
Like a few weeks?
Well, yeah, we were almost a month ago, I guess. It was right. So it would have been.
Oh, okay. Here, prime time. Whistleblowers to Save the Children, hour and 45-ish. All right, awesome. Yep. I'm gonna get that link out to the folks in the chat. Mods, por favor, if you could share this stuff out. And Aaron, thank you so much for coming out. I know it's Thanksgiving. People have stuff to do with the family, so I do appreciate you taking the time. And I know it's an important situation in general. Clearly, it's important to you as it is to us as well. So I really appreciate you coming on. And any parting words for the folks out there before we wrap the show up?
More comments is better. If you ask questions, obviously I was trying to answer them. Biggest thing for me is so after I met Tara in December of 2022, that's when I started learning more about this program. Because I was like, you gotta tell me everything you know about this thing, right? Then when I got fired, I met Tara. I was in Phoenix at the Turning Point thing. When I was leaving there, I just was thinking about because I knew I was getting fired, and I was like, there's no way I can go back to living a life that I wanted to. I wanted to become a garbage man, like I always wanted to as a kid. And after hearing what she said, that was my dream job, man. And it's a noble job too. And
absolutely.
After hearing everything about this program, I was like, there's no way I can just do that. I could never, ever just live normal life, right? Because this is happening. But I had no idea what the hell to do though, right? So I prayed about it quite a bit. And the only thing I kept thinking of after that was I don't know, let's go to the library, look into shit. I don't know. So I went to the library and I found a few, law books on immigration and border stuff, grabbed them and I flipped it open. And I literally there's 3 books. They're this thick. They're that. They're big books. They're law books. They're that onion skin paper. I flipped it open, one of the books, and it lands on this one paragraph. It was the top page on the right, and it was talking about the minimum age to become to adopt a child internationally to the Hague Convention, blah, blah, blah. I was like, minimum age, what the hell's that about? So I read this paragraph, and it's talking about international adoptions. And it was like, oh, wow, this is a way different thing than the unaccompanied alien child program. And that's when we started looking into everything. And that's when it kind of really started for us. So prayer really works. If you find yourself struggling to do these comments, I promise you, Christ will give you every single thing you need to do this. Or if there's a better thing to do, Christ will give you every single thing it is that you lack, or to make you better, or whatever. That we can only do this through Christ. And I firmly, obviously believe that. And I really am thankful for everyone that's helping out with this thing. So everybody, the nameless ones, the faceless ones, all you guys, Space Shot Jimmy, Tara, everyone, including the people just copy and pasting. You guys are awesome people. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. And absolutely. Like Aaron and Jimmy were both saying, guys, it doesn't take more than, maybe a half hour a day. You can bust out these copy and pastes and make a difference and help to stop this rule from coming through. We don't need to make it any easier for these people out here to basically facilitate in the trafficking of the kids here. So I'm going to make sure I release the old scratchings over here, guys. Without reading the message, I'll read them off tomorrow when we don't have a couple of guests here. But Truett, Woke and Walked, P-Quest, J2 Dank, Elf, Spark. You got to love some of these names, Aaron, right? Busy all the time with a couple of fleets out there. So I appreciate that. And I'm going to read those messages tomorrow during the live. So don't worry about that. But thank you for the cans, the cookies, and the couple of fleets there by Busy all the time there. So yeah, I'm going to release the scratchings off over here. Make sure those are ready to rock and roll. And let me see, make sure I get this other one going. But yes, really appreciate you coming on with us, Aaron. And if there's any other people I got a couple of people I'll talk about offline that maybe we can set you up with to get you more eyes than myself, because I know a couple heavy hitters out there, especially on maybe some spaces that might get you more eyes and ears on this stuff, because clearly it's a very important thing, and it needs to be rectified as soon as possible. So Jimmy, thank you. Thank you for hooking us up together. We're going on our first date next week. No, thanks for connecting us together. Really do appreciate that. And Jimmy, One Leg Patriot, guys, you should be following him. It's the letter one leg at One Leg Patriot. Really good dude, and really good at facilitating connections with people. So really appreciate that, brother. And once again, Aaron, thank you so much for coming on. And like I said, if we can do anything further, just don't hesitate. You got my number. Send me an email, shoot me a smokestack or something like that. We'll do whatever we can to help you out here. And like I said, my channel is your channel. So if you feel there's any important news that needs to get out regarding this stuff, don't hesitate, and we'll get you right on and get you back on and get that information out. So with that said, what's that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, of course, thank you all. And thank you, Spit, Choke, Puke. You made my night. Christ is King. Thank you all so much.
Awesome. Yeah. So thank you again to all the mods out there. You guys rock, helping myself and many other conservatives out there. And speaking for Aaron and Jimmy, we do appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in. And until that next video, thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Peace.
All right. That was Space Shot with trafficking whistleblower Aaron Stevenson. That was a really good put together show. It's it really does make a huge difference when we share information like this. The only way to bring it to an end is people becoming aware of it. So maybe when somebody comes by your place and they say, no, there ain't no human trafficking or child trafficking going on, pull up this part of the video and play it for them. You know what I mean? That's here, I'm going to drop the link for this video. I think I clicked it. There it goes. Okay. And I'm going to drop the link for this video. Keep this kind of on standby. It makes it so that, that there's more information people can find out about. Plus you got the link for, I think it's Trench, where to go? TrenchTruth.org. And I think somebody's dropping that link in the chat for us. So thank you very much for doing that. You are very much appreciated for doing that. Keeping up to date with these video links and everything. So that way there we're directing you guys to the people who are making these videos, and it makes it so that not only you're part of the conversation, but you're part of the solution too. Okay. And that to me is, that's an amazing thing. All right. Up next. And we know, where's his link? Come on. I know I made that dang link for this. Where did I put it? Up. Is that it? Godfather. Yep. Godfather's in there. Yep. That's the one. Okay. Here we go. Let me get these ones ready too, because X22 just dropped his as well. So you know what's going to be after this. Here we go.
Jesus light in the world, and I decided to do this. And this fool we follow God. Help me, Lord.
You aren't fully awake yet. Let me catch you up to speed. We're not waiting for the war to start. We're already at war. We're waiting for the first battle. That's what we're waiting on. And that feeling that you feel?
It ain't that. Oh God, Jesus.
That's how the Patriots felt in 1776. Have faith.
Jesus, Jesus, Jesus!
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
Well, let's see. President Trump sends out several video clips highlighting all of the big wins and how he will fix the problems. Elon is busy waking up the masses to Pizzagate and Q, and Italy has a mafia group taken down, also highlighted. Tucker goes on a rampage about the lies we've been told, and the White House wants to recognize Transgender Day. Oh, my goodness. What? Talk about some crazy times, folks. Here we go. Let's dig in. Well, this Black Friday weekend, get ready for some incredible deals at andweknow.com. Starting tomorrow, enjoy a whopping 20% off on all your favorite items. That's not all. As a special holiday treat, we're also giving away a free Christmas ornament with every purchase. And wait, there's more. We have an amazing add-on offer just for you. For only $8, you can grab one of our cozy blankets, normally priced at $30. Trust us, these blankets are simply fantastic. That's not the end of it. We have something adorable in store for you. Check out our stocking pack, perfect for adding the extra touch of cuteness to your Christmas decorations. Don't miss out on these incredible Black Friday weekend deals at andweknow.com. Visit us today and take advantage of the 20% off, free Christmas ornament, $8 blanket add-on, and the delightful stocking pack. Happy shopping. Yep. So absolutely amazing. Hope you guys check those out. Here's something from President Trump.
I want to wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving. Today, as we gather with our loved ones, we give thanks to Almighty God for his many blessings, including our families, our friends, our neighbors. and this extraordinary country that we all call home. We also send our deep gratitude to all of the patriots serving our nation in uniform this Thanksgiving, including the members of the U.S. Armed Forces, the heroes of Border Patrol and law enforcement and ICE and everybody that works so hard to preserve our system and our country and working to defend our southern border, and our police and first responders in communities all across America. This is a difficult time for our country, but do not lose heart or lose hope, because by the time we celebrate next Thanksgiving, our nation will be well on its way to being stronger, safer, more prosperous, and greater than ever before. Once again, happy Thanksgiving, and God bless you all.
God bless you all. Thank you for always keeping us informed. You know, it's interesting that President Trump retruth recently, the cast moose, adorable, deplorable, right here, the real commander-in-chief showing President Trump, and he's there military, and he actually retruthed that. And that's something, why would he retruth something like that? Well, I've also noticed that there were several videos he put out. I mean, a lot of them. And I picked a couple of them really short just to highlight some of the things that he's been talking about.
Crooked Joe Biden is very concerned. He hoped he could find a Democrat judge to do his dirty work and illegally remove my name from the ballot. But the 4 biggest cases to strike us from the ballot have officially been defeated. The verdict is in. Joe Biden will be forced to face Donald J. Trump in the 2024 election, the most important election in the history of our country. And judging by the polls, we're going to beat him in a very massive landslide. We have no choice, because if we don't beat him, we're going to have a country that is a total disaster where it's heading right now. It's already there. So now let's show Crooked Joe just how badly he's going to lose by crushing our fundraising goal for the month of November.
How about that, huh? We're going to beat him. It looks like I'm going to have to face him. I mean, it's just better and better. Here's another one.
2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will evict Joe Biden, crooked as you can be. Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. We will evict him from the White House, and we will finish the job once and for all. We will make America great again.
We will make America great again. He makes sure to get this point across. And I love it that he keeps leaving messages for us so that we are clear, crystal clear on how all this is playing out day in and day out. Of course, they're going to do all they can on the enemy side to make sure that he doesn't run, or they dispel the memories of him and the 2020 election that, you know, forget about that, that it was actually stolen. I don't want to go there, but we'll go to the Iowa governor, Kim Reynolds, endorsing Ron DeSantis on Newsmax. You know, Newsmax's been kind of awkward in that way lately, haven't they?
Ron DeSantis was Donald Trump. What was it about Trump that didn't earn?
Well, first of all, listen, and I supported him 2 times. I mean, I can remember being in Dubuque at that last election saying, we're going to carry Iowa for you by 10 points. We're going to do it. But I'm trying to focus on the future and not the past. And the fact of the matter is, he'll be a lame duck on day one. And I want somebody that on day one can step into that office and do everything they can to get this country of pressure coming at him. He's withstood it. He pulled through. He did what he said he was going to do. And so I believe he'll do that on day one. He'll do what he said he's going to do. And in 4 years, he'll be reelected. And not only will we get this country back on track, but we'll be able to take it to the next level. And so I think we really need to think long term and really look at what the future for this country looks like. One of the things I respect about him, too, is if you look at the demographics that he won in this last election, that he won by 20 points, he brought new people to the table, independents, Hispanics, women. He was able to win across the board, and we need somebody that can step in on day one and do that.
Oh, here we go. The interviews are going to start up. They're going to constantly push this. And then, of course, the gloves come off on the MSDNC show just for everybody to enjoy their panic.
Have a responsibility to really to tune out the voices of the haters, of the people that are constantly double and triple checking and shilling for him and suggesting that somehow they're being biased, bending over backwards, treating him like a normal candidate. He's not a normal candidate. he is running to end American democracy as we know it. He's authoritarian, who a court in Colorado 2 days ago ruled that he led an insurrection against the United States government. He's charged with leading schemes to help overthrow the United States government. So if they want to frame it that way, that's fine. If you want to be fair, then you will frame this as Joe Biden being the candidate that supports American democracy, and Donald Trump, a candidate who supports a new form of government here that's authoritarian. It's really that simple. And by the way, Reverend Al, when people go, oh, you can't compare him to past Nazi leaders, you can't compare him to this past Nazi leader or that past fascist leader, because he hasn't done that. Well, what hasn't he done? He hasn't done the things that the American judicial system did not allow him to do last time, but may very well allow him to do this time, or a judicial system that will be ignored by Donald Trump and ran over by Donald Trump to create the greatest constitutional crisis of our lifetimes. Just because he hasn't done it yet doesn't mean he won't do it when he gets a chance to do it. And if he is voted into office, then a lot of these people that are talking about literal or figurative or whatever the hell they're saying, you're going to look like idiots. Because he will get away with, he will imprison, he will execute whoever he's allowed to imprison, execute, drive from the country. Just look at his past. It's not really hard to read. The only thing that stood between him and the destruction of American democracy was the federal judiciary.
No doubt about it. And I think that when we talk about framing this.
Oh, boy. Do you hear it? You see how these people are so stupid when they realize, you know what? It's not him that's going to put them in prison. These sickos, these liars, these folks belong to the evil one. It's not that they're going to actually see anything bad happen to President Trump. They're worried because they know, you know what? If he wins, we're done. He's not going to take the people out. He's going to take those using the proper lawful order to make sure that those that have committed treason are put away for good. And he translates this and gets it out perfectly so people can actually realize exactly how this plays out. Now, if you think most people are
Am I still with you? Okay. All right. I gotta refresh this, guys. Something happened and it locked up. So I was hoping that I was still live. I was like, oh no, don't tell me my internet went back out again. So okay. You guys can hear me though, right? Okay. All right, cool. All right. So we'll see what's going on with the podcast here, or with the video in just a minute. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go to the Rumble site and pull it up there. Because it looks like BitChute might be having a connection issue. So let's go to, and we know, and bring it up here. And then I'll fast forward.
The group of criminals who've decided.
Okay,
continue to push wars and to destroy our election integrity. So President Trump has Dan Scavino Jr. always posting for him, I believe, and he had something interesting where he puts the picture, video, whatever you call it, of the sun. It's almost epic in a way, because House Republicans subpoena Biden's son and brother in impeachment inquiry. Yep. They have officially subpoenaed Hunter Biden. Here comes the son. What happens if Biden became POTUS, knowing he, through Hunter +2, took massive amounts of bribes to look the other way, U.S. policy towards China? Also interesting, the House Republicans, accountability is here. They posted the New York Post with the headline. If you're listening in, you're going to like this one. Hunter becomes the hunted. House subpoenas say Biden's son must testify. Where have we seen that phrase? Maybe we've seen it on the Intel board, I call it. Many folks still want to hear about it, still want to know what's going on from that board. Why? Because the mainstream media will attack it day in and day out, only giving it 100% negative, never giving you a balanced, healthy look at anything. Why? Free speech is gone. You try to go on a mainstream media show and bring this up and show them how all of this is matching up over and over again. And oh, by the way, how many times has President Trump in the past few months posted something from the Intel board? More than 600 times. I saw that. I read it. Can't find it right now, but I just remember reading it. Why would he keep doing that? Your ability to spread information across the digital battlefield and bypass their control is what they fear. And why are they doing everything in their power to disrupt? Daily attacks, false labeling, censorship, termination, government hearings, foundation to term and censor, terminate and censor. Keep charging, midnight riders. Keep on charging. There's something going on. And with that charge, you might want to consider checking out more of what they are trying to do to us. Update, FBI offers $10,000 reward for information on J6 protester and retired Armory Sergeant Gregory Yetman as they hunt him like a dog in New Jersey woods. Yeah. More of that's playing out. The FBI Gestapo continue the hunt for a J6 Trump supporter. He's on a most wanted list with reward now. We're now a police state. They continued their hunt. Continued their hunt for his actions January 6, 2021. The FBI is now offering a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest. Can you believe this? Can you believe it? I think they already got him, if I remember reading that right. So I'm putting this together. So now 2.5 years later, heavily armed FBI agents are now chasing Gregory Yetman through the woods of New Jersey like a dog. The FBI and local police are hunting him in New Jersey woods near his home. The manhunt was first reported on Wednesday when local news media was tipped off during the raid. So I've got a video clip of that. Let's see.
Hold on a second here, guys. For some reason, it did not give the right video. Where is today's video? There we go. Sorry about that.
People out. He's going to take those using the proper lawful order to make sure that those that have committed treason are put away for good. And he translates this and gets it out perfectly so people can actually realize exactly how this plays out. Now, if you think most people are falling for all this, well, just a reminder of the wake-up call from many, and this is a good one.
The truth is bitter, but we have to swallow it. The Democratic Party, I voted for over 20 years of my life. I voted for Barack Obama when he said he was going to bring hope and change. And yes, we can. And no, we didn't. The jobs didn't come. The better schools didn't come. The investment in our communities did not come. National security, our borders are open. We're not safe. We're not safe. And we've got to stop thinking as black and white and purple and Arab. We've got to start thinking as Americans. And that's what Donald Trump is saying. We're Americans, America first. You have to remember, Donald Trump is the head of Trump Organization. And when you look into that organization, it is filled with blacks, whites, Hispanics, Arabs, Asians. It's different religions, different creeds. And so He's a person that has created jobs. He's a person that signs checks. He's a person that works on the bottom with the person who's doing the foundation as well as the guy sitting in the office. And so all of that, I think, is important when we're thinking about our next president. Our people, the American people, many of them are losing hope. And we...
Yes, very good. It's just a good reminder. Remember her being out there constantly supporting President Trump and just causing a lot of problems for the Democrats, the liberals, the rhinos, and more. I mean, good night. It's just absolutely amazing what she had to say. And also the one that seemed to leave mainstream media, Tucker Carlson's been coming out. I put his full video for his speech in the description box below. As a matter of fact, I'll just remind you, and I'll show you again to those that might be new, that I put just about everything you see that I share. You can actually go find it yourself by going below the videos, and you'll see that I have links, and then I've got the titles to those links right next to them. So you can just go head over there and just about everything we share. And if you sign up for our newsletter also, you'll get these updates. But here's a quick gloves off from Tucker himself.
Weak people hide. Scared people hide. People who can't stand sunlight hide. That's who hides, and that's exactly what they're doing. They are weak, and they are afraid of the population. And I'm sad to say the population has given them very little reason to be afraid. But they're still afraid because they know they're doing wrong. They know they're serving lies. They know nothing they do or say is justifiable, can withstand scrutiny. And on some animal level, they are terrified of the day that the average person, not some stupid talk show host, but the average person who works at some big dopey company and shuffles to work every day in some pod with a drop ceiling and fluorescent lighting, that guy is gonna be like, nope, I'm not going along with it. Sorry. I'm not going to the DEI meeting today because I don't think you should discriminate people on the basis of their race. How's that? Because it's immoral, actually. And we've got a monument on the mall that shows that it's immoral. It's to Martin Luther King. And that was his core message. We're not going to discriminate against people on the basis of their skin color, period, for any reason. It's always wrong. This is immoral. I'm not participating. If enough people do that and things like it, this whole nonsense will end immediately. That's the one thing they can't handle. You don't have to take to the streets. You don't have to take Saturday off to hold a candle, carry some stupid spray painted sign on a bed sheet. All you need to do is tell the HR lady, I'm opting out. And here's why. And I hope you will. Thank you.
Yeah. I like that. Hits the side. Boom. I hope you will. Other things that he happened to mention was the systematic effort to weaken the population in order to limit the resistance to what they're planning for us. They're determined to feed you poisonous garbage. That's all the places that you guys go to eat. If you guys research McDonald's on your own and find out what that really is, what's in that food, or whatever it is, I don't even want to call it food, you'd realize what they've been doing to us for a long time. Most fast food. They make you medicine that's not really medicine. That's right. They destroy your dignity and your strength. That's right. It's why they closed the gyms and kept the weed dispensaries open. And it's why the churches were shut down, but the strip bars weren't. That came from Tucker Carlson. Some good, straight information for all of us to hear. Very interesting also. With him having straight talk also would be Donald Trump Jr. as he put this picture out. Hope you all had an awesome Thanksgiving, he says. Be thankful that the FBI is watching the real domestic terror threats. And if you're listening in, he's got a picture of an FBI agent with his weapon looking into a family having Thanksgiving dinner with smiles on their face. Yeah, we know who they're really watching. Very good meme for all of us to remember. Folks, just want to remind you, we're at andweknow.com. You can find our AWK podcast, our latest. You can go to, like I've said before, and I kind of want to show you this again because I'm probably going to put out my first Bible study audio only on the AWK podcast. So if you go to andweknow.com and you click on this listen button on the top right, let me just circle this for you in case you're looking. So right here on the top right, you'll see it over here. And then also you'll see AWK Podcast on the top left. So I'm showing it to you on the screen. When you click on that, what it'll do is it'll take you to this right here, the andweknow.podbean.com. You can hit follow. Now this will take you to all the different areas where you guys download It shoots out to all of those for the podcast. I'm going to have exclusive content only, and we're working on a good intro for that thumbnail more, but I figured I'd probably get one out for you Saturday in the first Bible study. People have been begging for that, and I know that I promised it a while back and have been thinking it through, and we're probably going to start with evangelism. So we got the next one. The Patriot Light has been getting a lot of folks jumping in. Thank you for that. Home, politics, world news, markets, faith, social news, and resources. And so when you go to that, you'll notice, and I'll just type it in right here, thepatriotlight.com. I'll just click on it. And you'll notice that it changes the news sources to about every 5 to 10 minutes on the front page, just constantly updated on politics, world news, markets, faith. It's always updated for you. And you can use, yes, some of the mainstream media stuff, but you can also go to our social news section, and that's where we follow a lot of these folks on Twitter that we highlight. We put there for you so you can kind of bounce back and forth with what they're putting and bounce it off of that. And also a faith section. It's almost like a Drudge Report for And We Know, like everything that you need in one to get away from all of the lies that they send you all the time, and allows you to do your own research. So I figured you guys would like that. Did a lot of work to get that up and running. And also you'll find us on Instagram at @AUK_828, AUK Updates on Facebook. You can find us in all types of social media areas still. And, don't forget to go shopping at andweknow.com, or just go to shop.andweknow.com if you want to go straight to it. And you're going to find all of our goodies, our hoodies, and our bags, and so many great things. And, of course, we got that 20% off Black Friday sale going on. Really, really cool. Here's some more great pictures of Patriots wearing our gear. And so here we go with voter ID.
No radical left Democrat politician has ever been able to explain why their party is so rabidly opposed to voter ID. And that's the biggest giveaway of all, that they are cheating on a monumental scale. They don't want voter ID because they want to cheat. For years, Democrat politicians have claimed that voter ID is racist, but there's nothing racist about an ID. And the suggestion that Democrat voters are incapable of getting driver's licenses is one of the most offensive ideas in American life today. What century are these radical Democrats living in? Americans of all colors and creeds are fully capable of obtaining identification, which is required to drive a car, buy a beer, see an R-rated movie, get on an airplane, get a bank account, check into a hotel, and even to get cold medicine at a pharmacy.
I am going to pause our president because I want everybody to welcome Mr. Ronnie York to the panel. Ronnie, my brother, tell us what happened last night and what your plans are for future podcasts here. Let it give everybody an update.
Well, I've got to tell you, Hawk, it's something when the president has paused for me to talk, man. I'm telling you. Thank you, brother, for letting me come up and explain all this best I can, anyway.
Yeah.
I haven't even looked at their email or anything yet, and I haven't appealed yet. But I'm going to, but I haven't yet. But last, I thought. Chap and I had a damn good show last night. I mean, I thought it was outstanding. And we talked about a lot of things, but mainly what we did was, and it was mainly the Chap show. He had a lot of stuff that he shared. And I got to give a big thanks to Big Chap for that. But what it is, and I'm going to appeal, like I said, but they probably won't, approve the appeal. They'll probably reject it.
Yeah,
so
they usually do.
Yeah, and it's my second one, so I'll be off for 2 weeks. In the meantime, if I do anything, it will be on with Big Chap or you or Steve Harloa, or either on my Rumble channel. So other than that, brother, man, I don't know. Just depending on how the appeal goes.
Okay. Yeah, I was sorry to hear about that. I didn't get a chance to watch it because my internet was out. It just came back on this morning. So I did not get a chance to see it. But the first thing that I heard about was Ronnie got taken down last night. And I was like, oh boy. I was like, it's we appreciate everything that you do, so that's why I thought it was important to make sure that that your info got out there so that everybody knows. And they're dropping your link there for Rumble. Thank you very much for doing that. It's
Yes,
those
thank
of
you.
you that are not subscribed to his channel, please do so because of the fact that it's important to make sure that we continue to follow podcasters that are just outright giving you the truth. It's way too important to do that. Same thing with Prepping 101. I believe he's got a new channel built, and hopefully somebody will be dropping that link into the chat as well. It's way too important to make sure that the connection stays live. And
and the thing is, Hawk, is last night Chap showed he went over the Ingersoll Lockwood thing, and Chap is very sharp on that stuff. I mean, I got to give him credit. He is sharp on it, and he went over all that, and we talked about a few things that he went over, and maybe it was something that it's probably something I said, myself. I don't know what the heck it could have been. They call me a bully. I just put it out there. That's what they call me. I don't know how I'm a bully, but that's what YouTube calls me. But then he had a newspaper article from Ben Fulford that he read, and it was a long article, but as far as I'm concerned, the vast majority of it was right on the money. And unless it's something like that, I have no idea what it could have been, and it makes no difference what they said it was. They make up the rules as they go along, in my opinion.
Yeah, they do. We've seen it way too many times. One day the rules will be this way, and the next day they'll send out an email saying, "Oh, we changed our rules. We changed our policy." Because they're trying to find every way possible that they can to kick people off. And it's a real shame. YouTube should be ashamed of themselves, and the people who reported it should be ashamed of themselves as well.
That's right. And that's what I think happens a lot of times, Hawk. I think somebody reports it.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. There are people who go out and do mass reporting,
Yes. I think that's the reason I've gotten at least 2 strikes, is because somebody that was in the chat reported me. Why? I don't know. What gets me is, and I know we probably all said this 1,000 times, but it's everybody has an opinion. If you're on the left and you have an opinion, well, I guess that's great. But at the same time, why can't you or I, Chap, any of us have our opinions?
Because it's not a left opinion.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's that's what it all boils down to, and it's such a level of disrespect. Maybe we should start going to all the left channels and start reporting them.
I wonder if it would do any good if we did that.
Probably not. They probably give them awards.
Yeah.
The participation trophies. That's what they work for every day, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, you get a trophy regardless if you do anything or not. I mean, it makes no difference on the liberal side.
Right. William, he got his second strike, so he's going to be down for 2 weeks. But anytime you want to do anything, you just let me know. You're more than welcome to join me anytime. Big Chap as well. I think he's willing to sacrifice his channel for you too. Especially after you losing his, because Chap,
Man, I got to tell you, Chap's a great guy. He's a great friend, and he's a very smart guy. I mean, just to be honest with you, Chap, and on that Ingersoll Lockwood stuff, I mean, he's got it down. Now, him and Dave Snedeker, you know, that's what I was telling him last night. The way they broke that down is almost identical to each other.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind getting the two of them on at the same time.
Oh, that would be great. I'm telling you, it would be great.
I think it would be. I think that they'd have a hellacious conversation between the two of them, you know, because it's, you know, it's great minds think alike, you know, so.
That'd be a great show.
We don't want Chap to get a swelled head or anything, so we got to be really careful. You know what I mean?
He's already got that, so I mean,
yeah.
No, just
hey, you got the picture I sent you, right?
You know what? This is the first time I've been in the second time I went on in the email last night to send the link to Chap, and then today for this. Then I haven't even looked at the rest of my email.
Oh, well, look for the one that says picture and click on that. Okay. That was mailed this morning.
What it wasn't of you in the nude or anything, was it?
Well, it doesn't matter that I was naked. It's what I'm holding that matters.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, I'll take a look.
It was mailed this morning. I did not get a tracking number, but she told me that I would get one in an email. So as soon as I get that email, I will forward that on to you.
Okay.
So that way then you can keep track of it. The guy who was supposed to leave for Oklahoma decided that he was waiting until after Christmas to take that job. And because they offered to get him a house down there. So so that's part of his contract. And he didn't want to go down and be staying in hotels and have to drive back and forth to the farm from hotels and have to be changing hotels frequently because, you know, a lot of places, you know, it's hard to book for more than 3 days at a time. So he brought me back what he had, what I had given to him to bring, and I had produced some more. So there is now enough there for over a year.
Lord have mercy. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate, you know, everybody that's trying to help me out in this situation. I don't know how to express myself, you know, with other than to say thank you very much.
You don't even have to do that. You just keep showing up and keep telling the truth. That's the only thing that's required of you. You know, that's it. You know,
I don't think I can stop doing that, Hawk. I honestly don't. I mean, you know.
That's it. You know, we're here for each other. You know, it's it's more important to have you here than have you either in hospice or in a hospital or anything else. We want a healthy Ronnie, because then when you get, when you're healthy, you'll be doing twice as much. Right?
That's right. Man, you know, that's what's, so one of the things that's so bad about, getting the strike, because I was off all last week because I was sick. Then I do one show and get a strike for 2 weeks. So
right.
It just stinks, but I don't know what else to say about it other than, last night, to me, the way my mind works anyway, one of the things that they could have nailed me for is because we were talking about the fenbendazole. I can't say.
Oh, yep. Fenbendazole. Yep.
Yeah, and but it was just we were talking about what was in the Ingersoll Lockwood, thing, and I myself was the one that said it. That I thought everybody should be taking it, before they got sick, so that they wouldn't get sick.
Preventive maintenance.
Exactly.
Yep.
And now I know I said a few other things, but I wasn't saying anything that I thought was bad or bullying or anything like that. But it's not. I don't make up the rules, So.
Yep. Yeah. It's and the thing is they can report you for bullying, but they can't point out to you in your podcast where exactly that was.
No, and you got to go back and watch the whole thing, and then you still don't know what it is they're talking about.
Yep. Because there's nothing that can identify with the with the subject that they booted you for.
That's right. That's exactly right. You don't know what to say. Well, I was only discussing or talking about it. Whatever. You can't say that because you don't know what the hell it is they're talking about. It's just community rules. That's what they say. You didn't follow our community rules. You broke our community standards or something like that. And then maybe they might say bullying or whatever, but it still don't give you a time stamp or anything.
Yep. It's so yeah. That's the thing about the majority of the people who are getting kicked is because of exactly that. It's as a matter of fact, after I get this going again, I'll be going up to the mailbox to check to find out that track phone is in today. Because if it is, I'll be making 24 and 25 to have my next channels lined up. And that's what you need to do, Ronnie.
That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Start producing your extra channels so you have them for backup, so that way there, if one goes down, you automatically kick right back up and head to the next one.
That's exactly what I'm going to do, Hawk. I plan on going probably Monday because I got there's not a phone store around in this little town, so I'm going to go. I got to go to where I moved from anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go up there and get a phone, just a cheap one.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. Just track phone, 20. I think it was $29.99. It only comes with like 15 minutes of call time for it, but you're getting a new number, and that's the key of it is getting that new number, and then also to that number you can also set up a Google phone number, which would be a second phone number to make another channel, and get them ready to go for podcasting onto, because you gotta use that 15 minutes on the track phone to get your authorization codes and verification codes for YouTube, and then put the damn phone away. You don't need it again, but it'll always have that 12 minutes of time left on it, that in case of emergency, you got that emergency backup number to make a call with. So
that's right. Hell, I may get two of them. I don't know. It just
there was on that site that I went to, there was a double where you could get two phones, and it comes with two different phone numbers, and it was like $35 for the two phones and two different numbers. $35 in the total. But at that time I only had $29 on my card, so I couldn't do it.
I hear you, man.
Just do one and just going to go ahead and order another one now, so that way there, then by the time that one gets here, I'll have, be ready to have another backup channel made. It's I love the fact that there's no quit in you, and that you're do the appeal, even though we know it won't do any good, do the appeal anyways, just so you have it documented. And when you get done writing out the appeal and get ready to send it, take a picture of it. So that way there, then, if it ever comes to a point where we can sue YouTube for their censorship and unfair practices and everything else, then you've got the proof that, here's my appeal, that I sent in, and you guys are, you're going to pay for this.
Exactly. But I'll tell you what makes what makes everything so much easier, is having friends like you and Chap and Steve and, other guys that I've met on YouTube to help get the message out once I do get a new channel and all this. And for even, for right now, it's just, it's so much better because the news can be gotten out,
right.
You and Chap have been absolutely great. I'm here to tell you, man, Chap was on it first thing this morning. I mean, he I don't know what to say about Chap other than he's great. I love him. He's my brother, and damn, we just been together for so long that it's just, it's kind of a natural thing now.
Yep.
But he's great, and you're great. Steve's great. I have no problem getting the message out there, but the problem is they never should do this crap to start with. I mean, we all should be able to express our opinions.
Yep, exactly.
And I'm not going to stop expressing mine. I mean, that's all the hell there is to it. As long as the good Lord puts breath in my lungs, I'm gonna put my opinion out there.
There you go. Well, we're gonna get your lungs fixed so the Lord can keep pumping all kinds of stuff in there.
There you go. There you go. I'm here to tell you, there's many people that are praying and and helping out in other ways, and I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I just want everybody to know that. I honestly do. It's just absolutely great. And that, for me, just the love I feel from everybody helps to offset this crap that, YouTube does with the strikes and stuff.
Yeah.
It makes you want to fight that much harder.
Yep.
So, Hawk, brother, you're appreciated big time. And there's no doubt about that. I hope you don't ever have any doubts about that, because you definitely appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, brother. Well, go and enjoy your football game. Who's playing?
It's going to be Texas and Texas Tech. Texas is my team, and they're about to. If they win this game, then they'll definitely be in the Big 12 title hunt. If they win the Big 12 championship, well, then they have a very good shot at being in the national championship picture. So that's what I'm looking for, and I've been rooting for the Longhorns now since I was 15, 16 years old.
Yeah.
And they've been sorry now for many years. Well, ever since 2009, they won the national championship in 2006. It was actually the 2005 season, but they won the national championship over Southern Cal at the Rose Bowl in January 2006. And then went back again in 2009 against Alabama and lost that one because the quarterback got hurt in I think the fourth play of the game. But Alabama had a great team. They probably would have won anyway, but the quarterback did get hurt.
Yeah.
But anyway, I know you don't want to talk about football, so I'll shut up about that. But if you're still on after they go off, if they win, I'm going to definitely be in a good mood.
There you go. Well, you're welcome to pop back up later after the game's over. Absolutely. Because it's as more info drops today, I'll be adding on to my time schedule here. So absolutely no problem with that, brother.
And I'm glad you got that your internet hooked back up, whatever the problem was there.
Yeah, it's what it is there's a pole that's about a mile up the road from us that whenever it rains, and especially when we get freezing immediately afterwards, the panel comes off of the pole and the water goes right into there as it's melting. And we've been complaining about it for going on 7 years. And that's basically what happened. It was pouring rain that night, and when I went down, and it took them 2 days to get it done, but it's done. We're up and running now, and that's the important thing.
I didn't know you were down last night. Lisa Anderson asked me if I heard anything about your whether you come back up or not, if you got your internet back. That was the first I'd even heard, that your internet was down. I just thought you was taking a break.
Yeah, it wasn't just me. It was everything from Salem all the way to Lincoln City. That's a 37-mile stretch, 20 miles both directions for me. It's so everybody that was on the west side of the highway was affected by it. Everybody on the east side of the highway, they have Xfinity, but they won't bring that wire across the road for us.
Well, I wonder why that is.
Well, the east side of the highway is Marion County, and the west side is Polk County. So they just don't want to have to be paying another county to have their services.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, they have to pay for that. They have to pay city by city, or county by county, I should say, when they install their services in there. And we don't have fiber optic on this side, so they would have to run all new fiber optic for everybody.
That explains it right there. They don't want to let go of that money to do that. It sounds to me like, I mean,
no, it's basically our side is CenturyLink DSL, and it's the only company that's on this side of the highway. You know, so that's the worst part. You know, it's like, yeah, it's not good, but we'll get it. You know, we'll get it. We'll get it squared away.
Well, good luck, brother. I know you you do a hell of a lot of videos and a lot of good truth putting out there, and I just hope you keep it up.
Yeah, I do my best. You know, I find the information that is most important and try to get it out to everybody that I can. Oh, little puppy, you're a little bit too big to be coming in that door. Oh boy, I got to open the door for the puppies. They're trying to come in the dog door, and they're just not tall enough to get in.
All right. Well, thank you, Hawk. Appreciate you, brother. And good luck with the internet. See you later on.
All right. Thanks. Okay.
Good night.
All right, guys. Here we go. Back to And We Know. Here we go.
Over 80% of Americans support voter ID. Yet in the last Congress, every single Democrat in the House of Representatives voted to ban voter ID nationwide. So the House of Representatives votes, and all of the Democrats voted to ban voter ID nationwide. That's because they cheat. And with their policies, which are so bad and so destructive, especially to our cities, our inner cities, no wonder they have to cheat, because nobody could get elected with those policies. In the anti-Democrat party, only two things are sacred: open borders and no voter ID. They want open borders to destroy our country, and they don't want voter ID because they want to cheat. There's only one reason why you'd support either of these insane ideas, and that's because you intend to cheat like crazy, and that's what they do. When I'm reelected, we will secure our borders, and we will launch a nationwide campaign to get voter ID in every federal, state, and local election. What we really want to do is get down to paper ballots, one-day voting, and voter ID, and we're going to have safe elections again. Thank you very much.
That would be absolutely amazing to have that all put and summed up into a perfect little package for us. If you guys didn't know, the Mojave County, Arizona, they're a little upset with this hand count stuff going on. So the Office of the Arizona Attorney General sends a letter November 19th out, and that's regarding the counting ballots manually instead of by automatic tabulating equipment. Tier supervisors understand that you will be voting tomorrow on whether to direct Mojave County Elections Department to count the ballots for the 2024 elections by hand rather than automatic tabulating demonic equipment. Before you take that vote, I want to make sure you know that a yes vote would direct your elections department to violate the law. Are you scared? Scared? Do you want to be a patriot and stand up for our country and our rights? Do you want to go against the king and say, no, we're not going to accept you anymore, and we're going to create our own constitution? I think that's the way we're heading again. Anyway, those are my words. As Arizona's chief law enforcement officer, I have an obligation to warn you that the legal consequences would be serious. In other words, if you do this for the freedom of America, I'm going to have you all arrested. How dare you do exactly what you need to do? Because, you know, I work for the people, but in this point, I just don't want to get caught. I don't want to be sent off to Gitmo for treason. Come on, guys. I'm going to scare you to death so you don't have me placed in Gitmo, because we don't want the elections actually won by real votes. Let's see. When it does happen, like in Argentina, you have a leader who walks up and has a touching moment. The new Argentinian president and a young boy. You can't never forget this. You can sense this young man as he's brought across the crowd. If you're not watching, you're listening. He's brought across the crowd of people. He looks like he's probably about 10 to 12 years old. And he's brought over. He gets to hug Argentinia's new leader, the new president. And they cry and weep because they realize just at a young age how important this election was to him. Let's hope they have the same thing here. Let's see. What else will they try to do to make sure that the election doesn't run properly? Oh, there's a mystery pneumonia tearing through the schools in China with not just many, but many, many hospitalized. Let's put a comma. Many, many hospitalized in yet eerie echo of early days of COVID. You don't say. I wonder if this one will play out across the media. You know, they kind of lit it out just a little bit in the tiny little section of the earth. And then all of a sudden somebody takes a plane and they end up in another country. And then somebody takes a plane to another country. And then the media gets their marching orders. Okay, proceed now at the end of January. Next thing you know, February, Biden comes out and he says, there's a lockdown because we can't fight this virus. Millions of people are going to die. Next thing you know, CNN, Communist News Network, MSNBC, all of the mainstream news media, Drudge Report, all of them just put out all kinds of information to scare everybody to death. Before you know it, we're in lockdown. Before you know it, it's mail-in ballots again. Imagine that. I wonder if it's going to work. Well, while all this is going on across the earth, we get this message.
Today, on Transgender Day of Remembrance, we grieve the 26 transgender Americans who were killed this year. Year after year, we see that these victims are disproportionately Black women and women of color. No one should face violence, live in fear, or be discriminated against simply for being themselves.
Simply for being themselves. Let's not talk about all of the folks that get beat up constantly in different towns and all the gun crimes that are, playing out. We got to highlight all of those. Let's not talk about all the positive things that are going on in America. Nope. Let's just focus on a slight 0.00 whatever percent of the population and then make it look like they're all victims. And then we're going to give them a full day. They get a full month in June. The military doesn't even get a whole month of just recognition. It's like one day here, one day there. Thank you for your service. But boy, if you choose immoral activity, if you choose anything that has to do with Satan's realm, you get all kinds of rewards. So thank you to Ultra MJ Truth for going out and doing the research. It's in the description box below. You can go read all these articles. Did anyone bother to look up the names of the trans people who died the last 2 years they're using to declare the silly Trans Day of Remembrance? I did, and here's what I found. Trans Day Muscat was shot by his partner, another trans named Ruby Taverner, 2022. Maddie Hoffman died after police conducted a wellness check on her home after an unidentified individual called 911 to report that Hoffman was having a mental crisis. Hoffman aimed the gun at police. In response, an officer shot him 3 times, killing him on the spot. Let's see. Number 3, trans Kaylee Love Light was shot by Javin Casillas, who was also stabbed by Carly. They were both in a vehicle arguing and were discovered in the vehicle. Javin's mother said Javin had befriended Kaylee Love Light and had given him a place to live. They indicate Love Light had attacked Casillas, who was disabled, stabbing him, and then he shot her. Or him, in self-defense. Let's see, number 4. Trans Morgan Moore was allegedly having difficulties breathing, and police and first responders responded. She had multiple sclerosis, diabetes, was dealing with long-term effects from COVID. Morgan's parents were later charged with murder, neglected to, and neglect due to poor conditions in the home. Yeah, it sounds like, just one after another. Sounds like they've just been picked on and bullied. Number 5, trans London star and her gay friend were shot in their home by Fayaka Dunbar. Fayaka Dunbar had gone to the pair's home for a sex act. His attorney said the shooting was an act of self-defense. Number 6, trans Kitty Monroe was shot by Samuel Ward, his partner, during a domestic dispute. Trans Chanela Dior Hemingway was killed by a sexual partner over the belief Chanelika have him in HIV. Another one, trans Fern Feather was killed by a hitchhiker, Seth Brunel, who spent considerable time together after. Brunel told the officers that Feather had made a sexual advance. She attacked him. Trans Ariana Mitchell, fight broke out at a party. He intervened with a dispute and got shot. Trans Matthew Angelo Spampinato died of a hit and run on a highway at night when walking home from work. I'm sure the driver knew he was trans and targeted him, right? Other notables. Trans AC Morrison met a man through a dating app, and there is ongoing proceedings that the killer shot AC in self-defense. Trans Martisha, police domestic battery situation. Martisha was stabbed, and a lawyer for the man in custody said that he acted in self-defense. Over and over again. Final thoughts from Ultra MJ Truth. Trans people are not being targeted. Many of these deaths mention absolutely nothing about the victims being targeted because of their gender, almost none. Most of them appear to be domestic relationship issues. What's worse, the HRC Foundation is responsible for this disastrous list, who is also responsible for the Corporate Equality Index, a report established by Human Resource Campaign, which strong arms companies into their woke policies. HRC is also supported and funded by the Open Societies Foundation, which means it is funded by George Soros. The majority of Black trans people who died on their list lived in very dangerous areas such as Chicago, Detroit, and Louisville, Kentucky. The fact that they claim transgenders are targeted to declare an epidemic is downright preposterous. And yes, it is. So Dan Scavino made sure this went out. Thank you to all my great keyboard warriors. President Trump put this out in 2020, but he's letting us know. Another thank you. You are better and far more brilliant than anyone on Madison Avenue ad agencies. There is nobody like you. So we're getting a reminder from Dan Scavino for all of you keyboard warriors out there working hard to get information out to the masses. You're doing a great job, and that's positive. And here's a commercial that was put out recently.
Before thousands were brutally killed, including Americans. Before Iran helped Hamas plan the attack, killing Americans. Before Biden gave billions of taxpayers' money to Iran. Trump played hardball with Iran. Destroyed ISIS. Kept the Middle East at peace. Kept us out of endless wars through strength.
History shows very plainly that evil only respects one thing: unyielding strength. When I'm back in the White House, our enemies will know if you spill a drop of American blood, we will spill a gallon of yours.
President Trump, the strength we need to make America strong again. I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Now that is what you call a great campaign ad. Way to go. Absolutely brilliant. As a matter of fact, some more stuff that's been going out recently. A new banner on U.S. debt clock. That one right here, put out by Hadassah 1776. Shows you gold on the top, gold coins, silver on the bottom, and then it has a regional daily article. Not sure if this is real or not, but it says Christians terrorize community with prayer. Local leaders are horrified as people gather in what is known as a church. Yellow alert declared, stay indoors, close windows. Tune in to local TV. Residents of a small town, Wisconsin, are being urged to shelter in place in response to religious provocateurs, endangering the community with the strange ancient practice known as prayer. Wow. What message is being sent there? You know, Dr. Elliott and I had a chance to talk about all of this, and you're going to see it this Sunday as I'm pulling it up. Absolutely amazing conversation. We hit on so many levels concerning Argentina and some other things that are going on with these lockdowns happening probably in some other places. And I tell you, let me see, if I pull this thumbnail over, we had the Dutch Central Bank preparing for gold standard. We have big wins in Argentina and Netherlands, and people are pushing back against government control. It was a great conversation. Here's a clip from it. Just a reminder, you can go to amweknow.com/gold anytime you want to reach out to him And you'll see these conversations play out. Is absolutely amazing. On our side, I believe, Geert Wilders, his party just won a shocking landslide in the Netherlands yesterday. The day of recording would be the 21st, I believe. Then we had Argentina elected the anti-socialist economist Javier Milei. I don't know if you saw that in the landslide. They actually used paper ballots and had the counting done in a couple of hours. This guy, you were just talking about the revolt against their massive control over the people. That was a huge win because this guy right here says I'm going to get rid of this central bank. The central banks need to go, and all of these other government-run agencies, he says they're gone. He's going to get rid of all of them. And another big win was Republican mayor, just a small one, was elected in Charleston for the first time since 1877. So we're seeing a huge wake-up call and revolt against all this government control over our lives.
Yeah. I mean, it's happening, right? This is the populist political movement globally. See, Trump was a populist, and it's basically power back to the people. It's away from the centralization of government. Bernie Sanders is a populist, might not agree with his politics, people watching this show, but in his own way, he wants truth and accountability and transparency. I think his methodology and his politics are whack, but yet same kind of populist movement. Nigel Farage in England, creator of the Brexit movement, right? He's a populist. So what populists around the globe are saying, enough is enough. We don't trust the bankers anymore. We don't trust the central banks. Look at, you've created a whole world of debt. Now it's impacting not just us, but future generations. We need a change.
That's right. So we had a great conversation, great talks about all the things going on, and wrapping it up to make sure folks know the importance of our investments, especially in precious metals. So thought this would be a good red pill moment for everyone. Peter St. Ong explaining the psychology governments use COVID to implement totalitarian policies.
Yeah, I think the most it's the most dangerous, but it's also the greatest opportunity, is that framing, I think, is really key to this, right? What we saw during COVID was that governments were, they were really behaving in totalitarian ways that we hadn't seen in centuries. Like, we have not shut down churches, for example, since the 1600s, right? In 2019, if somebody suggested that, we're gonna ban all church services, you would have thought they were absolutely out of their mind. In a country that's 80% Christian, that's no way. What are you smoking? People went to a place I think none of us expected them to go, and I think a big part of that was the success that media had, reinforced by censorship, at framing exactly who's doing what, right? So rather than the truth, which was that governments were imposing these totalitarian restrictions on all of us, it was the unvaccinated doing it. See, the unvaccinated were forcing us, because they were extending the pandemic, we had to keep these draconian things in. So we don't want to do all these horrible totalitarian things. Trust me, we want nothing, but we have to. And that sort of framing, I think, is just extraordinarily dangerous. It's very, very important from a psychological point of view to understand that, because people are angry. They're angry on both sides. And whether that turns into a force for good or evil, I think 100% depends on whether we're able to frame it. Now, I think the bad guys know that. I think that's exactly why they went directly for the jugular of censorship. If you can frame things, you can control that mob. In fact, you can do it on a micro level. We saw it during the Rent the Mobs with BLM. Yeah, it's just amazing, the surgical precision. It's almost like a laser pointer. Hey, we're going to need you to go there and do this. It's amazing how you can control them if you control the framing, which is why I think people like, all of us here agree that free speech is arguably the single most important issue. If we lose that, we lose the entire thing, because they will turn even our allies against us.
Yeah, if you look at the theory of mass formation psychosis, which we've talked about quite a bit, it really begins with identifying and elevating a common enemy. In this case, either first it was the virus, and then it became the unvaccinated. Same thing happened during Nazi Germany. They elevated a common enemy, the Jews. They are responsible for all of your bad feelings.
But remember, they emphasized in Germany the dirtiness. So it really is, the entire paradigm is that of infectivity. It's an infectious it's triggering fear
Right.
and disgust, which are extremely
Exactly.
powerful emotions.
Extremely powerful emotions. That's why they use it. They use it to take down the elections. They used it to scare everybody to put something into their body that they didn't need to put in there, that's caused all types of problems. And I've highlighted this over and over, and I know some folks have a hard time with it. And others say, please keep sharing because we just need to know. I mean, some of you are probably watching maybe for the first time. You saw it on the billboard. You're like, I'm going to go check out And We Know. And you're listening in. And, you know, there are ways to cleanse yourself if you do your research of this jab that was placed in the body. But it's very difficult. But many people were out bragging about it. I got my jab. And then 2 years later, we're noticing this 2-year mark seems to be happening. A lot of folks that were bragging about getting the jab, well, they're now gone. Another one, let's get jabbed. And next thing you know, they're gone suddenly. Very sadness. This died suddenly just keeps happening over and over again. And it's mostly these folks that I keep noticing. They share openly to the public. Yes, let's get our jab. And the next thing you know, they're gone quickly. Just so sudden. Folks are just amazed. Like, wait a minute, how did that happen? Weren't they just here? It happened in our own family. We've got family members in my own that, took it, and a couple of weeks later to a month later, gone. I had other folks that got it that were good friends of ours, attended church and everything, and they went out and bragged about getting the jab, and next thing you know, got cancer out of the blue, so young. And so all these lies are played out because they don't want us to get the truth out. As a matter of fact, even Elon Musk has been putting out some strange information that kind of touching on one thing that we talk about a lot is Q. And he put Q and then an asterisk and then anon. So that's two separate things. There's Q and then there's the anons, right? The anonymous. And then he puts extremely concerning, Reuters, and then Q. And then another thing that was interesting is ALX put Q with that little mark. And then Elon Musk replied, not now, Q, with looks like Star Trek. And so it's just been interesting because a lot of highlights from Elon and others have been pointing back to Pizzagate. Now, I'm going to warn you as I play the next part of this video and we go through it, it's going to be very difficult for children possibly to see some of the wording that we might, or visuals and pictures we're going to show from one of the movies that was put out that was being suppressed. And we'll show you that in a moment. But I just wanted to warn those that have children, you maybe don't want them to see some of those imagery, as I'm going to have to play it through, let it play, and then I'll read some of it. But anyway, Texas A&M University employee was arrested on child pornography charges. FBI uncovers use of pizza as code in the chats. Yep. Pizza menu items. There you go. There's one. And let's see, what else did we have out there? We had another one here. Breaking report, Biden Pentagon official in charge of department managing elementary schools. He's detained in human trafficking. On November 15th, Stephen Francis Hovanek, a senior official with the Pentagon's Department of Defense Education Activity, that's DODEA, America's division. That means, folks, when your kids are military oriented or whatever on military bases, these military kids are going to the schools. He was apprehended in Coweta County, Georgia, as part of a human trafficking operation. Age 64, hailing from Shopsburg, Georgia, was taken into custody under suspicion of pandering, as detailed in press release from the Coweta County Sheriff's Office. Eva Tedder, an administrator at the Sheriff's Office, reported that Hovanek disclosed to the jail personnel his employment with the Department of Defense based in Peachtree City, Georgia. So he's probably at the headquarters there in DODEA land. Yeah, this is the stuff playing out. So let's play this. Here we go.
This is insane.
So many people in the mainstream media have said Pizzagate is a conspiracy theory. Pizzagate has been debunked. It has not been debunked. If it's been debunked, explain the code words. No one to this day, including John Podesta himself, can explain the code words in his emails.
Hey, John Podesta, can you please explain why you have children rented for entertainment for your adult hot tub parties? No one has ever explained why John Podesta has literal pedophile and cannibalism paintings all over his office and his home. Tony Podesta too.
So the Podestas, just to stop that for a second, Awakened Outlaw even showed this picture. Pizzagate is real. Totally normal artwork owned by Hillary's best friend forever and campaign manager, John Podesta. Now, as you look at that picture, this is up on their walls. What do you see? What do you see? I see forked tongues. I see electric prods. I see children that are locked in cages and adults that look like they're going to do something to hurt those children. That's their artwork. This one that you're looking at right here, I believe that's Jeffrey Dahmer. He went and got it, this the death that, they put it into a statue and he has it in his house. Yeah, just typical artwork.
And then you look into the spirit cooking dinners, and you look into Marina Abramovic, who's the one that was conducting the spirit cooking dinners. Why are they going to spirit cooking dinners? Why are they sacrificing chickens to Moloch in their backyard? This isn't my words. This is their words. This is in their emails.
I'd be willing to debate anyone who thinks that Pizzagate has been debunked.
You asked me how am I getting additional briefings? That was the first and last time I talked.
So October 9th is the last time you have heard from the FBI at all?
Yes.
You have not got an update on the investigation to your personal email?
That is correct.
So not only did the mainstream media lie to you about Pizzagate, they actually told you that it was illegal to read John Podesta's emails on WikiLeaks. Chris Cuomo, with a straight face on CNN, looked into the cameras and said, it's illegal for you to read John Podesta's emails.
Also interesting is, remember, it's illegal to possess these stolen documents. It's different for the media. So everything you learn about this, you're learning from us.
That's how scared they are of those emails. And that's how explosive the content in those emails are. That they felt the need that they had to tell you, you could not read those emails. And if you do, you might get arrested. Lie.
It's different for the media. So everything you learn about this, you're learning from us.
So revelations are coming for everyone. Soon, Liz Crokin won't be the only person screaming that Pizzagate is real. A strong majority of the political and justice system is being compromised by their lust of children. I'm fully aware of how absurd that might sound to some, but is unfortunate truth that everyone will soon accept. And so never forget, says Liz Crokin, that in addition to fake news puppets who lied to us about Pizzagate, there have also been conservative influencers who pretended to expose Pizzagate only to later flip on this topic. These people are called controlled opposition. Exhibit A would be, hey, at Jack Posobiec. Isn't that right? You've been awfully quiet recently. Why did you delete these old tweets last year stating Pizzagate is a hoax? Did you really think I wouldn't notice, says Liz Crokin? And there's that Twitter post from Jack Posobiec, I think is how you say his name. Russia hoax, Russiagate's hoax, Melania Gate hoax, Pizzagate hoax, Tucson Gate hoax. None of these are or were ever really. Posted that in June of 2018. What else did he post? Right here, Jack Posobiec says, go back and look. I called Pizzagate BS in 2016 as well. Megyn Kelly lied about me right before her Fox show got canceled, and everyone just ran with it without checking what I actually said. Oh, he's doubling down. Huh. And so Fletch 17, the guy who debunked Pizzagate, just got locked up for it. The guy who said Trump would start World War III actually started it. The state who said Trump interfered with the elections just admitted they did. The lady who said Trump colluded with Russia actually colluded with Russia. The company that said Trump created a poisonous vax are actually the ones who did it. The guy who said Trump lied under oath is actually the one who lied under oath. Do you see the pattern yet? The Great Awakening means more than finding out things and researching history. It's also actually recognizing patterns as well. So Joe Biden's ring of sex traffickers and pedophiles. President Joe Biden's administration is filled with pedos, sex traffickers, and pedophile sympathizers. Today, it broke that a top administrator for the Pentagon school system was arrested. We just read that. Also, it was reported this week that a close friend, Biden's Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, was sentenced to 150 years in prison for sexually exploiting over 500 children. Yeah. And it should be also noted the brother-in-law of two-time Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams, who Biden endorsed, is accused of inviting a 16-year-old girl to a Florida hotel room and offering to pay for sex. Yeah. Let's see what else. Biden's nominee to the Federal Communications Commission's Gigi Sohn was part of a group that has strongly opposed bipartisan legislation aimed at protecting sex trafficking victims. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, also appointed by Biden, has a troubling history of judicial rulings sympathetic to pedophiles. Last year, the vigilante group People versus Predators busted a high-level Biden-appointed U.S. Postal Service official during a child sex sting. What else? Oh, he appointed John Podesta, who's at the center of Pizzagate, as the senior advisor of clean energy innovation. Biden's State Department claimed in their 2021 Trafficking in Persons report that there's no cabal of celebrities and politicians involved in the sexual exploitation of children, a flat-out lie, which was blatant attempt to discredit Pizzagate. This should come as no surprise, considering Biden's administration is running a large taxpayer-funded sex trafficking operation via migrants and involving off-the-books flights in the dead of night, with his Department of Health and Human Services losing track of over 85,000 migrant children. This is Pizzagate. Pass it on. Wow. And then there's a message. I encourage you to go watch this entire video. It's in the description box below, and you'll see this message asking to be basically stop shadow banning that movie as it plays out for us to see. So here we are in the midst of all of this posting and more. So Elon posts about Q on the actual day that JFK was assassinated on 11/22. What are the odds, says Fletch17. Seriously, can anyone debunk the connection? Anyone. Oh, and the gravesite for JFK is, wait for it, a huge Q. And you're looking at it if you're looking at your screen. And so I bring this up because the mainstream media will attack it all day. They all just do negative on Q. 17th letter doesn't mean anything, blah, 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 blah. We're not allowed to talk about it. You got to keep your mouth shut. Why? Because they're being exposed day in and day out. And so part of all of this dropping with the Q-anon or the asterisk posted at 8:04, 10:32 p.m. also was the ALX Elon Musk post. It all connects to the posts that tell us what? Delta 6, comms good, operational, we are active. This is bigger than you know, faster than you know. Things are moving. But that will soon change regarding visibility. Public interest forces the sun to shine. Why are we here? We're here to expose the masses. So something else caught by MJ Truth would be this. Elon Musk shared a Godfather clip on the exact 6-year Q Delta. Okay? This 6 years ago, on the very day, in case you guys don't know what Delta is and you're new to all this, Delta means 6 years ago on November 20th, 2017. 6 years later on November 20th, 2023, a Godfather clip was played. Okay? The baptism scene. Okay? And so if you go to the bottom of that, you'll see the word Godfather. Interesting, because this clip shared was from The Godfather 1972, the baptism scene where Michael kills all the heads of the other families. All right? And then a step further, it's interesting because Italian court convicts 207 people in Mafia Moxie trial. Elon Musk shared a Godfather clip early this morning, early on that 20th, about the heads of families being executed. And now we have news that 207 Mafia members were found guilty. An Italian court convicted and sentenced 207 mobsters. Okay? 4 of them were sentenced to 30 years behind bars, while 131 were acquitted by the court in southern region of Calabria. Interesting connection there, don't you think? And here's one more, I believe I got from President Trump.
Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats are trying to pose as the defenders of democracy, but in fact, they're the ones destroying our democracy. Crooked Joe and his henchmen have tried to shut down free speech with a massive government censorship operation to silence their critics. They're putting Douglas McKay in jail for sharing a joking meme about Hillary Clinton 7 years ago. Nobody ever heard of anything like that. They have 4 bogus criminal cases trying to put their leading political rival, me, in prison. Let's put him in prison. He's leading by a lot. There's no way we can beat him. Let's put him in prison. They're running police state operations to infiltrate the Catholic Church as if it were a communist country. They're persecuting Christians and pro-life activists. They're persecuting anybody they want to persecute. They've labeled ordinary Republicans and parents at school board meetings as potential domestic terrorists. They're resettling millions of migrants into our communities, destroying our country like it's never been destroyed before. They're calling our citizens criminals. They rigged the last election. They rigged the Democrat primary, and they're trying to get their rivals thrown off the ballot everywhere they can. And they're constantly trying to delegitimize the Supreme Court of the United States and threatening conservative judges with violence. In short, nothing about crooked Joe Biden and the anti-democratic party has anything to do with defending democracy. So if Crooked Joe wants to turn this election into a question of which candidate will defend our democracy and freedom, then I say, bring it on. Let's go, Joe, bring it on, because you are a corrupt person. You're the most corrupt president in our history. And by the way, the most incompetent president in our history. Because Americans don't like tyrants, we don't like fascists, we don't like communists, and we don't like crooked Joe Biden. You just have to look at the polls. With your vote on Election Day 2024, America will be a free nation once again. We will be free and we will be great. Thank you.
Let's bring it on. Yep. A big challenge for all. And so next year is going to be an interesting year. We're going to close off all of this, folks, as we're seeing things play out one day after another. Here's Tucker on what it's going to be like next year.
And so I'm not mocking them at all. I'm just telling you once again what you already know, which is this is going to be, the next year is going to be, I think I'd bet my house on it, really like nothing we've ever seen in the country. And everyone can kind of feel that. You know, most of our perceptions come through intuition rather than reason. And if you have dogs, you know this because they can't understand literally a word you say because they don't speak English, hardly any of them. But if you're close to your dog, you know the dog knows exactly what's going on, knows when it's time to go out, knows when you're going on a trip. Why is that? Because they don't hear anything, they just watch and they feel. And people are very much the same. And if something bad is about to happen, everybody gets jumpy. And everybody's really jumpy right now. So I'm not here to, make your anger and paranoia worse, just the opposite. I'm here merely to suggest a couple of things that I think you could do about it, and it might be useful rather than pointless. Like spending a ton of time on social media screaming at people. Well, obviously I do that for a living. And I would never discourage anyone from doing it. Probably aren't going to solve your problem. So the first thing I think that's really important as you stare down the next 12 months is to accept the fact that all your senses are telling you the truth. A good friend of mine called Gavin DeBecker once wrote a book, the thesis of which was every feeling, every gut level feeling you've ever had is real. It's totally true. Your gut is the one thing that doesn't lie to you. Your gut only has your interest in mind. It is not trying to sell you a product or convince you to vote for it. It's acting solely on your behalf. So if you get a very strong message from your viscera, from your intuition, obey it. Take it very seriously. Because I always tell my children, if you're talking to somebody and the person seems creepy, he's creepy. It doesn't mean you can convict him in a court of law for creepiness, though maybe you should try. But you don't need to. All you need to know is that what your senses are telling you is absolutely true. This person's creepy. If you feel deception, you're being lied to. Period. Now, you may not know how you're being lied to or why you're being lied to, much less what the truth is. I most of the time have no idea. But if you feel you're being lied to, you're 100% right. You are being lied to. And if you feel that something very intense and history-changing is about to happen, don't ignore it. Don't panic. There's no profit in that. You can't control it. You're not in charge of history. No offense. None of us is. But that is absolutely real.
Do not panic. It's absolutely real. Be anxious for nothing. Everything by prayer and supplication, make your requests known unto the Lord. I mean, do not fear. How many times have we heard that from our Savior over and over again as all this is playing out? Again, many messages from President Trump. those that are panicking about the future and how they might be taken out, they're the ones that need to panic. We see Tucker dropping all types of truth bombs. Argentina celebrating a great leader brought in because of paper ballots. More and more we're being exposed to the truth about the Pizzagate. The comms that seem to be playing out for all of us to read happens every day, day in and day out, and we're all communicating. We're all getting an attaboy from Dan Scavino, who happens to be right there next to President Trump, and then we have the Retruth, the real commander-in-chief. Let's all stay in prayer.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Heavenly Father, thank you once again for all that you continue to do in and through us. Thank you for your constant guidance, providing the right words to say at the right moment, the thoughts that go through our mind that come from you, and allowing us to just know over and over again that we can say thank you for providing everything that we need to talk to our friends, family, and others, giving us the calm and peace that we need through this this huge storm that we seem to be going through. If we've even got close to it, near it, around it, you've been able to answer our prayers in that. We lift up those during these holiday times. It's very difficult for many. You know that. May their emotions be tempered. May they realize just the love that you provide, that we are just grateful for the Holy Spirit as he continues to guide us and provide the paraclete, just coming alongside us, providing the comfort that we need. Thank you for all of those that are on the front lines. We ask for complete protection over all of them, and also that you would receive all the praise, honor, and glory for all that you've put together all these decades to knock out this demonic evil enemy, just like the from times past where Moses was crying out for the release of people that were crying out for 400 years for freedom. We're crying out for our freedom, and we hope that this biblical time will come and we'll walk across that Red Sea and watch the enemy demolished, swift and furious. Looking forward to that day. Until then, we just want to ask all of this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen and amen. Folks, thank you once again for tuning in. Absolutely amazing how you continue to pray for us. We've been doing so many things behind the scenes trying to prepare for just more great updates that are going to be coming here in the future. And just can never stop, right? We just keep moving along. We feel the prompting of the Holy Spirit, just having us do that. And so it's all by design. We know it. And just wanted to encourage you also, again, thank you for subscribing to my son's Bowling Bro channels. They've been uploading videos. We're working hard on one right now that it's going to be very, very good, where they had this big challenge with 32 people, a knockout challenge. And it was the greatest thing I've seen probably in years, as they knock each other out down to the final person. And it was just like a God thing, the way it was put together. We recorded it 3 different angles. I'm teaching my sons, Raphael and Noah, how to do the video, how to do a good intro, and just piece it together right. But they do most of the heavy work on their own now. And just thank you for subscribing. Thank you for watching them. So encouraging. These guys want to be entrepreneurs. They want to be on the PBA tour someday. And it's just really blesses my heart. Okay. And just thank you for your prayers for our family and more. We're doing all we can. A lot of us working together in our family, including my 2 older sons, Jamie and Angie, Steve, and so many that just contribute behind the scenes for us. And we just thank you for that. What a great time to be alive. Hope you have a great weekend. This is LT saying Semper Fi with them we know. Signing out.
All right, that was LT with And We Know. Absolutely. All right, let's keep moving along here. Up next, we got the X22. I'll be doing A and B back to back, so I'll be stopping on the outro of A and jumping right into B. Here we go. Whoop. Helps if I pull up the right one, right?
Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Let's get into the economic collapse political and geopolitical news. Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3219, and today's date is November 24th, 2023, and the title of the episode is, It Has Begun, Central Bank in the Crosshairs, Milei Shutting Central Bank, Non-Negotiable. Let's talk about protecting their wealth. Are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect right now with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, maybe Taiwan soon? You need a new playbook that's safe. Allocate some gold now and avoid the frenzy panic of the unprepared. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce American Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investment IRA. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private was the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they're running into a major problem. Remember, they never expected anyone to see all this play out. They never expected anyone to see us being moved from the system that we're in today into a new system, which consists of the central bank digital currency, the Green New Deal. They never wanted anyone to see any of this. They never wanted anyone to do any research or to look it up. They just wanted everyone to fall in line and do what they say they wanted us to do. And that's pretty much it. They were hoping for a war. They were hoping for a pandemic. They thought they had the green light and they thought everything was going to be absolutely fantastic. But it's completely and utterly falling apart on them. Why? Because the people see that, hey, wait a minute, the solar panels, the windmills, the electric vehicles, all of this doesn't work. And actually, when you try to hit net zero, it destroys the economy of the country. Why are we doing this? And this is what people are saying. Plus, the other problem they're having now is that since the people are watching all this play out, the people now are rising up, and no, they're not rioting. No, they're not protesting like the left, not like Antifa or the deep state players. And people are realizing that the country is heading in the wrong direction. So what are people doing? They're using the power of their vote, and they're voting out those dictators. They're voting out those people that kept the country down for a very long time. And we can see this happening throughout the world right now, and it's going to pick up speed because remember, all you need is a couple of countries to show the rest of the countries the path to follow, and then it's game over. We already started with El Salvador because they rounded up the MS-13 gangs. They separated themselves from the central bank system. They paid the IMF off. Now they're moving towards Bitcoin. Now we have Argentina, who's always seen very high inflation. And now we have a new leader there. And Milei is telling everyone, listen, we're getting rid of the central bank. I made a promise that we were going to tackle the central bank problem, and that's exactly what we're going to do, and there's no negotiation here. Hey, before I forget, X22 just launched its second drop called We the People. It is now live. All you need to do is go to x22store.com. This launch consists of all new items. Everything is going to be limited quantity. These are all new designs that you've never seen before, and they're going to blow your mind. Head over to x22store.com. That's x22store.com, or visit x22report.com and click on the banner, or just go to the description down below and click on X22 Store. It'll bring you right over to the store. On Monday, November 27th, we'll be unveiling the mystery merch. So head on over to x22store.com. That is x22store.com, or click the link in the description. And I do believe when people start to see all this play out, the people are going to realize, holy crap, we should have never been within this central bank system. This is what kept us down for a very long time. This is what created poverty. This is what created what we're seeing today. And we can see that everything now is completely falling apart for the central bank, the World Economic Forum. Now, they're going to continually push and push and push until the very, very end because they don't want to lose control. That's their whole thing. They control the creation of currency, which means you can control the people. Because once you have the creation of currency, you can then enslave the government, which then in turn enslaves the people. Because as the system breaks down, the people must work harder and harder and harder. Do they actually make more? Do they get ahead? No. Actually, what happens is you take on a separate job and you're just making ends meet. And actually, your way of life decreases. So this is how the central bank does this. And they've been doing it for a very long time. But the people needed to see this. The people needed to understand what was really going on. And as we go down this path, the people are seeing quite a bit. And the people are getting pissed off and angry. And they're starting to realize that, you know something, everything that they promised is not going to work. Everything that they said, well, it was a lie. And that's what people now are seeing. Kirk Lubomoff put this out and said, City of Edmonton spent $60 million on electric buses and they barely work. Their advertised range of 340 kilometers get 117 kilometers in range in real life, which makes them operationally only a fraction of the day, thus requiring more buses and adding to the cost. They also need a diesel heater, a $200,000 blanket to keep batteries warm. The diesel buses, in comparison, can work all day on one tank. Now, think about this for a second. Think about what people are actually seeing and what they're experiencing. Forget about all the talking points that the Deep State Central Bank World Economic Forum likes to use, because talk is cheap. When people see the reality of all this, people start to understand. Tom Fitton responded to this and says, climate scam is expensive. And he's absolutely right. And look at the hypocrites out there. They're telling us you can't use gas stoves. You got to give up on your gas furnace. We must go green. So you would think all of these people, they would stop using their jet planes. They would start using electric planes. They all would be driving electric cars, and they would transform their houses, their apartments, their condos to all electric to show everyone, look how great this works. They would disconnect their homes and they would get off the grid, and they would only use solar and wind. And actually, they would be able to show the people, look how great this is. See, we're doing it, so you must do it. Are any of these people doing this? Absolutely not. You know what people are noticing? That these people are hypocrites. They're telling everyone else to do it, but they haven't done it as of yet. Think about all those people that went to Switzerland and many other places, and they all talked about, climate change and we must go green. Well, they showed up in their nice big limos. They took their private jets. Why didn't they use electric planes? Why didn't they take an electric train? Why didn't they do these things? Because they know it doesn't work. And if they did it, everyone would realize and everyone would discover, holy crap, this technology does not work. But you could see with the Biden administration and Kamala Harris, they're continually telling everyone we must go to electric. You think they'd be the first ones to do it. But Kamala Harris, she put out a picture on this Thanksgiving, and she is standing in front of her gas stove. Why hasn't she ripped that out? And why hasn't she put in an electric stove? Why is she still using gas? And people started to make a lot of comments. And they're saying, well, rules for thee, but not for me. And they continually went on and said, you're a hypocrite. And once again, people are starting to see this, and the people are pushing back, and they're saying, you know something, we're not doing what you say. Now, of course, AOC had to come out of the woodwork, and she said the following, and she was responding to Ronnie Jackson. First, let me read Ronnie Jackson, what he said. He says, I'll never give up on my gas stove. If the maniacs in the White House come for my stove, they can pry it from my cold, dead hands. Come and take it. AOC responded and said, did you know that ongoing exposure to NO2 from gas stoves is linked to reduced cognitive performance? Well, Ronnie Jackson responded to her, and he said, AOC says gas stoves cause reduced cognitive performance, yet she uses a gas stove. Is this a self-diagnosis? AOC, as a medical doctor, I can tell you this. What's wrong with your head is not caused by stoves. Something way bigger is causing your decreased cognitive function. Absolutely. And you know what people are seeing? The people are seeing the truth. And as the entire economic system completely falls apart and they try to bring us into the Green New Deal, people see reality. people see what's really happening because they're experiencing it. Just like the people out in Turkey. What are they experiencing? They're experiencing very high inflation, just like in Argentina. Turkey's central bank right now, they raised their interest rates by 5% to 40%, a bigger than expected hike. So people now are seeing very high interest rates, very high inflation, and they're starting to realize that this isn't fixing the problem. And it's not going to fix the problem. Yes, coming off the gold standard in 1971, we have very little debt. Plus, we're coming off the gold standard. And to try to control the devaluation of the currency, because that's what was happening, let's talk about protecting our wealth. Are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect right now with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, maybe Taiwan soon? You need a new playbook that's safe. Allocate some gold now and avoid the frenzy panic of the unprepared. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investment IRA. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust. They needed to raise the rates just to control it and actually readjust everything. See, today we're coming off of the central bank system. It's at the end stages, and the same strategy that they used in the beginning doesn't work. Why? Because we have a huge amount of debt. We've been at zero or negative rates for a very, very long time, and the value of the currency has lost 98% at this point. And people are seeing that, hey, this isn't working. And if they try to use the same method that they used back in the 70s, it will not work. And we could see it is not working because we're at the end of the central bank system. This is when everything starts to really break apart and fall apart. And this is why they announced back in March of 2020, it's a perfect time to bring us into the Great Reset. But again, they thought they had the green light. They didn't. And now, as they push and push and push, and as they control the demolition of their old system to bring us into the new system, the people, they're awake. They can see what's happening. And the people are realizing they're the ones who are causing all of this. They're the ones who are responsible for all of this. And they're trying to gaslight everyone, and especially the Biden administration, because they continually say that the economy's doing well. We're creating jobs. Everything's great. Well, everyone realizes it isn't. And the term Black Friday right now to describe the day after Thanksgiving in the United States, well, this isn't going too well right now. A lot of people, they're holding back. They're not spending like they used to. And if they are going to spend, you know what they're going to do? They're going to use their credit card. And yes, the fake news is going to report, hey, look, people are spending like crazy. They're putting it on their credit card. You know what happens afterwards when people start to lose their job and they have all this debt? They can't pay it off. And you're going to see delinquencies start to move up. And this is going to be a complete and utter disaster. But Statista, they put out a graph and it says, are people losing interest in Black Friday? Worldwide search interest for the terms Black Friday and Cyber Money on Google search. And it looks like Black Friday is declining now because people, when you don't have the money, when you don't have extra currency, people aren't looking to spend it. You see, when Trump was in office and he was able to go up against the central bank, even though he was playing in the central bank illusionary economy, he was able to do things to give people more money, and they had more money in their pocket. He made the country energy independent, which means people were paying a lot less for fuel, which put more money in your pocket. He actually cut taxes, which put more money in people's pockets. Everyone pretty much was employed. The unemployment rate was very, very low, and Trump had inflation very, very low. Or we could say it was pretty much steady. And what did people realize? Oh, wow, look, from all this, I have extra money now. I feel good. And you know something? The rates are very low. I can purchase a house. The credit card APR, that's still pretty low, not that bad. I can go out and purchase items. And that's what people did. Now people are seeing the exact opposite. And the people, they're having a very difficult time. And this is why more and more people during this Thanksgiving holiday, they are now depending on food banks to help out. Remember, inflation is hurting a lot of people, which is the devaluation of the currency. When people go to the supermarkets to buy food, they're realizing that, wow, this has gotten really expensive. And I'm not receiving a raise to keep up with this inflation. And I do believe, as we can see, a lot of people are going to be laid off moving into 2024. And this is going to be a complete and utter disaster. And this is why a lot of people are taking a second job right now. Wall Street Silver put this out on X and said, more Americans are working a second job as high inflation squeezes. Still, high inflation forcing more Americans to get a side gig. Wall Street responded to this and said the economy 2020 to 2023 explained. They printed $8 trillion, gave you $1,200, sent the rest to their friends, and left you with inflation and the need to work a second job. Any questions? Let me add on top of this. Now they want to tax you on the $600 or more that you're making on this second job. So if you decided to start a second gig job where you were doing things on Venmo, PayPal, or other places where before you had up to $20,000, now you're paying taxes on the $600 and above. So is this going to help the people? No, it's going to hurt them in the long run. And that money isn't going to go as far as it did before. So once again, we can see at the end of their system, what do they need to do? They need to collect as much as they possibly can from the people. We've seen this going back to the kings and queens. When they ran out of money, where did they go? They went to the people. Give us more of yours. We're going to tax you again. And the people, when they get tapped out, this is when revolutions start. And we can see the people are heading in that direction right now because they realize we can't keep this up. And especially when you start to look at the housing market. The housing market is a complete and utter disaster. Interest rates are continually moving up. It's throwing a lot of people out of the market. And those people that want to sell, they're looking at this going, well, if I sell, then I'm going to have a very high interest rate. This makes no sense at this point. Wall Street Silver once again put this out and said, home sales collapse, price drop further, slump, supply jumps. Sales of previously owned houses, condos, and co-ops at a seasonally adjusted annual rate of 3.79 million homes in October have collapsed to levels not seen since the 3 months of the housing bust. The post-Lehman bankruptcy November in 2008 matched it, and July and August of 2010. Absolutely. And we are headed into a recession. I do believe we're already in the recession. And it's just the recession is just going to get worse and worse as we go forward. But Kevin McCullough put this out on X and said, entering a U.S. recession. For those of you who didn't get the real-time data update from the Antichrist of CNBC, headline durables equals down negative 5.4% month-to-month against negatively revised September estimates equals ROC cycle low. And when you look at U.S. durable goods, well, we're hitting that threshold right now, and we're going below the 0%. And every time you look back at the recessions, the same thing happened. So we are now approaching that period of time. But you can see that the world is about to change. And yes, the world is going to receive a shock, and it's going to shock the system. Yes, from the central bank, from the World Economic Forum, but also from those people that are tackling the central bank system. Those people that are removing the private wealth central bank from their countries. And once people start to see the countries all of a sudden turn around, this is going to start a wave of other countries following suit, especially when Trump does it with the United States. Once the United States removes the private wealth central bank and the United States shows the rest of the world, look at what your economy could be. If you just do what we're doing, you could prosper like you've never seen before. And I do believe once this is shown to the people, it is going to be game over for the deep state players. And what does this mean for gold? I do believe gold is going to start to really move up. I do believe Bitcoin is going to start to really move up. Jose Garcia put this out and said, gold surges due to weak dollar, falling yields. Fed rate outlook and economic data boost optimism. Bullish forecast for gold amid rate cut speculation. And yes, that's what we're going to see, especially when the currency hyperinflates. That's when people go, holy crap, these pieces of paper are the blips on my computer. They're worth absolutely nothing. But you could see that Argentina's Milei, he is now moving towards getting rid of the central bank system. And right now you could see that this is the direction he's heading in. He made this promise. He said getting rid of it is non-negotiable. And I do believe he will follow through on his promise. And he actually said something very, very interesting, and this has to do with socialism. He said, socialism is a violent, murderous, and impoverishing phenomenon. And I do believe people around the world, they have seen this already. They realize that socialism doesn't work. The private Western central bank system adds to all of this. And now these countries, as they reverse everything, things are going to be getting a lot better. And people are going to see this. And I do believe this is going to have a ripple effect across the entire world, which means everything is about to change. And yes, it's going to get bumpy. Yes, it's going to look scary. But I do believe in the end, like Trump says, he can turn this around in like 6 months. Well, how would you turn everything around in 6 months? All you got to do is reverse everything that they're doing and get rid of the private Western central bank. And then you'll see an economy like you've never seen before. And I do believe everyone's going to see this. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Let's get into the economic collapse political and geopolitical news. Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3219BN. Today's date is November 24th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Deep State Lost the Narrative, Pattern of Corruption Discovered. It's going to be biblical. Let's talk about our health. When it comes to weight loss, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target each area of fat differently to fully manage weight. Some supplements may focus on burning fat, while others boost metabolism or control cravings. But believe it or not, I may have found a solution that removes the need for juggling through multiple weight loss products. It's a special keto powder that no one has heard of, and it helps with boosting metabolism, reducing unwanted body fat, and promoting overall weight management better than most weight loss products typically found on store shelves. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that it's not only a breakthrough in a bag, but it also removes the need for us to use countless diet pills and weight loss supplements. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll receive 51% off free VIP live health and fitness coaching, a free new ebook titled The Top 14 Ketogenic Foods, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to ketowithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time before they sell out. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters. What is being exposed right now cannot be stopped. Think about what everyone is seeing around the country and around the world. They're seeing a pattern of corruption. And DC has been covering up this corruption for a very long time. That's what actually people are seeing right now. They're seeing the cover up. The FBI has been covering it up. The DOJ has been covering it up. Other individuals have been covering it up, like Obama. And this is what people are seeing. This is a massive pay for play scheme. It was all happening under the Obama administration. And who's been covering it up? Well, it's been all these different agencies. And what always gets you in the end? The cover up. Remember, this is just the beginning. The beginning is showing the people, exposing exactly what they've been doing. It doesn't matter what the FBI or the DOJ does right now, because they're not going to do anything, because they're part of the criminal syndicate and they're the ones who are covering everything up. More importantly, it's the people of this country. You see, everyone has it backwards. It's not the FBI. It's not the DOJ. The people of this country, they make the final decision with everything. Yes, you might see corruption. Yes, you might get pissed off. Yes, you might be seeing all of this happen. But in the end, the people, when they see it, when they see what's going on, they see the pattern. They see who's covering up for who, and they see who's involved. The people in the end, they're the ones who say enough is enough. So if you're expecting the criminal syndicate to take down themselves, it's not going to happen. Trump, the Patriots, they knew this. They knew that this is so corrupt, it's so bad that they would never do anything to actually turn themselves in and put themselves in jail. He knew it would be up to the people. It would be up to the people to decide, do you like the corruption? Do you like the way where the country's headed? Do you want to continue with this? Or do you want to hold them accountable for their actions? And this is why he needed to show the people from the very beginning. And yes, is he planning to take down all of these people? Of course he is. But again, he needs the people to see it play out. He needs the people to see the patterns. He needs the people to see the connections to other individuals like Obama, which I do believe this is where all this leads. Remember, the deep state players right now, they have completely lost the narrative. They don't control the narrative anymore. Why do you think they're going after X? Because they know the presidential election is right around the corner. They realize that they don't control the narrative, and they need to stop these platforms. And X is a very big platform, has millions of people on it. They know they have to stop X at all costs. And if they don't stop X, this is going to be a complete and utter disaster for them. Plus, if you look at Truth right now has an agreement. They're going to be getting advertisers. And as you get advertisers and you actually start to make money, you can do a lot more. The technology improves. And what's going to happen is Truth is going to grow very, very quickly. And as it grows, the deep state players are going to have a major problem. Look at Rumble right now. Rumble is going up against YouTube. They went public and they're adding more and more features, and more creators are going onto Rumble. And a lot more people are looking at Rumble to actually view content because there's no censorship. So as we approach 2024, the deep state players, they're going to be in trouble. And this is why they've been trying to control the narrative. Yes, they're going to start with X, but you think that's where they're going to stop? No, they're going to go to the other platforms. Hey, before I forget, X22 just launched its second drop called We the People. It is now live. All you need to do is go to x22store.com. This launch consists of all new items. Everything is going to be limited quantity. These are all new designs that you've never seen before, and they're going to blow your mind. Head over to x22store.com. That's x22store.com, or visit x22report.com and click on the banner, or just go to the description down below and click on X22 Store. It'll bring you right over to the store. On Monday, November 27th, we'll be unveiling the mystery merch. So head on over to x22store.com. That is x22store.com, or click the link in the description. And you can see that Elon, he is continually fighting and pushing back. And in the end, when the deep state players can't control the flow of information, I do believe they're going to shut down the flow of information, because if you can't control it, you shut it down and you allow the legacy media to try to tell everyone what's really going on here. Now, is that going to work? Absolutely not. I do believe all of this is going to backfire in the end, and there's already countermeasures in place, and the people already see and they understand what's going on. I do believe the plan is working perfectly, because those people who would never even look at Trump or think about electing him as president or voting for him, those people now are actually doing just that. And like we said from the very beginning, people wake up at all different times. What affects one person where they feel, holy crap, I can't take this anymore, doesn't affect another person the same exact way. Some people have to be brought to a point of a place where they feel like all hope is lost. And I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they know this. They know to get the country on their side, they need to bring the population to that point. Now, yes, there's a lot of people that are already awake. Those people are pissed off and angry. They want something done. A lot of people from the very, very beginning who are awake, they've been watching this all play out. But think about the rest of the country. Think about all those friends, relatives who really kind of believe, but don't believe, or maybe don't believe at all. Those people need to be brought into the fold, especially on the D side. Remember, this is America. It's not a Republican country. It's not just an independent country. We're all Americans here, and all Americans should know the truth. All Americans should know who the criminals are. All Americans should make a decision when it comes time for the elections. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know this, and they want the people to make this decision. And they need to show the people the pattern of corruption. They need to show everyone, and that's why they started with Biden. It was very easy to expose the 20 shell companies. It was very easy to show, look, he's hiding private records because he's front and center. He's the resident. People are all watching him. And as they went after Trump, Trump just said, okay, look what he has. And it was very, very easy to see. Now, there's a lot of people still rejecting it. A lot of people saying, no, this isn't true. And that's why they need to be brought to a place of destruction where they finally find that will, even though they hate it, they can't stand it. They need to find that will to say, okay, we have to change. I can't go to war. I don't want cities destroyed. I don't want my family obliterated. I don't want this. And Biden is bringing us in that direction. The fake news is bringing us in the direction. And there's only one man talking about peace. There's only one person that's saying, I can fix all this. And yes, it can't be explained to people. It has to be shown to the people because talk is cheap. People won't believe you when you tell them. The people need to be neck high in all of this crap. And that's when they'll finally say, okay, enough is enough. You could see it already. There's people already starting to make this change. And I do believe as we move forward, you're going to see a lot more people make this change because I do believe in the end, with everything that we're witnessing with Biden right now, this was just the introduction of the pattern of corruption. Because you know that there are many, many individuals within DC and around the country, they're doing the same exact thing, but even worse than what Biden is doing. And I think people are going to start to see this, and it's become very, very clear as we go into 2024. We'll be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening out in San Francisco, because we know that they cleaned everything up. They removed all the bums in the tent cities and all the homeless people. They cleaned up the streets so they can bring in a dictator and show the dictator, look how great America is. But they wouldn't do this for the American people who live here every single day. Isn't that interesting? And now the business owners in San Francisco, they're now complaining that the city is reverting into a den for homelessness and drug use. You don't think the 10 cities are going to return? You don't think the drug people are going to return? Of course it is. They cleaned it up temporarily. It was a Band-Aid fix. It was an illusion. And now the people see what's really going on there. And the people, they could see it clearly. 1 minute, you have tents, drugs, and everything. It's cleaned up. And now when it comes all back, they go, holy crap, now it's easy to recognize. And people, that's what they're doing. And now they're complaining. You did this to for a dictator. Why can't you do this for us? What, you don't have the funds? You're able to line the street with the Chinese flag. Think about this. And by the way, Americans were ripping down the Chinese flag. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is right before Thanksgiving, we had this car that ran into the Rainbow Bridge. It looks like it was traveling at like, 60, 70 miles an hour. There were no explosives, no nothing with no terrorism or anything like that with the car. And the FBI Buffalo put this out and said, FBI Buffalo has concluded our investigation at the scene of the Rainbow Bridge incident. A search at this scene revealed no explosive materials and no terrorism nexus was identified. The matter has been turned over to the Niagara Falls Police Department as a traffic investigation. Now, the video shows that this car was going very, very fast, like 75 miles an hour plus, and it just went airborne and then, hit something and exploded. And that's what the video shows, and it's absolutely unbelievable. Now, does that mean we're going to not see any type of terrorist event or anything like that? No, I do believe eventually that is exactly what we're going to see. And when the people see it and the people start to realize that the terrorism is coming from the open borders and from these illegals, you see, they're not migrants. These are illegals. They came into this country and many countries around the world illegally. They're here illegally. So they are illegals. I know the fake news likes to change it saying, oh no, they're refugees or migrants. No, they're illegals in this.
And I have no idea what happened there. So we're going to 13 minutes, 27 seconds. We'll go to the X22 page. There we go. 13 minutes and 27 seconds. There we go. Come on. Pull it on up there. There we go. 13, 15.
And from these illegals, you see, they're not migrants. These are illegals. They came into this country and many countries around the world illegally. They're here illegally. So they are illegals. I know the fake news likes to change it saying, oh, no, they're refugees or migrants. No, they're illegals in this country. If you hop over the border, doesn't matter if the resident is helping you, it's still illegal. He doesn't change the laws just by helping them. He can't do that. So whatever they're doing, it's illegal. And that's who they are. And you could see that the resident doesn't like it. I should say the criminal syndicate, the mafia, doesn't like it when those people within the criminal syndicate mafia actually start to talk about what's really going on. Because you never go up against the mafia. You never go up against the criminal syndicate where they take you out. And that's exactly what's happening to Mayor Adams right now. Because now they're hitting him with a sexual assault accusation. Now, this individual, this woman, hasn't been named yet. Maybe she will be. But Adams right now is accused of sexually assaulting a woman in 1993 in a bombshell legal filing. The accuser, who was not identified by the messenger, filed a summons Wednesday night under the Adult Survivors Act, the same law that allowed E. Jean Carroll to go after Trump 30 years later. So they're using their law that they put into place to go after Trump, and now it's being used on Adams. And it's also being used on Cuomo because I do believe there's fresh new charges against Andrew Cuomo. The guy that threw sick people into nursing homes and killed those people just to show that, look, COVID is terrible. There's a death rate. So now this is all turning on them, and it's getting worse and worse. But the illegals are coming into this country. They're not being vetted. They're getting turkeys. They're getting transportation. They're getting everything. What are the American people getting? Absolutely nothing. Because again, the deep state players, they can't stand Americans. They hate the United States. They hate the Constitution. This is why they fight against the Constitution every step of the way. Think about it. These people in these positions, they're supposed to be backing the Constitution. They should be all for the Constitution, but they're doing the actual opposite. This should tell you everything you need to know, especially with what's happening down at the border, especially with DHS Chief Alejandro Mayorkas. He is in control of all of this. And yes, we had Marjorie Taylor Greene. She tried to impeach him, but we had certain individuals that actually countered her impeachment. But now he's out there letting everyone know that we need to make sure that when these illegals come over, we don't misgender them. I mean, really think about this for a second. That's what they're worried about. The Oversight Project put this out and said, Biden's direct Border Patrol to use illegal aliens' preferred pronouns. We just obtained CBP documents directing personnel to only use woke language when encountering individuals invading the United States. And what does this document say? It says, do not use he, him, she, her pronouns until you have more information about or provided by the individual. Use Mr., Mrs., Ms., Sir, Ma'am salutations until you have more information about the individual. So do not use any of these things. So once again, this is their biggest concern. We have an invasion at the border, and they're worried about these people's feelings who are coming into this country illegally. That should tell you everything you need to know. And this is what people are watching. This is what people are seeing. And you could see that everything that Trump did was to show the people, look, I shut down the border. I protected the border. I started building the wall, and the border was secure. Do you see how easy it is to do? Now we don't have the problem that Obama had. And then Biden came along, and of course, Obama was telling him, listen, do what I did. And all of a sudden, everything was reversed. So that was a Band-Aid fix that Trump put together. And that's why this is not about a 4-year election, because everything that he did could just be undone. The only way to stop this is to go after the deep state and actually destroy them. So all those people going back in time who just wanted Trump to win and win the next election, no, he needed to destroy the deep state players. He actually campaigned in 2016 to destroy the deep state players. He knows if we don't, nothing changes. If we don't get rid of the central bank, nothing changes. So his entire mission is to destroy and bring down the entire system of the deep state players. But the only way to do this is to show the people of this country the system. If you don't see the system, how are you going to take back the country? How are you going to say to Trump, listen, we want you to go after the deep state. We need to get rid of them. You wouldn't do it. Without seeing it, you wouldn't force Trump to do this. And how do you force him to do this? You vote. And without seeing the system, how would you keep the country? How would you stop them from coming back? You wouldn't be able to. That's why the people needed to be woken up. That's why the people needed to start thinking logically. That's why people needed to see all this. And yes, part of the process of it's you getting pissed off. Part of the process is you getting really angry and saying, I can't believe this is happening. Who's allowing this? Why don't they stop it? Ah, there you are. You're finally understanding. It's the system that had you for a very long time. No one is going to stop this but you. You're the only one that could stop this. If you're sitting there going, I don't understand why this is happening. I don't understand why they don't stop this. I don't know why they have the open borders. I don't know why they allow this to happen. Well, the problem is that the criminal syndicate is not going to do anything. You have to do it. You have to see it. You have to vote for the person that's going to stop it, and then it will be stopped. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. But you needed to understand that. And I do believe this is what Trump showed everyone. Just like right now, like Biden's out there and he's campaigning for 2024. I don't think he's going to make it to 2024. The entire narrative and everything that he was using before is completely and utterly falling apart. And there's no way that he's going to be able to cheat like he cheated before. His poll numbers are dropping like a rock. And everything that Trump did and everything that Biden did, where he reversed everything that Trump did, is not helping him. And I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they knew this was the plan. And Biden is out there, he's campaigning, and he's saying if Trump comes back into office, he's going to make immigration worse. The border is going to be worse if Trump comes back in. So wait a minute. Trump had a secure border. Trump was building the wall. We didn't see anything like this. And Trump getting back into office is going to make it worse? No, the people aren't stupid. The people know that he's going to make it better. This entire argument is not going to work. Remember, he showed everyone what he's capable of doing. He showed everyone, look, this is very easy. We can move the embassy to Jerusalem. We can have inflation very low. We can make the country energy independent. We can bring fuel prices way, way down. We could place tariffs on China. We could send that money to the farmers. We can revitalize industry. We can rework the trade negotiations. This stuff is a piece of cake. We can start building the wall. We can secure the border. We're not going to have all these people coming to the country. This is very easy to do. We can end the wars out in the Middle East. We can bring troops home, and we can have peace throughout the Middle East. It's very easy to do. He showed everyone this. So do you think anyone's going to believe what Biden is saying? Actually, Biden-Harris headquarters, they put out the handy guide for responding to crazy MAGA nonsense this Thanksgiving. Well, it's not nonsense. It's common sense. And people now are awake. They're thinking logically. And everything that Biden does at this point is not going to work. Anything the fake news does or the deep state does, it's not going to work, because now, for this very long period of time, since Biden started to live in the White House, they've been calling us terrorists. They've been calling us deplorables. They've been calling us MAGA extremists. So do you think anything that they say is going to work? Remember, the majority has grown. More and more people now are on Trump's side. So whatever they say, they're affecting the entire country. They have never been the majority. The majority was just sleeping. But now the people see that they were never the majority, that they were always the minority, And the majority is no longer listening to them. Why do you think the fake news, their ratings are in the dumpers? Why do you think they're going after X? Because they understand they've lost the narrative. They're screwed. And you know what's very interesting is that whole thing with Pizzagate, it's no longer a conspiracy. All of a sudden, Pizzagate is real. And it looks like the FBI actually admitted it. A Texas A&M University employee was arrested on child pornography charges. FBI uncovers the use of pizza as the code word in chats. So it looks like Liz Crokin was right in all her research. Everything that she told everyone about, she was absolutely right. And now the world is about to understand and realize, holy crap, they've been using code words and they've been putting the words like pizza, pepperoni, and everything else. And that actually stood for children. Isn't that interesting? So according to the FBI Special Agent Dimitri Willis, Chadwick and Harnden used the term pizza to talk about CSAM during this interaction. I know from my training and experience that pizza and or cheese pizza is a known slang code word used by individuals to discuss CSAM in public forums without detection. After sharing the CSAM, Chadwick asked Harnden if he thought she was horrible because of all the pizza. Harnden replied, "Pizza is one of my favorite foods." So this is how they speak to each other. So it's no longer a conspiracy. They use code words to talk about children. So take that and move it towards all those other people like Obama, Podesta, Clinton, and the rest. I think everyone's going to about to see it. Remember, all this information needs to be brought out into the open very, very slowly so people understand. And now the people, they're going to see the next part of all this. And when people start to see it, they're never, ever going to forget it. Remember, everything needs to come together at the same time. And people need to be brought into the fold very, very slowly so they can accept it, digest it, and then they get more information. The beginning part was seeing the corruption. And now they see the pattern of corruption. Now they're going to see that these people, well, they're all part of this pedophilia network. When you start to put it all together, people then can form a picture in their mind. And as these people are exposed, the people are going to understand why they rigged the 2020 election and why they're interfering in the election right now. You see, all of this comes together in the end. And in the end, these people are going to be exposed, and the people of this country are going to finally understand who the real criminals are. And we can see that we're heading in that way. And this is why the deep state players, they're going to try to start war any chance they can get. Now, what's very interesting is that there was a secret Biden and Schultz plan for Ukraine that was leaked. And it's saying that Zelensky should negotiate with Russia and accept brutal compromises. Now, once again, you can see that there are certain individuals that are saying peace, but remember, they're not in charge. Those people that are in charge, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, and those people that don't want to be exposed, those people will never agree to any of this. Those people need war. Those people need to cover up everything. And those people that are installed, who are taking instruction from Klaus Schwab and the rest, they will continually push war. Look what Justin Trudeau is doing. He announced that Canada will supply Ukraine with over 11,000 assault rifles and more than 9 million rounds of ammunition. So if they want peace and the secret document came out, why is Trudeau now actually giving more and more weapons to Ukraine? Shouldn't he be saying we should have peace? Shouldn't he be saying that, oh, it's time for peace? Well, I don't believe that the powers, who are, I'm not talking about the installed people that you could see out front. I'm talking about the people behind the scenes. Those people do not want peace. They want war. And I do believe this is why Trump continually says, I see war. World War III is going to be coming, and I can have peace within 24 hours. And the only way I can have peace is if you elect me. And as we approach 2024, and as a war approaches, well, people are going to say, whoa, I got to make a decision here. And again, you can explain it to people. You can try to convince them. But until they're experiencing it, they won't admit that they need to vote for Trump for peace. They won't believe what you're saying. They won't go along with it because they can't believe that something like that would ever happen. Just like during COVID. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect right now with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, maybe Taiwan soon? You need a new playbook that's safe. Allocate some gold now and avoid the frenzied panic of the unprepared. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investment IRA. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust. Even if you tried to tell people, listen, don't take the vaccine, it's a bioweapon. It doesn't matter what you said because they just wouldn't believe. Don't wear your mask. You don't have to. It doesn't work against viruses. They just wouldn't believe because the fear sets in and the brainwashing is strong and they're believing whatever is being told to them. So no matter what you said, you couldn't convince them any other way until they experience what happens when you take the bioweapon. They start to see that, hey, look, masks don't work, that this whole thing was BS. This is why the people aren't taking the boosters anymore, because if people were still afraid and people still believed in it, everyone would be taking the boosters. Why is only 3% taking these boosters? Because they no longer believe. They're no longer afraid. They're seeing way too much information about what really happened. Now, of course, there's some people out there still that they're going along with it. And other people saying that, I'm not going to take it because I'm not afraid anymore. I don't think I need it. But again, most of these people are waking up. Now, out in Israel, we can see that the ceasefire is going on right now. They have traded prisoners right now. Hamas has released 25 hostages, 13 Israelis and 12 Thai nationals. Also, 150 relief trucks entered Gaza Strip, and they are now starting the process. Now, when this first began, the rocket sirens in southern Israel, well, they went off because as soon as the ceasefire started, all of a sudden there were incoming missiles. But it looks like the situation has calmed down. Let's see what happens. We know what Hamas is doing right now. They are now gathering strength, putting together their weapons. And I do believe once the ceasefire is over in 4 days and the hostages are exchanged, I wouldn't be surprised if you see many rockets flying into Israel once again. And those people that are calling for a ceasefire, well, they're going to have a very tough time convincing everyone that we should have another one because as soon as it was over.
All right, I got to pause it here for a minute. This comment is, I have to tell you guys, this is the best comment all day today. The best comment all day. Travis Joe, we love you. You can't control me. I pay taxes. If you pay taxes, then they control you. I know. Best one. I couldn't believe that my mic was live. And I was just like, oh, damn it. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Oh, when they don't control you, you'll be keeping your taxes, brother. You will be keeping your taxes and you'll be glad to do it. I just had to go there. Sorry. All right, now I'm going to mute and shut.
They didn't say, okay, let's have peace. They decided to continue with the war. And I do believe that's exactly what they're going to end up doing. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see around the world with all these illegals in the countries, they are causing major problems. And the people of the countries, they're starting to fight back. Andy No put this out and said, Dublin, Ireland, protesters angry over immigrant suspects who allegedly carried out a mass stabbing attack on children rioted and assaulted responding police. A source who witnessed the rioting in Dublin, Ireland, sent this to me. He said many Irish people have had enough of violence, sex crimes, and housing issues caused by migrants. And the revelation that an immigrant suspect allegedly was responsible for the mass stabbing attack on children in the city center was a breaking point. Oh, you mean people reach the precipice of destruction where they say enough is enough. They found the will to change. Everyone feels it at all different times. Conor McGregor put this out and he said the following. Isn't that something? The absolute picture of weak and feeble, the most divisive of all is this weak man. One of the most horrific crimes this nation have ever seen has occurred. We do not care anymore what you sad cases have got to say. In our war, you are nothing. We are not backing down. We're only warming up. There will be no backing down until real change is implemented for the safety of our nation. We're not losing any more of our women and children to sick and twisted people who should not even be in Ireland in the first place. Call it what you want. We do not care. May God help us all. Ireland for victory. People are reaching the precipice around the world. And yes, each event pushes people to the brink, and then the people start to fight back. This country, it will happen. And I do believe this is why Trump has been bringing us down this path, because he needed to wake the masses up. He needed every single person to reach that breaking point where they find that will to say enough is enough. And everyone reaches it at different points. When you start to talk to people, you can see it's easier to talk to them about certain situations, like what's happening out in Israel and Gaza, what's happening with the borders, how they're afraid there's an event that's going to happen in this country. They're worried about the economy. They're worried about inflation. So people now, you can actually start to speak to them. They will have a conversation with you. And I do believe as the situation gets worse and worse and people start to lose jobs and the economy starts to implode and we head towards war, it'll be even easier to talk to people. And in the end, I do believe the people will find that will. They'll finally say, and I can't take it anymore. I mean, I thought Biden was the right guy, but he's bringing us to war. He destroyed the economy. And everything he's saying, he doesn't care because he's telling us the economy's fine. We need war. And we don't, and as people, we don't want war. And I do believe this is what people are going to see. And I do believe to actually really convince the people, I do believe the United States will probably be attacked. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some type of incoming missile or maybe some type of an event or explosion inside the country. And yes, probably during the elections, probably a cyber attack. But this is the only way you're going to convince people that we're heading to war. Because if you look at Ukraine, did anyone really believe that we're heading towards World War III? No, they just saw something happening in a far off land. The only way to convince people that there's actually World War III on the horizon is to show people World War III is on the horizon. And I do believe, yes, something is going to happen in this country and the people are going to see it. And yes, I do believe on the streets, remember, it's infiltration from within. So yes, they're going to attack us from within and they're going to attack us from the outside. Because how do you defeat the country? How do you bring the country to its knees? And I do believe this has been their plan for a very long time, at least 16 years, because that's their 16-year plan. And I do believe Trump, he countered this, and he's going to bring those people who are responsible for everything that you're seeing front and center. You're already seeing Biden. I do believe Obama is next. And look what happened during the Macy's Thanksgiving parade. We had these individuals, they decided to glue themselves to the street. They started to, pour syrup or something all over them, make it look like blood. And the police went around and they arrested these individuals. And once again, this is not going to work. The people are getting fed up with these people and what they're doing is not working anymore. But the other thing that's very interesting is that the Pentagon, they are now currently moving toward allowing AI weapons to autonomously make decisions to kill humans. So we have drones who have AI built into them. They're going to make decisions on who to kill. This actually reminds me of Terminator. What happens when they start something or they kill people that they shouldn't have? Will this start a war? I mean, this looks like a very, very dangerous path that we're headed down. And this is not the only country that's planning on do this. There are other countries planning on doing this, which I do believe would be a nightmare in the end. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and I think we mentioned this on Wednesday, we had Forbes magazine, who is very, very racist, and you could see all those people that point out skin color. That's racism right there. They're the ones who are racist because you don't need to mention skin color, but it seems that they always need to. That tells you everything you need to know. Because all you got to do is turn it around and then you understand, wait a minute, they would never say this about a black person. They would never say this about an Asian person. They would never use this type of language that they're using now. So when they say whiteness, like Forbes had 3 ways to center whiteness in your workplace, that's racist because all you do is change whiteness for blackness or Jewishness or anything else. What does that show? You're racist. And that's what people are saying. Well, J.D. Vance, he responded to this and says, I'm just done with this shit. It's a racist and it's gross. Forbes should be ashamed of themselves for publishing it. The author is a diversity, equity, inclusion consultant. I've directed my staff to investigate whether her business receives any public money from Ohio. But Forbes, under the pressure, decided to change their headline to 3 ways to transform your workplace to be more equitable. But they were really showing you with the first headline who they really are. These are the racists. And everything that they've been telling us is a lie. Think about COVID. Think about what's happening in the economy. Think about inflation when they told you it was transient. Think about everything that they've told us. It's all a lie. And Wokeness put this out on X and said, everything the media has been telling you about interracial crime is a lie. What does he mean by this? Well, he put up a graph of interracial violent incidents per capita of offending race. So here's the graph, and it says white on black only 1 time. Hispanic on black 2.5 times. White on Hispanic 3.5. Black on Hispanic 8.7. Then we have Hispanic on white 20.4. Black on white 42.3 times. That should tell you everything you need to know. Remember what their playbook is. And it's the same as Nazi Germany. You pick out a race and you tell them, oh, these are the people that are responsible for your oppression. They should pay you. You should go after them. It's their whiteness. It's everything else. So that's what they did. They picked the black community and they said, okay, these are the people responsible for keeping you down. These are the people who are responsible where you can't get ahead. But in reality, it was the D's over a very long period of time that have kept these people down. And now the people, they're starting to see a lot of this and they're now pushing back. But think about what the D's, the deep state players wanted. They wanted some type of war. So they take a race and they put it against another race and they want the 2 races to fight. And this is how they get division. But it's not working. It's actually falling apart. Just like January 6th is completely and utterly falling apart. As more and more videos are produced, the people are seeing, wow, this had nothing to do with MAGA. There were other people involved. They're the ones who pushed this. They're the ones who caused it. And it looks like this was planned going back like a year or so. And these people were embedded in the crowd, dressed up as MAGA supporters, and they were pushing violence because the people were actually peaceful. DC Drano on X put this out and said, this is why we need J6 body cam footage released with audio. Here's a possible federal agent wearing an earpiece, physically forcing people inside the Capitol on January 6th. Listen to the woman confronting him. If we couldn't hear the woman, we would have never known. So this woman right here went up to the undercover agent and said, why are you pushing me in? You're pushing us all in. And this individual had an earpiece. That should tell you everything you need to know. And as more and more information comes out and you see these people brought out into the light, the people are going to realize that this wasn't an insurrection by we the people, by MAGA, by Trump. This was an insurrection by those who actually had an insurrection on November 3rd, and they needed this to cover up everything that they did. And now the people are learning the truth. Why do you think they don't want Trump talking about certain things? Why do you think they continually try to gag him? Because he has the truth. He has declassified information. He has the information that will show that they are the criminals. They are the ones who cheated in the election. They're the ones who pushed January 6th. They're the ones who overthrew the United States government. They don't want him speaking. They want to control the narrative, but it's all falling apart. Trump, he put this out on Truth, and it says the Trump gag order, corrupt judge assaults free speech. And that's exactly what it is. But what's very interesting about this is that since Trump put this out about a gag order, that reminded me of Post 3626. This is November 24th, 2019. Targeted and silenced gag for a reason. Pain coming. So that is very interesting because is pain coming? Yes. When Trump starts to show the world what they have done through the declassification of the information that he has, it is going to be game over for these people. The people are going to learn the truth. The people are going to understand who's behind all of this. And we could see that every step of the way, the deep state players are having a problem, especially Biden. Think about it. All the shell companies, the money laundering, him lying to the American people, him telling the intelligence idiots to say it's Russian disinformation. it all fell apart. And now with Israel and Gaza, it's even worse for him. And even the Hill put this out because what are they doing? They're preparing for a change of batter. It says the growing divide within the Democratic Party over Biden's handling of the Israel-Hamas war is becoming a serious political problem for the 81-year-old president, who has trouble appealing to young voters and energizing his party's base. So Democratic strategists and progressive activists say growing disenchantment among liberals, especially young Democrats and minority voters, over the war graphic images of Palestine civilian casualties could hurt Democratic turnout in the 2024 election. So if you notice, every step of the way, what are they doing? They're building the narrative to remove Biden. And I do believe his days are numbered. Why? Because the polls show that Trump has the lead. Now, again, these are the fake polls. There's internal polls that are completely different. But again, it's showing that the people now are with the truth teller. The people are with the patriot, Trump. And Biden now, the only way that he can actually win is cheating. And they're realizing that the cheating is not going to work this time around. And it's going to be very, very difficult to cheat. Doesn't mean they're not going to try. They're going to throw everything they possibly have to try to cheat like they did the last time. But think about it. If the majority of the people are with Trump and he has all these votes, how do they make up the difference? Last time they had to shut things down for like a couple of days. What are they going to do this time? Will they be able to do this? Or will the numbers not make any sense whatsoever? Well, I think the numbers won't even make sense. And this time around, it's going to be very, very difficult for them because think about it. Now the people realize that the elections were rigged in 2020 and they see the election interference in 2024. So now the truth is out there, especially when Trump reveals what they did when he goes to trial in March. This is going to be very, very difficult because once that's transparent, they're going to have a very, very difficult using their tactics. But Kari Lake right now, she filed a new reply brief in the Arizona Supreme Court calling Maricopa County out on their lies and asking the court to sanction county attorneys. Newly discovered evidence shows that the machine failures affecting tens, if not hundreds, of thousands of voters on Election Day were likely caused by internal misconduct. Untested, misconfigured machine settings, printer settings, and ballot paper sizes utilized by Maricopa County caused machines at 6% of voting locations to fail on the day that Republicans turn out 3-1 to vote for Kari Lake and Republican candidates. This caused massive lines, wait times for primary Republican voters, tens of thousands of voters, some of whom waited in line for hours, placed their ballots in the mysterious door number 3 to be allegedly counted off-site later. It is unclear how many Kari Lake voters decided just not to vote. So Kari Lake recently filed a motion for transfer in the Arizona Supreme Court, urging the court once again to consider extraordinary new evidence presented in Lake's motion for relief from judgment, which was filed in May of 2023. Plus, Maricopa's failure to conduct an LNA testing in accordance with ARS Section 16449 and the EPM is also a criminal violation. So it looks like Maricopa County is in the hot seat, and as the evidence builds, it's getting worse and worse for them. I don't think they're going to be able to get out of this one because it's just going to get worse. And if the ruling comes down in the Supreme Court that they're not going to rule or they decide to rule with Maricopa County, I do believe this will be appealed all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. Abe Hamadeh put this out on X and said, everyone in Arizona knows what happened, but there are many layers and branches of the state government who have contempt for the people of Arizona, and they're exposing themselves every single day. Absolutely. And what's very interesting is that these individuals who call us election deniers, actually, they're the ones who are denying the cheating because there was cheating. But as they call us election deniers, they're trying to build the case that the election deniers are wrong. Norm Eisen put this out and said, a new tracker from our team, SU Action, exposes every corner of the election denier threat ahead of 2024. We're launching dynamic, real-time tracking of election deniers across multiple levels of government so reporters and voters have the right information when they need it. Well, Rasmussen Reports responded to this on X and said, Dear Norm Eisen, the war is over. You're in the minority. American voters put up a poll and says, how concerned are you that the outcome of the 2024 presidential election will be affected by cheating? 66% are concerned that there's going to be cheating. That's all voters. Even the Democrats, 55%. Independents, 64%. Republicans, 80%. They lost the narrative. And you can see that Biden is in trouble. The deep state knows it, and they're going to have to remove him because Trump has the edge over Biden in a hypothetical general election race and dominates the Republican primary field. So right now, Trump has 64% support in the primary, and he is now beating Biden. Now, of course, these are polls that they use to say, oh, look, they're very close and Trump's just winning. No, Trump has the people. He understands. He has the internal polls, and he wants everyone to see this every single day. This is why he puts the poll numbers out there, because Biden, in the end, they're going to have to do something with him because he doesn't have popularity. First of all, his poll numbers are dropping like a rock because of the economy. And think about what's going to happen in 2024. This is just the beginning. When you see people getting laid off and you see the economy completely imploding and the people are struggling, do you think the best choice is Biden? No. When you see us heading towards war, and what happens if the United States is attacked or it's an event inside the country because of open borders? Do you think this is going to help Biden? No, it's going to hurt him immensely, which means the Tea Party, they already know. They already know he's a liability. Why do you think they're building up the rhetoric that Trump is Hitler, he's Mussolini, he's going to execute everyone? Because this is all they have. Nolte from Breitbart says the following. Trump is not only leading his fraudulency Joe Biden in a potential 2024 rematch, the bad orange man is now pulling away from slow Joe. So if you're wondering why a network news anchor is shrieking about Trump executing and imprisoning people, well, just look at the poll numbers. And you can see in all these different areas, Emerson, Morning Consult, Harvard Harris, Reuters, NBC, Fox, Quinnipiac, Yahoo News, Rasmussen, and the rest, they all have Trump up +4, +6, +2. This is a complete disaster because all you got to do is go back to 2020. All these same polls had Biden up +7, +10, +7, +6. So this tells you that, yeah, we looked at the numbers. We looked at our internal polling. Trump has way too many people behind him. We're never going to be able to cheat the way we cheated before. We're going to try, but it's not going to work because Biden, his numbers are declining. And if he keeps this up, we're never going to be able to make up the difference. It's going to be completely impossible. You see, they need someone who is halfway popular, halfway, someone that doesn't have the baggage that Biden has. Because remember, he's the resident right now. He's driving the country into a ditch, and the ditch and the hole is getting deeper and deeper and deeper. So his poll number is going to go down. They're going to have to swap him out with someone that at least has popularity where they could say, okay, we don't have to shut down everything for a month. We only have to shut down for 8 days or 6 days or 5 days, and we can actually cheat. That's why they're going to have to bring someone else in. And they're preparing to do this. And this is why they're building up the rhetoric of, oh, he's going to execute, because they're panicking right now. And it's going to get a lot worse for these people. But Trump, I do believe he planned this from the beginning. He knew he needed the people on his side. And Trump, he put everything together to wake the people up. Because in the end, yes, he has the military. He has the ability to go in and get these people and arrest them all. But he needed the people to see their system. He needed the people to understand what they've done in this country. He needed the people to get pissed off, and he needed the people to hit that point of no return. So they say enough is enough, and they say, I need to make a change. That's what this is all about. And I do believe his entire plan is actually working. But since it's Thanksgiving, Trump decided to put out a couple of messages here, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody. He said, happy Thanksgiving to all, including the racist and incompetent Attorney General of New York State, Letitia Peekaboo James, who has let murderer and violent crime flourish and businesses flee. The radical left Trump-hating judge, Psycho Arthur and Goron, who criminally defrauded the state of New York and me by purposely valuing my assets at a tiny fraction of what they are really worth in order to convict me of fraud before even a trial or seeing any proof, and used his politically biased and corrupt campaign finance violator, Chief Clerk Allison Greenfield, to sit by his side on the bench and tell him what to do, and crooked Joe Biden, who has weaponized his Department of Injustice against his political opponent and allowed our country to go to hell, and all of the other radical left lunatics, communist, fascist, Marxist, Democrats, and rhinos who are seriously looking to destroy our country, have no fear. However, we will win the presidential election of 2024 and make America great again. And I do believe he already knows he has the people with him. And all he needs to do is give the people their voice. And I do believe that's exactly what he's going to do. Now, what's very interesting, he also put out a video letting everyone know that next Thanksgiving, our nation will be well on its way to being greater than ever before. Take a listen.
Everyone, a very happy Thanksgiving. Today, as we gather with our loved ones, we give thanks to Almighty God for his many blessings, including our families, our friends, our neighbors, and this extraordinary country that we all call home. We also send our deep gratitude to all of the patriots serving our nation in uniform this Thanksgiving, including the members of the U.S. Armed Forces, the heroes of Border Patrol and law enforcement and ICE, and everybody that works so hard to preserve our system and our country and working to defend our southern border, and our police and first responders in communities all across America. This is a difficult time for our country, but do not lose heart or lose hope, because by the time we celebrate next Thanksgiving, our nation will be well on its way to being stronger, safer, more prosperous, and greater than ever before. Once again, happy Thanksgiving, and God bless you all.
Now, he seems very confident for someone who's being indicted 4 times, where the fake news media is continually attacking him. Biden is going after him. How can he be so confident? Because he's in control. And what he's showing the people is the pattern of corruption, because it doesn't stop at Biden. This is going to go to Obama. And what's very interesting, I like to go back to post 3624, is November 23rd, 2019. There's a tweet from Rudy Giuliani going back to November 23rd, 2019. And he says, I discovered a pattern of corruption that the Washington press covered up for years. I'm also going to bring out a massive pay-for-play scheme under the Obama administration that will devastate the Democratic Party. Do you honestly think I'm intimidated? That's interesting. So we're already seeing this. The pay-for-play scheme is Biden, and I do believe this is going to lead to Obama, and this is going to completely implode the D Party in the end. Down below in this post, it says, it's going to be biblical, the Great Awakening. Absolutely, because when people see all this and they see the pattern of corruption, that most of the Deep Party is involved in this, rhinos are involved in this, well, this is going to be a complete and utter disaster. And think about all the crimes they committed. Think about what they did during the elections. They will cease to exist in the end. And yes, it's going to be biblical, because who's taking down all these people? We, the people. The patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was the X22 with Dave. Both A and B out of the way. Got them done. I want to swing over to BitChute real quick and find out if the new Nathan Reynolds interview is done yet. Nope, not yet. Okay, so that'll be probably on tomorrow's lineup. No, that list is pretty complete there, Lisa. Yeah, and thank you very much for taking care of that today. All right, folks, that's pretty much 6 hours worth of good info for you to wrap your head around. If you missed any of it, I would recommend going back to the beginning and watching it all from the beginning. Good stuff. With that, I'm going to wish everybody a good night. I'm going to get doesn't he, Fusion? Yeah. It's Dave is Dave's been doing a podcast now for about 11 years. And he was him and LT from And We Know were the top podcasters. SGT was a close third. and they got removed at the beginning of, or about a month before the 2020 elections. So when that happened, that's when I said, you want to know what? No way. You're not doing this. I'm going to bring them back, and I'm going to keep playing them, and keep playing them and keep playing them. Because this is this is their battlefield just as much as it is ours. And the information that they bring is all stuff that can be verified, can all be researched. The ones that make it tough for you are people who are not willing to give you any tips on where they found their information, things like that. It makes it a lot tougher. But we just got to, we got to push through it. And I'm going to bring you content from I'm not going to bring you people who guess, is basically what it is. I'm tired of all the guessing. That stuff's got to go out the window. I will be in touch with Dave in the next couple of days, and let everybody know when we'll have him on again. Hopefully before the weekend is out. And we can we'll see what we can get put together. But with that, thank you, William Gramer, for it was a damn good show. I appreciate that very much. Ronnie will be back with you guys to let you know when he's ready to do his podcast on Rumble. As quickly as I find out when that will be available, I will let everybody know. But I will be on. I will be back on again tomorrow with a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and Sunday as well. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you those of you who donated and such. And with that, I'm going to tell you that God loves you, Jesus loves you, I love you, and I will see you again real soon. Peace.